Hello, Call of Duty fans, and welcome to the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. We are here in Fort Worth, Texas for our first day of games. Landon, thank you very much for joining me today. For those of you guys that might not know, I'm Fox. This is Landon. We're hopping right into our first match of Team Envious facing off against Red Reserve EU.
Yeah, it should be a pretty interesting match, to say the least, to start off the weekend here on the Bravo station. Of course, you guys were able to witness that schedule before we kind of came in, but Envious versus Red Reserve should be a pretty interesting match to kind of kick things off in Group A.
Yes, and actually known as just Red Reserve here. This is just their newest roster, picking up a European team where they released their former team, which was a part of, which was mostly Parasite, Llama, Swarley, and the like. So we're going to hop into this North American versus European matchup to start off our weekend here. We have an intense weekend of matches for us today.
We absolutely do. Of course, a number of different games going on here to start off the Dallas Open, and this one should not disappoint. Of course, like we mentioned, the boys in blue going up against Red Reserve. Now, Fox, when we do mention the side of Red Reserve, we obviously mention it being a new roster, being a new group together. How do you think they're going to face off against a team like Envious, who has looked stellar recently?
Oh, this is definitely one of their harder matchups for sure. I mean, if you go in, we got a chance to speak to some of these players that were saying that Envious is definitely going to be one of their tougher matchups in this group for sure. I think everyone at home would agree with that as well. These are our Call of Duty XP champions, right? These guys have been at the top level of competition for such a long time. Whether they're on their own separate teams before Team Envious, up until this point in time, they've always been the top tier players in North America. So it's going to be a difficult matchup. But Landon, I think we should give a little bit of credit to the guys on Red Reserve, right? There's a little bit to be said about some of these guys in the European roster.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we have, like you mentioned Team Envious being the Call of Duty XP winners. Well, Joe just happens to be the guy who got second at that tournament. So not to kind of throw shade and he can say he got second, but he, obviously spliced that roster, ended up making that far due to a lot of his stellar play. Of course, we do talk about Urban staying on the roster, but Joe, you get Niall from Team 3G, which is now known as Team iGame, and Shawnee coming from Elevate, actually in place of Rated. So a little bit of a trade kind of going on there.
Right.
Like I said, I don't know how to really call this one. I think as far as like respawn KDs and whatnot, I was trying to look at a few stats, and obviously Apathy especially was one who for sure stepped out. I think had one of the highest respawn KDs at Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, is there really a player to look at specifically from Red Reserve who's like, that's how they started off? That's the guy to be looking out for coming in this first hard point.
On the side of Red Reserve, I want to take a look at Urban. I think he's definitely the person I want to pay attention to the most. I think that he's someone on his time on the Infused roster. He definitely showed the explosive nature of his gameplay could definitely be big for them in these respawn game modes. So I'm looking to see how this Red Reserve roster establishes themselves throughout this weekend. With this debut roster of losing both Zero and Rated, I want to see what they look like now. They're still in this sort of honeymoon phase together, so let's look at through the eyes of Urban.
We'll look and see how Red Reserve can potentially pull this one off. Of course, not going to be an easy feat when it comes down to facing off against a team like Team Envious. Starting on board with Urban here off the start as some nades start to go through. Red Reserve firing through a few early points.
Yeah, so Urban, having that opening engagement, he's not really going to be able to make too much of that. As you can see, Red Reserve is still set up on the point, though, as Joe takes point, but Envious has control of Showers. That's Slasher trying to hold it down. The sliding gunfight, he's not going to be able to come out on top, and he's very quickly taken down. Red Reserve is mounting up so much uncontested time in the point right now.
They are actually just below, ends up falling there. So, like I said, a lot of contested time at the moment, but it will be Red Reserve with a little bit of a lead. Got to keep in mind those rotations are getting ready to come in. And in some cases, you can kind of consider that one to be the money hill. So, players kind of in control of that spawn going to definitely play favor to them. And it looks like it is going to be Red Reserve right now who has that, as the gunfights are still going down. Got to keep in mind Slasher's position because he's actually already rotated. Yeah,
Niall, though, I want to take a look at how Red Reserve finished up that hard point. Niall going 5-1 is definitely huge. So, look out for him to do some damage on this rotation here, but Urban and Shawnee are actually the front line, the two players to get the first engagements, and they're cut down by Slasher, who was in an excellent position to hold those spawns.
They are. Looks like some kills starting to happen. Slasher rocking the MV4, 6-1 start on a 5 spree at the moment as Team Envious look to bring this one back. They're looking to be in a pretty good spot. We talked about those rotations coming in, kind of sacrifice those last few points over on that top roof, and it seems to be working out pretty good there for right now for them.
So if you take a look at your mini-map here, you see one player from Red Reserve coming through middle. Team Envious seems to be set up on the point. One player in the back, that's Apathy. So if we can get all of Red Reserve's players to push through from that back area while the rest of them come up afterwards on wall run, it could be a good push. But you can see it's just kind of an uncoordinated push coming from them, and that's why Team Envious was able to mount up so much time.
Yeah, we talked about that play, like you said, mentioned coming in from Slasher, kind of gets behind the enemy lines, and that's definitely worked out for the side of Envy so far. But the rotation is now coming in here over toward Bridge. See some little streaks starting to make a little bit of an impact. As we go over to board with Slasher actually here, as he's coming off of that respawn, and he is on that 9 spree. We talk about massive players coming in from the side of MVS. Apathy has been one. John has been another. Slasher just falls, and he's been a major reason why MVS has this lead right now, Fox.
And Slasher's definitely someone I look for on the side of Team MVS for these respawn game modes. Both him and Apathy can be such a huge threat, but John has this hyper carry sort of presence about him in a match that can make him so intimidating. So the combination of all those players is just devastating, and you can see it's really happening. It's really being poured on to Red Reserve right now as MVS leads by about 70 seconds.
Yeah, Red Reserve having a hard time just really getting out of their spawn at this point. See, look, one player kind of spawning toward the back, it seems now, for Red Reserve. Slasher trying to hold the line, but it seems that MVS have reached that 100-point mark. It looks like they might actually have controls of the next spawns. It looks like maybe JCat trying to fight for that one, ends up dropping to Joe. So big kills there coming in from him. I believe he gets traded quickly after. So MVS's run, it looks like it will continue as far as rotations are considered.
Shawnee, one of the younger players on this roster, trying to make a difference just around the rest of the MVS team. He's going to be taken down, though, not before Urban is able to get that trade kill. Now gunfight going down between John and Urban. John has the jump on him, though, so you can see he's going to be able to take him down. And look, it just seems like MVS is able to come right through, break it, and take control just that easily. They couldn't, Red Reserve really couldn't do a whole lot on this rotation.
Yeah, it seems that MVS has just really won the rotation battles a lot throughout this game. And I know one player that you mentioned and talked about was Urban. He should be having a big performance, because if not, they can easily get blown out. MVS is up already by 100 points, and Urban's not right now sitting at 5 and 10.
Oh, yeah, this is not a good start. This is not looking good. Urban, though, just as we're speaking about him, opens up with 2 kills, close range of that NV4, so now he's the one that's taking point. He's the one that's supposed to be helping with this wall run push, alongside his teammate to his right. But now, once he falls, he has to win this one. No, he can't do it. He's cut short. MVS is still on the offense here, putting some contention onto this point. There's a hip fire slide kill. JCap should be able to take over. And now we're coming back to our next rotation of hills.
Yeah, first set of rotations down, and MVS already looking pretty dominant as John's still trying to hold that shower control. Now, Fox, when we talk about holding this particular part inside of showers, oversight of loading, how does that influence that overall, hold of the hill? I mean, how much of a factor does it really mean to getting a lot of easy points?
Oh, it's huge. Because of the vantage point sitting on showers there, you can see so many huge choke points and cutoffs just sitting on that point. That's why you'll always see someone going for that gunfight and trying to win at close range, because mid to long range, it's a tough one to win if they're already pre-aiming you. So John here, set up in the hill, and again, so much uncontested time from the side of Team MVS. Nile hoping to make a difference, but he's cut short just as he dives onto the point.
John's still continuing to be a nuisance, ends up dropping there from the side, but you can see, like you mentioned, not a whole lot of contested time that Red Reserve is getting. That's just due to the fact of MVS's awareness of where their spawns are at, and due to having that loading control, they're really able to find out where they're coming at most of the time. So with that, Red Reserve got to take a little bit of their good moments and got to translate that into some more points, as the rotations will come in here over towards cell block. Urban trying to hold the line, but he ends up dropping. That's a big kill that ends up going in MVS's favor. And now John is going to be on that flank. This is a big momentum that he could get for his squad if he's able to find this kill on Urban, and Urban doesn't even fire back. It looks like MVS could potentially be in a good spot to maybe pinch this hill.
Yeah, John's in a pretty good spot to do so, but he knows he's going to be outnumbered if he turns his corner, so instead he just baits him out, waits for Shawnee to turn the corner, finds himself an easy gunfight, and MVS has the numbers advantage. Joe and Urban trying to make a difference. Urban doing so more than others. That's 2 kills in a row for him, but still MVS biting down on that great start that they had in that team fight, and Apathy's strength with the K-bar at close range is just unmatched right now.
Yeah, all the guys from MVS have had some good moments so far. We talk about John's play, Apathy's play, but Slasher right now, 21-7, having a fantastic performance up to this point for the boys in blue, as it looks like they will hold down those scrap seconds inside of cell block. Granted, Red Reserve had a good moment getting that early rotation down, but generally the rich are starting to get richer. Slasher coming in with those streaks is at least going to get some information for his team. Oh,
yeah, and speaking of the rich getting richer, it just really seems like this is not the European region's good map in Hardpoint, right? It seems like a lot of them struggle on this map, so when the teams that you're practicing against struggle on this map, you're not really going to get the highest quality of practice, right? So it seems like we're seeing a little bit of that here as Team MVS leads by about 100 points. Joe calling in the scarab. Let's see what he can do with it.
Just trying to gain some information there. Of course, that one will be destroyed as Red Reserve just trying to stay alive for as long as possible, trying to breathe through the vice grip that MVS has had on him the entire game. And Joe, really, at this point, he doesn't really realize where his teammates are dying from. His MVS coming from every which angle, and he will end up dropping in the end. In some cases, you see Joe in that particular play looking at every angle because his teammates are dying. MVS is getting the good spawns every time, and yet again, they're holding down the last 15 seconds of a hill.
So, JCap is going to be able to get this scrap time. That should go uncontested in the hands of Team MVS. Now, if you take a look at your mini-map, you'll see that Red Reserve is set up pretty well to hold any choke points, any of the closest choke points from this hard point to the commissary hard point. Joe is going to be the first one to try and find an engagement here, but Urban is able to come through and find 2 kills of his own. John answers right back. Landon, it's looking like this Red Reserve setup is going to be broken pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially with Joe dying in the back, it's really not a good play to die in a particular position, but unfortunately he will drop Envious on a little bit of a pinch there, but Urban and Joe start to combine for a few, and just like that, 4-2 go down. So inside of commissary, Red Reserve to be on a little bit of a momentum train for now. Urban getting all up close and personal. Of course, just earned that rewind not too long ago. And this could potentially be the hill that Red Reserve needs to get back. They get 4 down, and looks like they also have hill control.
This is just such disruptive play out of Urban. I really like that play to double back and actually make the same play twice. No one would have seen that coming. And he's able to find himself a double kill, work more towards his payload that he just achieved in the past couple of kills, and maybe some streaks if he can get there.
Indeed they do, as Red Reserve start to claw their way back. Red Reserve continuing to be actually a little bit aggressive than what we're used to seeing. We talk about Urban having a slow game. He's actually made his way back to being positive, or not positive, excuse me, even. Potentially could get toward that positive KD in this hill. We're talking about shower control. Who's going to be in possession of that as 3 go down for Envious? This should be a good lock right now for Red Reserve yet again.
Bit of a staggered push coming in here, a split push coming in from Red Reserve. They all both meet up on middle map, and as you can see, they're trying to get set up, but Red Reserve players are spawning up on both sides of the map as Team Envious has that shower control and the kill advantage. Slasher's taking point. He's got the MV4, and again, Red Reserve finds themselves in a situation where they have to walk into pre-aimed assault rifles.
Slasher still holding the line, MV4 in hand as Envious get closer and closer to that 250 mark, only 30 seconds away. And it seems that he is going to have that active camo earned. Still trying to fire some shots away from spawn. And at this point, he's not really having anyone contest him because all of his teammates are starting to do the job. You see J-Cap and John being involved in the kill feed. And Slasher still having some easy time as Envious look to close this one out here as it's just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and this is just looking really, really poor for Red Reserve right now. All of the players are just going on massive, massive streaks for the team at different times, and it just looks really good for them. There's been 1 or 2 hills in this game so far where Red Reserve were able to mount a decent amount of time. I feel like Urban was a huge contributor to that, but if you take a look, Envious has just been in control, and the game should end right here.
Yep, Slasher will seal the deal as it will be 250 to 160. Envious ends up winning game number 1, and I think it was due to the great plays that we ended up seeing, obviously, for a number of different players, but Slasher going on a massive streak throughout most of the game. Very impressive to see him going off as of early.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And if you take a look at the side of Envious, we had so much strength coming out of all their players at some separate time. There were 5 and 6 streaks coming out of them. We saw some score streaks coming through, buying them even more time, and it just didn't look like Red Reserve could answer back. Envious seemed comfortable at every point in time throughout that map.
Indeed they do. Now, of course, we do focus our eyes toward that next search and destroy. I want to get your thoughts as far as the Red Reserve setup is concerned. I know that was one of their game types they felt more comfortable with. You think they can maybe bring it back when it comes down to throwback?
They feel comfortable in search and destroy, but I feel like they haven't exactly had the most practice as a team in this game mode just yet. A lot of what we've seen from them since their roster change has been online performances, and while they might feel confident in those 2Ks, you know, we even heard the players say themselves, they don't exactly have roles established. They don't exactly have strategies established in Search and Destroy. So I feel like most of that talk of confidence in the game mode is coming from their honeymoon phase as a roster. They have to be feeling good about being able to have decent online performances and such, but when it comes to LAN play against established teams, I just don't know if that's going to hold up.
And it's kind of, you know, it's kind of sad to be honest, right? We look at this Red Reserve squad; they have a fantastic performance in the most recent 2K. But along with, you know, the interviews that we were able to do with a few of the players coming into the event, one thing they also mentioned was that a lot of our scrim time has kind of been focused on just doing callouts, learning that basic information as a team.
Right.
When you're coming into MLG Dallas, I mean, you're trying to earn spots for that LAN league. If you're, you know, if most of your strategy time, your scrimmage time is based on just making sure that we get callouts down, that's something that Team Envious has done in the first week of the game.
That's something I would understand if the players all spoke different languages, but these are all players out of the same part of Europe, right? So you would, I mean, I understand they just might want to figure out exactly how they communicate with one another, who's going to be leading comms, different things like that involving leadership, but if it comes down to actually just saying, hey, what do you call this, that might be a bit of a problem for them. But coming into Search and Destroy here, that's, I think, where we're going to see a lot of the communication come to fruition in their gameplays when it comes to rotating around certain parts of the map, when it comes to getting and holding certain choke points. That's definitely where you can see communication hurt a lot of teams that don't have it as their strength.
And maybe as well, I know we've been kind of going back in Red Reserve saying like why Envious is, you know, has a massive advantage, because obviously they do, right? You could also look at the point of view where it's these guys. I mean, we've seen teams in the past, not just from North America, but from Europe as well, where a group of guys who've kind of lost that star player together as a unit kind of perform. In some cases, you could look at the old Infuse lineup, which, of course, coming into this tournament is now known as Millennium. I mean, you look at Moose, wasn't really a star player throughout Black Ops 3. Marky B really wasn't either. Zero leaves the team, and now they're looking like a top team in Europe. I'm not saying that Red Reserve could potentially have that same success, but teams who kind of have that built-in automatic chemistry, it could work out for them. Who knows?
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at Red Reserve, that them coming into this tournament with losing those 2 star players has to be big. You were mentioning some of the star players that we saw on the previous rosters in Europe. They lost 0 and rated. That's a really rough couple of. They lost 0 and rated. That's a really rough couple of players to lose.
Absolutely, and I mean, like I said, it is kind of unfortunate to lose those guys that you did, but still. Throwback Search and Destroy is where we will focus our attention to here for game number 2. I know on Throwback we talked about, kind of being more side heavy over toward that bridge bomb. But, in some cases you also have to look at that and say, well, maybe, the pre-snipers could come into play. I know Urban's been one to maybe use that sniper rifle quite a bit of the time. But, I mean, like I said, it's very difficult to face off against a team like Team Envious so far throughout most of the series, just due to the fact of their overall consistency throughout every game mode.
Yeah, and if we take a look at some of the stats on the side of Team Envious in this game mode specifically, you might see that a player like John actually kind of falls off a little bit in Search and Destroy, not to where he's a detriment to the team, but to where he doesn't stand out as a star player like he normally would. He's sitting at around a 0.9 KD in this game mode, and if you compare that to his stats in Respawn, which are around, a 1.1, 1.2 right now, something like that would stand out quite a bit to you.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we can take a look really quickly here at the rig draft. I don't think we're seeing anything too out of the ordinary. We don't really see a crazy amount of stuff that's out of the ordinary when it comes down to the rig draft, maybe besides something like an overdrive compared to a Centurion. But John will be rocking the Centurion actually for the side of Team Envious. But besides that, everything's kind of set in stone. Yeah,
nothing too crazy here. Of course, we've seen the Synaptic rig banned out in the past couple of months. A lot of players just taking the same route when it comes to the payloads that they select following that restriction coming to the game. So, Throwback Search and Destroy here. I'm expecting to see some ERADs out of the side of Red Reserve, especially because they have the side of Shawnee. They have the player Shawnee who came from Elevate. They're pretty popular, I feel like, even before the SMG buff for using submachine guns, specifically on Throwback. So maybe he brings some of that experience with him here. We haven't exactly gotten to see what this new Red Reserve strategies will look like. And as I said, they don't seem to have them to develop themselves just yet either.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to be honest. I mean, like I said, Search and Destroy a lot of the time comes down to communication or site control. Who's going to be grabbing the bomb? I mean, little things like that kind of come into every game. So like we said, Throwback Search and Destroy will be game number 2. Team Envious currently up 1-0 in the series. Can Red Reserve maybe force a potential game 4 with this win? We'll have to see how that does kick off here. And Fox, any play that you want to look at specifically from either side?
Ooh. On the side of Red Reserve, I want to look at Urban again. I feel like he had some moments in that hardpoint where you really saw he was heating up and being that star player that he can typically be on some of these European rosters. On the side of Team Envious, I want to keep a close eye on JCap. I feel like you can really just watch the gears turning in his head when he's playing.
Yeah, so we're going to already get ready to hop into the game. Things are already starting to go down, as it seems. Looks like Slasher already dying for that first blood, and John actually ends up dropping there just to the side of Red Reserve.
See one player from the side of Team Envious hovering around the bomb site up top on the mini-map. It's going to be the B bomb site. He's going to be met by 2 Red Reserve players here shortly. But JCap still sitting pretty at the A site with Apathy. As you can see, it looks like they're actually rotating around the map, sort of dancing around one another. It's a 2 versus 4 situation, so they're really trying to play for someone that finds himself out of position, such as right there. But the jump from Underpass is not going to allow JCap to finish the kill.
You see Red Reserve trying to mostly stay together, try to watch every angle that they can. And, of course, for the time starting to tick down, JCap planning that one. He is going to back up. See what Apathy's position is currently. Just trying to watch over toward that blue, maybe flank or even coming from middle. But here comes the push in Red Reserve. 4 versus 2. Joe there with the ERAD. Apathy ends up finding one. It's looking pretty strong for the most part, but Joe ends up finding another. Now JCap's left all by his lonesome. 1 versus 2, and he's able to make it happen, but Joe is there for the response, so get the defusal. And the 4v2 nearly happens, but Joe's able to clutch up.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary moment. You could see that the play from Red Reserve, they were trying to have Joe set up for a flank, and you could tell Joe was just saying, wait for my pinch, as the rest of the Red Reserve players all flooded through rails. It ended up working out. They lost a lot of players in the process, but they still came out on top.
Indeed they did, of course, with a lot of early kills going down. You see how many players really tagged in that particular exchange. Urban, Shawnee, and Joe all getting a piece of JCap in that first round.
coming into round 2. We see the Red Reserve playing a bit of a war of attrition right there at the end of the round, able to come out on top. Now we'll get to see what their setups look like on the offensive side. As Nile is taking the bomb straight through middle map with a little bit of help.
Now just trying to be aware. Those first bloods mean a lot, especially when you're on the offensive side. Red Reserve actually having that bomb carry toward middle. I can see that all that often. A lot of times you can see a player kind of toward that front side bowling, toward that bike street potentially.
Looks like there might be engagement here soon between Joe and the player in top food. They actually decide to back up from one another. He catches him anyway. JCap catches Joe running away. Now the rest of the Red Reserve players will be around this B bomb site.
Now getting tagged. Just trying to get that bomb down as soon as he possibly can. Of course, we said 3 versus 3, now make it a 2 versus 3. Now an Urban trying to hold the line. We'll see where Envious players are at. Looking through the eyes of JCap, trying to find anything that he can. But kills are starting to go down, and now Urban's left by himself, and it looks like it's going to be a victory there for Team Envious in round number 2 as the line holds strong. And it looks like JCap having a fantastic start so far throughout this game. 4-1.
Yeah, see right here you can see it was just a little bit of a deathmatch kind of moment, just the players working off of communication and getting their gunfights in. Team Envious, I think a lot of us would agree, that's not an issue for them, is winning gunfights. They're going to come out on top there. All of them team shotting just the last few players, and you can see on your camera, Slasher decked out in monster gear.
I like that.
One of Team Envious' more recent sponsors.
He's energized, man.
Yeah, you can tell. That's how much is Monster put in your pocket for that one?
I don't know. Either way, though, of course, right into round number 3. It looks like it will be an early plant potentially there from Apathy, just trying to get a little bit of line set as to where those Red Reserve players are toward that back lemon. And due to that, kill is starting to go down. Apathy should get this bomb down pretty easily.
Yeah, surrounded by teammates, Red Reserve players, not too close up until after the plant. There's nothing they can do about that one. So Nile here, coming out of top food, is going to be able to take down John just as he looks away. Urban trying to trade and stay alive, but he just doesn't seem like he's in control at all right now. He gets outnumbered and shut down. Envious takes a second round.
This is, to me, this next round right here is going to be very important for the side of Red Reserve because, like we said, we talked about their communication, the lack of that. Who's the in-game leader for them? I think they end up saying Joe was kind of more of the in-game leader, and I think when Urban kind of described it, he was like, yeah, whenever Joe's not looking at the, look at the kill feed, he's usually looking at the mini-map, and he kind of instructs us. So, to me, this is a very, very influential round. A roster like Team Envious, who's been together for a very long time, has even won a title together, a world title together. How can they face off when it comes down to these low-level situations? So, we'll see what Red Reserve can potentially produce is now going to go for that early plan.
All right, no Envious players are really in range to stop it until after it goes down. That's going to be JCap, the closest one to the action. He's instead going to opt to go for a flank on the bomb carrier, catches him in his back. So now he has to figure out how to take down the player on the power position of Bus. He uses his FTL jump and is not able to get the kill, Landon.
That was kind of odd positioning there from Slasher. I mean, he's in a 1 versus 2. He knows where one player is, but he's kind of sitting at the very top of the map. And, of course, kind of ends up getting dropped from the side. So I talked about it being a very, very important round for Red Reserve. And Urban's there to clean it up in the end. Yeah,
well, Slasher was definitely exposed quite a bit right there. I think that for the same angle he was looking for, he probably would have done just fine sitting directly on top of the arch rather than on top of the train on top of the arch. And you can see kind of the weakness of sitting in that spot. He's taken down from rails.
Look through the eyes of Apathy. We talked about him having a fantastic performance at Atlanta. We'll see what he can potentially produce as he's going to be that bomb carrier yet again. It looks like Envious is going to go for yet again another rush plant. So Envious does it, Red Reserve does it, and now Envious does it yet again. So, of course, early bomb plant going down. No kills yet to fall. This joke potentially be on a nice flank here if Envy's not prepared for it.
Yeah, Joe's hoping to come out of top food and make something happen here. Looks like most of Red Reserve is going to opt to close in from middle map onto bike path. Kills going in their favor. John hoping to turn the tables. He wins the first one, but Nile is there for the trade. So that was a great push out of Red Reserve. It seems like for their defenses, they're playing that A site wide open, just giving them the plant.
Yeah.
They're not even bothering to throw grenades or anything like that. They're keeping all their resources, letting the round play out, and just trying to perform the retake. So I feel like in that round it's working out for them, but in the long run, I think that Team Envious is going to get a bit better at answering back to that.
It's kind of like an informational round. It's like Envious is like, hey, we're going to keep doing this until Red Reserve kind of figures out our plan. And once they finally do that, we'll see what Envious likes to do when it comes down to offenses, where they want to change the side up a little bit, or how Red Reserve can potentially play this offensive round, as it mostly has been Nile to grab the bomb, as it looks like he will be doing that yet again, but this time toward the opposite side.
Take a look at your mini-map. All the Red Reserve players, as Landon pointed out, will be pushing towards the blue side of the map. They're mapped by one Envious player. That's Apathy. Caught outnumbered and outgunned. Not a whole lot he can do in that situation. So that's going to be a free plant from the side of Red Reserve because they know Envious is on the rotation. They have the time. They have the 5 seconds to put that bomb down before any real danger is apparent.
Listen, this isn't going to be an easy retake, but Red Reserve actually back up, and now, of course, now that they have the line sight of the bomb, they have no issue. So Envious, in some cases, has to push them if they want to win this round. With Apathy already dropping, the flank comes in, but John is there to find that one on the flank. Big kill there coming in against Urban. But Red Reserve continuing to get some kills from the back, and now it's all up to a 2 versus 1, but it's not going to happen there for Envy. As back-to-back rounds for Red Reserve, as they're now going to be up 4-2.
Yeah, that was a really good play call out of Red Reserve right there. I definitely admire what they've done on this side of the map thus far. We saw earlier on in the game how they had that sort of having all their players flood through rails and then one come in unexpected on that flank. You can kind of see that they're just working together and communicating to execute these things and close out their rounds.
Of course, with the 2-round advantage, you start to see payloads be in effect. Overdrive, Rock for Joe, trying to maybe potentially find that first blow. We talked about the amount of rush pushes that Envious has made. They decided to back up here, but Joe is going to be in a pretty good line sight. If he can maybe just find one, it could get his bang for his buck, but it's not even going to happen. Slasher shuts him down for the first blood.
And you know what? I think that was Envious knowing that they had Overdrive this round. 3 of their 4 players have their access to their payloads, so Envious, not even being close and being this far behind in the game, they have to know that this is where payloads start to come out. And they read that play, get their first blood. Let's see if they can make something of it and get a round win.
John trying to be that first line of defense. Shawnee actually has a sniper rifle out. He's going to have to use the EMC. What can he do with this one? But he's able to find the kill, but it looks like the ground pound there comes in from Apathy. Now holds the line in the back. Apathy still with the bomb in his hands. 1 versus 1. Apathy does not spot him there.
He was definitely on his screen, but it was
I think his team definitely probably called that one out to him as soon as he turned the corner, but still, caught timing at its finest.
Yeah, you definitely saw him right there for just a split second, so now Apathy is hoping to catch him on the rotation. He does so, gets the first couple of shots, Camo's popped. I think Apathy knows it's coming, has to fire, but can't connect with those shots. That's a really tough gunfight to hit. Like, you can't, it's still tough to hit those shots on Camo players.
Nile really needed to win that, and now Apathy's going to have a free bomb site. Can he escape is the question. Nile trying to round the corner. Can Apathy even stay alive? But
there it is.
Able to get a few shots onto Nile, but regardless, the active Camo play, while it doesn't come in at that particular gunfight, Nile is able to clutch it out in the end. That could have been a massive momentum boost to Envious to even shut down a player who used Camo in 1 versus 1 and nearly lost it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we saw right there at the end for Red Reserve, they're also getting themselves some more score streaks. He's just 25 points away from his final and 3rd score streak. So that should be pretty big for Red Reserve to be able to close out this game. And that stacked on top of their payload advantage can definitely be devastating in the last final rounds.
Indeed, so we talked about Envious having a hot start. I believe Red Reserve has won 5 rounds in a row. We'll see if those payloads do come into effect. FTL jump earned there for Urban, and Apathy with that reactive armor, which I believe he earned one of the last few rounds. Looks like yet again, Red Reserve testing out a few interesting strategies, trying to be and make Envious aware of that push. It looks like that one player ends up dying, and now Envious thinks maybe a side push is coming, but little do they know the opposite bomb is being planted down.
Yeah, they find out there's one player and no one comes in for the trade, so they feel like that's just the trigger to go. That's the time to go to the opposite bomb site. You've been bamboozled. They're playing the other side of the map. Envious knows this, and they're going to try and upset the blue setup that we saw on the previous side, but Red Reserve planted the bomb in a different spot this time.
And Joe is on the flank. It's been that flanks that have happened, but JCap is there. Now Urban 1 versus 4. It looks like Slasher's already going to be on that bomb, but actually he's going to get the defusal there. So regardless of that flank coming in, Red Reserve, 2 players end up dropping over toward that field side, and that kind of destroys their entire push. I mean, we talked about 1 player ends up dropping for that first blood for them, but they completely, like you mentioned, bamboozle the side of Envious. Envious kind of comes on a flank, but I don't know, those 2 players dropping in field, you really can't allow that to happen when you're already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure. I think we got to give a lot of credit to Team Envious on that round, too, is just recognizing that they needed to take that kill and get some map pressure, get some more information as to where this Red Reserve roster is at. They read that play immediately and were able to react on a retake with a decent amount of time to do so. So now we're seeing another highly aggressive push onto the A site. Grenades coming out. First couple of gunfights, though, going in favor of Red Reserve. So it seems like Team Envious put all their chickens in one, or their eggs in one basket and came out with nothing. Red Reserve takes the final round and wins map number 2.
Big swing of momentum, definitely for the side of Red Reserve. I know I thought, maybe for the side of Envious, they didn't really have a whole lot of plat control, I think, throughout that last round there, and it was kind of unfortunate to see there from them. But regardless, It will be the side of Red Reserve who closes out game number 2, which is obviously going to be very, very big for them in the entire scheme of things. But as far as the next uplink that's going to be coming up, Fox, as far as your predictions kind of coming into that particular map, I believe it's going to be uplink on Precinct. I know I've heard a few players talk about this particular map, and they say it's very, very slang heavy. Constant battles going to be going on throughout the map. Any thoughts on that one before we head to a break?
Heading into map number 3, Precinct uplink. I think that I want to give a little bit of credit to the Team Envious side. They should be able to take this map. I think that I like what I see out of the side of Slasher for this roster. I think that himself individual in this map can definitely do big things for them in terms of positioning around that statue. That's definitely crucial. But guys, we're going to head to a commercial break before we get into map number 3. So we'll be back in just a moment.
back, everyone, to the MLG Dallas Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Myself and Fox currently guiding you guys through a fantastic matchup going on between Team Envious and Red Reserve. The series is currently tied up at 1 apiece. And looks like you're actually going to get a nice little angle of what the crowd is experiencing here at the Dallas Open.
Yeah, the crowd is looking awesome right now. Just everyone seems like they're having a lot of fun on the first day. And, of course, that crowd is only going to grow as the tournament goes on. More people are going to start filing in. More passes are going to be purchased. It's a really, really exciting weekend here in Dallas.
Actually, I had a little bit of a story coming into the event today.
Story
time with myself. It's great. I actually had an opportunity. As soon as the doors opened, I was like immersed by like the crowd that was like right behind me, and I had to sprint in the doors before everyone got there. I was like, I felt like Indiana Jones like rock behind me. I had to like sprint before everyone got in the venue. It's a pretty bad experience, but it was pretty cool at the same time because I was like, I'm literally running away from the fans.
Please don't get trampled by
a
pack of gamers on the first day of the event.
That would not be good.
I'm going to need you here. I'm going to need you to contribute to this cast.
That's so nice of you.
Yeah.
Compliments. I love it.
I guess that's what you could call it. So, guys, if we take a look on your screen here is the rig draft. You can see the payloads and the traits being selected from both teams. But as we get into Uplink, you can expect things to speed up a little bit from what we saw in Search and Destroy. We're back into our respawn game modes.
Absolutely. And I know when we do talk about Europe, I know, Fox, we kind of discussed this as well. A lot of European teams, one game mode they always say we need to focus on a lot of the times is Uplink. There are issues with Uplink. Of course, we talk about their issues with the particular map and Breakout Hardpoint, but a lot of times it's Uplink is our issue. Uplink, we need to work on that. I think Elevate even said one of the interviews that we ended up having with Rated, he was like, you know what, tell the casters, if it comes to an Uplink, tell them we're going to lose it, because a lot of the times we're just not ready for it, and that's kind of unfortunate to say.
Oh no, that is something you keep to yourself.
Exactly.
So wow,
me, it's kind of worrying, but and the momentum swing that Red Reserve just got, and that obviously that Search and Destroy, maybe we could see something.
I think honestly, I'm starting to believe that he was just lying. I don't feel that he would say that. That's crazy.
It's on the paper, so I'm just gonna act like.
Yeah. I mean, it's a direct quote. He did say it, but. I mean, we even saw at the CWL London event that Splice was just running through teams in Uplink, right? They were just there was no competition. The old Splice, of course.
Right.
So that's definitely something to think about there getting into this matchup here. But on the side of Team Envious, let's talk about them a little bit. Very high respawn KDs, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm combining them because they're so similar to Hardpoint. They're always around like a fraction of a decimal away from one another. But overall, respawn KDs that we can see amongst players like Apathy and amongst players like John, very high and very reliable KDs for sure. So I look to see those two players really do a lot of damage for them in this map.
I think along with them, their objective play, of course, along with how Precinct plays, a lot of MV forwards. We know how JCap, and especially Slasher, likes to utilize that weapon. I think it could definitely be pretty good moments here for Team Envious. It looks like kills already starting to happen. Is Apathy trying to hold down that drone, and it looks like we are going to have, unfortunately, a draw go down, sadly. But
oh, no, we're just getting the players all reset. There was obviously an issue with the lobby, so we're going to get everyone right back into the server and hopping into the action. But a little bit more about these two teams on Precinct Uplink. I think that if you guys are unfamiliar with the way that this map works, once we get through the fly-through, you'll be able to see a lot of the damage is going to be done around that statue, and that's something that we touched on before we went to our commercial break, is how crucial a player like Slasher would be to something like that.
Oh, for sure. Like we mentioned, like how Precinct works, a lot of the players have kind of discussed it. They've said, it really comes down to that heavy AR play, or even with the K-bars up close, but MV4 is at range. And if we know anything about players like JCap and Slasher, they prefer to utilize those weapons along with the close quarter players that they have in both John and Apathy. Like I said, I'm not trying to obviously cater and say, like, this is Envious maps to lose, but in some cases it kind of is.
You think this is Envious maps to lose? This map, Precinct Uplink?
Yeah, I think they should win this one.
You said to lose. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying now.
It's their fault if they lose this one.
Oh, I get you. I get you. I think MVS should be able to take this one as well. Slasher is just someone that I'm definitely going to be looking for on their side. Apathy is the one that stands out, of course, because of his chart-topping KD stats and respawn game mode. So that's what I'm looking for from them. On the side of Red Reserve, I'm looking to see what their identity is going to be this weekend. This is really their first debut with this roster, so I want to see what sort of strategies and strengths unfold from them as the weekend goes on.
I think along with us learning about them, they're kind of, like you said, learning about them themselves. Like, what game modes are we comfortable with? What calls can we particular make at certain points? So I think it's, along with us learning about them, they're kind of learning about their overall gameplay, like what maps we're strong at. And even if they could potentially get into the Call of Duty World League when it comes down to the LAN League, obviously coming up very shortly, they're learning a lot of information that they can maybe even cater in to that next, obviously event that's coming up.
Absolutely. So if we take a look at our schedule here on screen, you can see our first matchup that we're getting into here. It's currently Team Envious versus Red Reserve. We're going to have a slew of top matchups between all our pool play teams throughout this weekend. But without further ado, let's hop into map number 3 Rig Draft is on your screen.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to a game mode like Uplink, we obviously talk about the major payloads to be looking at and make sure those players are kind of having a consistent performance. And those particular payloads are your Overdrive and your Active Camo players. Both could easily be led to a 1-point score or even a 2-point score. So I think those are definitely players you're going to be looking at for the most part. And I've noticed in a lot of games where teams have struggled where they weren't able to get that payload usage out is when players just aren't getting those kills down. If you don't have your Active Camo player playing at least pretty consistent or your Overdrive player playing pretty consistent, I think that's going to be a major factor to make sure that those guys in particular have a good game.
Oh, for sure. Those are two payloads you absolutely want when you have the possession of the drone. Camo players, even as we saw in that Search and Destroy, are so hard to detect, so hard to hit, right? It's very disruptive on top of the armor that you get from carrying the drone. So that's why you want those players always doing well and having access to those payloads when we come down to the final minute or so of a round. Now, if you take a look at Overdrive, just having that speed boost, that lets you, of course, hit different routes with the drone that you normally wouldn't be able to. If you can outpace everyone on the enemy team, you can get yourself a dunk, whereas in other situations, you would only find a 1-point play.
Yeah, extra speed, extra health. I don't really think there's a whole lot of opportunity where you should mess up in that particular play. But, of course, now that we dive into this particular map, I know we've obviously talked about the payloads quite a bit. When it comes down to a map like Precinct, is there one set that you in particular prefer over another when it comes down to it? I know you talk about making sure you have that statue control. We obviously talk about a number of different routes that can come through through gas to the opposite side. Is there one set that you prefer to spawn on compared to the other?
I think that it's varying from team to team. With the recent changes in the weapons, from what we've seen, the nerfs to the K-Bar, the buffs to the submachine guns, it's actually flipping on some maps how well certain teams do on certain sides. Frost Uplink is definitely the biggest case of that. And I think that Precinct is in sort of a weird phase right now, too, as to which teams prefer what side. So I'm looking forward to see a lot of teams going for those 1-point plays once we get over to the cube side that you can see slashers on. We'll see how it goes, though.
DB Will going to look and see some of the arsenal that's going to be going down in this match. Of course, you see quite a bit of K-bars and at least one MV4 per team. And it looks like Joe actually rocking the E-Rat out the start, going to get up close and personal in that middle building for that drone early.
Yeah, so look for Joe's engagement to be just around the corner if Team Envious is going to hit this. They do, and he finds some shots on the one player. That's going to be John. Urban actually picks it up before he really gets to contribute. I think that might have been Slasher up on the statue. He couldn't catch him, though, as he was tagged in the back. That would have been a great and huge kill for them to get some map pressure on this side.
And we talked about for the players spawning on that red reserve side, that control over on statue is going to be big, and we kind of make sure they don't get in that vice grip. It could potentially be a little bit of a spawn trap in some cases. John just trying to fire his way out and tossing a few nades in response there over toward Ticket.
Lots of the red reserve players stacking up around middle map and around the alleyway here. It's going to make it difficult for John, who has to find a kill before he can really move up effectively. Cannot finish those shots, and you can see just that wall of red is so difficult to get through. And now J-Cap's going to be the one to wrap the drone through middle map. Easy 1-point play. Nobody from red reserve there for the interception, but they are there to trade some kills out. As you can see, Slasher finds 2 and is still able to stay alive. So if he can remain a nuisance on this part of the map, that's going to be really dangerous, because now no one from red, if he stays alive there, can go through orange. Luckily, if you're on the side of red reserve, they're able to stop him.
They do early lead there for Team Envious, but it looks like red reserve now going to have the drone in their possession. Joe with that one, just waiting for that lead blocker to come into play. He might actually even turn into that lead blocker with that E-Red. How strong he could be with that particular weapon, as Urban ends up dropping now all up to Joe and try to hold the line. Finds one, nearly finds the second, but due to the Envious stack, it's not going to work out for him in the end there.
John taking point on the statue. This is where I said Slasher could be so valuable. John not able to get anything done there, as he's has a little bit of pressure on him. Apathy and J-Cat trying to respond with some kills of their own, but it seems like red reserve is really dominating this area of the map, the statue and middle around the drone spawn.
Looks like now trying to fight for that next drone control. Finds actually 2 thanks to a teammate, but Envy continue to be aggressive when it comes down to that middle map. John holding a similar position to where Joe was holding earlier, and Urban will make him pay for it in the end. So, of course, as the first few minutes start to tick off the clock here in this first round, Envy is still with a little bit of the lead, but of course it's only one possession. That can be changed in a moment's notice.
Yeah, red reserve flooding through middle map, just like they've been doing all game. It's been so disruptive, as Team Envious hasn't been able to do a whole lot with the drone, but still, they are up 1-0. So they're in a decent situation. They definitely want to make more out of these 5 minutes they have on this side. The Slasher here is going to take the drone and opt to go towards the Cherry Blossom side this time.
And kind of an awkward angle to go to, just for the fact of where the red reserve players can spawn. They can easily kind of shut you down for that particular angle, but if you catch them off guard, it could definitely work out Slasher ME4 in hand ends up getting dropped to a player coming from that back alley. As the looks like another push from Envious gets foiled yet again. Red Reserve looking really good when it comes down to their defensive holes.
Yeah, and see, that's why it's so difficult too, right? Taking it from Cherry Blossom, the gas station, you have to deal with players coming from alley and the lane directly in front of you on the middle of the map, right? Those are two very difficult choke points to effectively hold without getting some crazy multi-kill. So now we're going to see Red Reserve have their opportunity at a one-point play. They sink it. Team Envious still responds with 4 kills, though, so we should see them at a bit of an advantage on this next offensive front.
Lead blockers coming in. John and Apt can be major difference makers when it comes down to that. This is a very difficult toss to get off, and unfortunately, as 3 players do end up falling there, granted, Urban will get those kills in response. That could have been a dunk there for Envious, but that is a very difficult toss to hit. And, granted, of course, I know a lot of, players kind of get on casters for kind of insulting them for, tosses and whatnot. They're actually a lot harder to hit than we give them credit for. But that was a very difficult toss to hit, and unfortunately for JCap, it doesn't work out.
So you see Joe, he's going to be the one around orange and should be the closest one to stop JCap on the drone spawn. He's been so dangerous about flooding this area. Him and Shawnee are able to come through in a big way. So now this should be Red Reserve's opportunity for an offensive play. They're going to take it and try and wrap it through the janitorial section here up the stairs. It should be a dunk unless someone from Team Envious can get into his way and body block just like that. The beatdown, big play out of JCap right there.
The mid-air beatdown coming in there from the side of Envious could potentially turn into an offensive play, but with just under a minute remaining, they're going to have to rely on getting those kills and make sure that that drone carrier can have a lot of defensive blockers in his path. Apt, the only player here, and JCap's going to go for this toss yet again. This time, can it go through? No, back-to-back times for JCap. The toss will not follow through. It's a tie game with 40 seconds, and Envious has not really had a whole lot of momentum coming into this first half here, Fox.
Yeah, and speaking of that shot that we see JCap miss twice now, it's not an easy shot to hit, right? You're staring up into the clouds, tossing it over a building into God knows what, maybe an interception. That's got to be a really tough, high-pressure shot to hit. And as you can see, Red Reserve is able to sink one of their own and find themselves at a lead.
I think we can kind of come to the conclusion that Joe has definitely been a major difference maker when it comes down to this first half. He's trying to lock down every angle for his team, and Nile is there with the drone. Nearly got that drone off, but Apathy's going to be able to play that defensive role in the end. But I know we talked about Joe quite a bit. That ERAD play has definitely kind of been quite a bit in the face of the side of Envious, not really having a whole lot of opportunities to get out of their spawn. He's kind of holding those odd angles, which could lead to a few players being down. T-push is not able to exist. So I think we definitely need to give a lot of credit to Joe for that first half.
Yeah, and you can see on the side of Red Reserve right now, Joe and company all smiles over there. They're kind of comfortable, right? Going into the second half, you can see that the pressure that they were trying to apply to middle map was definitely working. It didn't result in a lot of offensive plays, but it did result in a lot of stops of anything Envious was trying to do. So we'll have to see how this translates over as the sides switch. The spawns are flipped, and it's now Red Reserve's turn.
Yeah, a new 5 minutes obviously slapped there on the clock. Slasher pulling over toward Ticket early, finds that kill on Shawnee. 3 go down off the start. Urban, the last man alive. He had to play a little bit of defense. Thankfully, he actually has an angle perfectly on that drone, so he will buy his teammates off of that spawn a little bit of time. As John coming from that wall run, this should be a 1-point toss, and can he get it off is the question. That one will just knock through, so this one's already a tie game.
Yeah, so JCap, I think that's something that him and his team have worked on a lot, is setting up for that 1-point play right there to execute it and hit it perfectly every time. When you watch their scrims, that's just something they have coordinated down like clockwork, and you can see it coming into effect here.
Of course, you see some of those scarabs. Of course, we talked about the utility from either team. How do those payloads come into effect? I know coming into this game, we also talked about the rig draft, how can those active camo, those overdrive players be pretty influential. You see Slasher getting a little bit over halfway through the active camo. I think that's definitely going to be a major difference maker as long as this game stays pretty close. And based on how that first half went, I think we can have a game that comes down to those rigs being used.
Yeah, it seems like at least in this instance, we're seeing two very evenly matched teams on precinct and precinct uplink. A lot of the payload progress, though, is in favor of Red Reserve. As you can see, Urban is just a kill or two away from it. Joe following soon behind him. We'll have to see if Envious can make it happen without any payloads on this push as JCap dies.
And Slasher throws that drone down to try to get a little bit of map control for his team, trying to save as much time as he possibly can. Of course, as he falls, that can maybe open the door now for Red to get a push going. Nile now going to have that drone in his hands. Could be a 1-point toss for the most part. Players coming from that right side. He's going to go for the one, but will it go through? Yes, it will. Good response there from Red Reserve. Granted, they'll drop it in 4s, but I think they'll take the toss and return anytime.
For sure. So now Team Envious is grabbing it right off the spawn, trying to get set up around Statue here. We saw how well it worked for them the first push. But can it work out for them now? We see the FTL jump being used for an escape, and it ends up working out as Red Reserve wipes them. Team fight going in favor of Envious, even though John gets a pretty embarrassing turn on to Shawnee as he was trying to drop shot. Neither team really having too much map presence right now as Red Reserve is looking to try and get a little bit of control around Statue.
Yeah, after holding that ticket booth, but I know we talked about Slasher as well doing similar things. It's kind of worked out for them for the most part, but Nile might have escaped with the drone. He's going to off to the races. He's going to have one teammate there, but needs to back up for the most part, trying to wait for his teammates to kind of maybe provide a little bit of those lead blockers.
And see, this is where that pro player intuition comes in, right? Any other, less talented player would have just run straight down middle map by themselves, right? But Nile was able to throw that drone down, buy himself some more time, and his patience pays off. Red Reserve scores again.
Yeah, Shawnee thankfully was there for the rebound. He's able to get the 1-point toss in despite the death, but it's a worthy transaction, I would say. But of course, still a one possession advantage right now for the side of Red Reserve. Apathy, you can see on that 7 spree, definitely trying to be a major difference maker despite the fact that Red Reserve scoring ends up dropping there, getting incredibly close to that reactive armor. I believe JCap is in possession of that overdrive as well. So if they can get a toss off here, at least kind of even this one up to maybe a one possession game as it currently is, they can maybe even take the lead.
Apathy trying to push onto that statue, and that's where I mentioned it can be so devastating once you're in control. Nile in the power position is able to take him out. Here comes the overdrive from Joe, lining it up. The shot comes in, and the 1-point play sinks just between two envious players. That's going to be another point on the board for Red Reserve, who's been looking very good so far in this uplink match.
Here come the streaks from Apathy, of course, earning that one on that streak he won on just prior. Slasher actually ends up dropping, and Apathy finds the 2 piece. Can he find the 3rd as well? That's going to be 4 down. John now with that drone in his hands. He's going to get that dunk off, and I believe they still have that active K1 overdrive to work with. Apathy ends up using the reactive armor to try to find a kill through mid. That could give his team a little bit of a drive as one player is down, and looks like they're going to push from this side angle. JCap does have that overdrive, but he ends up falling. Red Reserve trying to hold the line. Apathy coming from the flank, just trying to stay up for as long as he can. Tries to go for the ball swipe, but it's not going to be home. Red Reserve, if they can just maybe throw this one off the map, try to delay as much as possible, this could be a game number 3 victory for them.
Oh, and this is a high-pressure moment. 35 seconds left on the clock. JCap has overdrive. He is the most valuable player on the side of Team Envious right now. They want to keep him alive, and they want to keep him around the objective. Apathy slaying is definitely going to help them with that pressure, but can they get JCap near the objective long enough to get that overdrive push in is the question, and force it either an overtime or a victory here.
And Red Reserve is just trying to reside in sort of that middle map, and it looks like Niles here, but JCap finds 3, actually, thankfully, to the great plays coming from Apathy. Shawnee's the last player alive, and he just needs to try and stay up as much as possible. The ground pound will come in, but it's not going to be home. Slasher needs to go for a 1-point toss, but he tosses it so far behind him that Envious might not have a push, but JCap has the overdrive. Can he get the toss off? He's not going to be able to round the corner. And in the last few seconds, elevate clutch up. Shawnee was there to hold the line. And in the last few seconds, this game will be decided.
I think he was trying to do a manual pass right there, and it ended up bouncing and going just a little too far behind them. And that 1 or 2 seconds that took away from them was crucial. So Red Reserve is going to come out on top.
Man, oh man. Red Reserve back-to-back victories for them. I got to be honest, I really was not expecting them to win this precinct uplink. I know we talked about the overall slaying prowl that Envious provides when it comes down to an uplink, especially on a map like Precinct. We thought it would work out very well for them. But in this case, I don't know, man. I really don't know what to expect. However, though, I was actually looking at, of course, a few more of our notes, and when it came down to map struggles, whenever they were actually interviewing Urban, he actually ended up saying Throwback Hardpoint is actually our worst map and our worst game mode. So to me, it definitely could be an opportunity where we might see that Crusher Search and Destroy for map 5.
If it's anything like that first hardpoint where Envious just outclassed them for the majority of the map, then I think that this hardpoint could very easily go to their favor, and then we're going to go to a game 5 where we get to a Crusher S&D map that we'll talk a little bit more about once we get to that point. But this hard point right here, if everything points towards Team Envious taking map number 4. So I think that we might be going to a game 5 here. I'm really excited to see if Red Reserve can answer back and sort of take the momentum of the 2 last maps that they've won, and just have that sort of that excitement to take that 3rd map. That could be pretty big for them.
Oh, absolutely. And I know we talk about when it comes down to Throwback, those SMGs, those ERADs. We end up seeing a lot of ERAD usage in that last map there for Joe. I think we end up seeing Urban use it a little bit toward that earlier respawn. Do you think we see more of it coming into that map 4?
Oh, absolutely. Especially on a map like Throwback. So many close range choke points, so many different routes that ERAD players can hit. Now, if you're an ERAD player, you want to avoid the blue side of the map like the plague.
Oh, yeah.
But everywhere else, you could usually have some sort of an impact for your team, for sure.
Except for those rotations over toward Barn, how can you kind of maintain that one overall? I know for the side of Envious, and even the side of Optic Gaming, the faces, the teams from North America especially who have done fantastic in the respawns, they always talk about kind of ignoring that first hill, kind of trying to ignore that, making sure that those rotation is what your mind is on. So I think if Red Reserve can potentially maybe hold down those spawns, pretty well. They could easily get a lead off of just maybe one hill all playing together. And if we know anything about Barn, it's a very contested hill. If teams are kind of start to spawn around there, you have that E-Red out. That's the perfect gun to have in those situations.
Oh, absolutely. That's where we can expect to see Joe have a big impact for Red Reserve. Now, on the side of Team Envious, I look to see what Apathy does. He's definitely someone that over the past several years has been one of the most dangerous players in this game mode across several Call of Duty titles. He's always one of those top players that you look at, and now he finds himself on a top team around other players that have been dangerous in this game mode. So that's going to be a pretty tough matchup for Red Reserve.
Definitely should be. Potentially could see that map 5 come into play, but of course, as we focus our attention right now toward the rig draft, I know we've been seeing John actually rock that Centurion throughout most of the game. Haven't really seen it be too influential, but when it comes down to the rig draft, pretty expected stuff. Nothing really too out of the ordinary, but of course, your reactive armors and maybe even that Centurion coming into Barn could be a major play, I think for sure.
So a little bit about this Red Reserve roster. Expect to see players like Joe and Shawnee running that NV4 and the E-Red. We're talking about the composition of some of these teams in terms of their payloads and weapons that they use. That's definitely going to be a factor, as we mentioned, for Throwback. We also have that this roster. Not this roster. The former iteration of Red Reserve went to Game 5 with Optic Gaming in their groups phase. Now, my question is, how does Team MVS respond this late into the series, right? Like, how do they bounce back to a team that has shown? Well, I guess we can't. That wouldn't be fair for me to give this Red Reserve that credit, right? Because they had that roster change of losing both Zero and Rated. Mm-hmm. It's a very different roster. So
yeah, I mean, like I said, it's 50% of their entire roster, but even you can still give them a little bit of credit. I mean, obviously, instead of Joe and Urban, they're no slouches by themselves,
but Zero and Rated, I feel like match up very well against international
Absolutely.
teams. So I feel like that's probably the biggest reason that they went to Game 5. But regardless, the point being, Team Envious is a difficult team to beat. Optic Gaming, definitely just above them. So how can Red Reserve close out the series, or can Team Envious respond and force a Game 5?
We'll obviously find that out. We're going to hop on board with Urban off the break as we do talk about that spawn control over toward that next hill. Going to be very influential, but of course these gunfights, these early time, not going to go to anyone here shortly, but it looks like Red Reserve are going to hop in the hill for the time, as yet again they will hold those spawns in a little bit of early seconds.
All right, Slasher taking point. This is going to be his dojo, his place is going to be Bike Path with that NV4. Shut down anything from the K-bars and submachine guns on the side of Red Reserve. Lots of gunfights going down middle map, and most of that time being awarded to the side of Red Reserve. And now with Envious up off spawn, that should give them a nice 8 to 10 seconds of uncontested time before Nile really has to do too much. He's playing off of the communication of his teammates to figure out where he needs to pre-aim. And as you can see, Team Envious, knowing this, they can't really just go in guns blazing as they get shut down just like that.
I was going to ask you, I was like, maybe should they try to go on a flank for the most part, but they try to go all guns blazing. It doesn't work out for them. Red Reserve, 35 uncontested points, and now they've got the rotation in the Barn. They're looking good to maybe get the first 50 seconds or so.
Yeah, moving over to Barn, we see Red Reserve is set up for the initial time. They're going to have to kill Nile, who's back there on the anchor, before they can really do too much. He's going to be waiting in a corner for this player. Slasher turning the corner. Apathy's able to stop him, though. Great pinch and push coming in for them. Excellent coordination. Now they need to find Urban on the point. Again, they're shutting down all these targets in order of priority, and it worked out so well for them. That was a very clean break from the side of Team Envious.
Great break coming in from the side of Envy as their backs are in some cases against the wall. Not really an expected result in SIP at this point. When we talk about the other two teams who are in this group, we've got Tainted Minds and Optic Gaming. Of course, we do talk about major and a juggernaut in Optic Gaming. If Envious loses this one, a lot of people don't really expect them to beat Optic Gaming as well. This could be a major factor as far as this group is considered, because they lose this one, they lose that one versus Optic, they're not going to be in that winner's bracket.
Oh, absolutely, and that sets the stage beautifully for the rest of this hardpoint as we see Red Reserve is able to come right back and take the hardpoint in control with a pretty easy fashion as to what we saw Envious do on the first break. So now we're rotating over to our second point. As you can see on your mini-map, most players gravitating towards that. The Team Envious players sort of outnumbering them, as well as the flank that's coming in from Apathy. He should be able to find himself at least one kill to make it worth it. John takes down Nile. Apathy still in play here, though. Team shot. He's able to catch a couple more players here, Landon, and that was a pretty big pinch.
The big plays coming in from Envy. We talk about the utility that guys like Apathy and John can bring to a game. When you just kind of throw them at the enemy and they can easily get at least 1 to 2 kills per time. And it's kind of been a little bit of a struggle so far through Red Reserve trying to hold this bike path hill. Slasher trying to remain inside of that middle plat area and potentially find himself on a flank. But fortunately for him, he will drop, and the contention for bike path will continue.
Contention will continue. Urban in a close range engagement. He's going to lose that one to John, who finds 2 kills in a row. Right there was actually in a little bit of a disadvantageous situation because he had to find a previous kill. He's still able to come out on top. And Team Envious looks like they're clawing their way right back into this game with this point. Oh, and if John could have gotten that kill, he would have had plus 150 for hopping onto the point and retaking it for the last few seconds. So that could have been big for his score streaks right there. So good on the side of Red Reserve, realizing that and winning that big gunfight.
I like that play from Urban as well in that particular spot. Tries to catch those players off of the spawn, because if so, he's just giving his teammates more and more easy and free time as the rotation will come in. Shawnee ends up dropping in a pretty big power spot. Looks like Niall was in that scare, but finds a kill in the end. Hill going to be contested for a time, but Red Reserve holding the line yet again. I gotta say, I've been really impressed with guys like Joe, and especially the entire Red Reserve team. Despite them being a new roster, they seem to be working at their team pushes and their holds very, very well.
I think they're right there a little bit that paid dividends towards the side of Red Reserve was the team kill that came from JCap on the slasher. Of course, when you're pushing in, and that's supposed to be your duo that you're baiting and trading with, and you put bullets in his back to knock him out, that's not going to be very easy. So you see, once Team Envious gets another attempt with all their players alive, they come through and take it, and they should get this remaining time despite the final push coming in from Joe. Whoa, who actually comes out on top on JCap there.
And Joe trying to stay up as that first set of rotations will be complete. Red Reserve 117-250. As Envious need to try to find something. And I know we talked about how big Apathy's play has been in those previous tournaments, having a 1.20 respawn KD at Atlanta. I think if he maybe steps up a little bit along with his other team playing pretty consistent, that could be the moment where they try to step it up and maybe even take the lead in this game.
Absolutely. So Apathy's on your screen right now. He had to respond to the pinch that was coming in from Red Reserve. He's able to find one kill to continue himself on a 2 streak, takes the player off the objective as well. So he played that very well. I feel like Red Reserve actually had a good setup. I'm not sure what Joe was looking at right there, but it was an Apathy who seems to just be playing a totally different game from everyone else for these last minute or so.
He's starting to catch these players off, and awkward engagements, but a nice composition of kills there coming in from Red Reserve as Slasher will spawn with 2, but in the end, a lot of contested time, a lot of people trying to focus their attention over toward Barn. Now going to be in the back. It looks like player number 4 and number 1 at the top are going to be from Red. Joe, I believe Shawnee are going to be here for that rotation into Barn.
So we saw in the last rotation of Hills that this is where Red Reserve was set up pretty well, and then Envious was able to come through and break it almost instantly. So the question is, can they repeat that behavior, or will Red Reserve be able to respond this time? Kills being traded pretty evenly on both sides. However, Team Envious gets the more important kills, and they get control of the hardpoint as well as spawns. Red Reserve is now on the offensive front.
John trying to stay up. Of course, players from Red starting to surround the hill. He's able to find one just off to the right. It looks like here comes some more Red Reserve players. Shawnee trying to make a little bit of an impact. Slasher's there for the trade, but who is going to stay up is the question. Niall loses that, in some cases, that team fight, and Team Envious will be awarded the seconds for now. But Red Reserve does not want to give away any easy points. They realize they've got the rotation in some cases. And it looks like JCap still trying to stay up, but for some reason Red Reserve still trying to contest this. Maybe is that for that spawn over toward that lemon?
They got a close spawn on blue, so I guess that their idea was they wanted to push from this side and try and get control of this side for the bike path hardpoint that we're moving to, and then flip within the next 30 seconds. So I think that might have been their idea. It's because they spawned so close, they might as well push.
Absolutely. Well, of course, it does work out for them for the most part. Envious getting some early time over on side of bike path. Urban used that FTL jump, nearly finds the kill in the end there, but fortunately for him, he will end up dropping. Envious starting to make a little bit of impact here, Fox. They've kind of started to bring it back. To be honest, I know we talked about Apathy's play. If he starts to kind of pick things up, right now he's 23 and 15. I think he was positive the last time we talked about him. He's starting to make a major impact, and Envious is nearly back into this game. They might even take the lead here.
Apathy's just playing flanks a lot this game, and it's working out for him. He's catching the Red Reserve players off guard, disrupting their setup from behind, and it's definitely paying dividends for Team Envious. As you can see, they're able to find themselves a lead for the first time in this entire map.
Urban there with a nice shot there over onto Slasher, just trying to be aware of that rotation coming in toward that back bowling side. As it's been a close game the entire series, and this hardpoint is not going to say the least, as Apathy going to actually find a few there. Envious get 4 down in the kill feed, and that could be an early rotation 1 there for the side of Envious. This could be them getting to an even bigger and bigger lead as Apathy continuing to go on a little bit of a spree. Unfortunately for him, he ends up dropping that particular spot, as they're going to be getting that spawn over toward blue. This is not looking good for Red now.
All right, Red Reserve waiting patiently for their team to regroup and push through underpass. 3 players coming in from that direction, as well as bowling. They all get shut down, though. The setup from Team Envious proven to be too strong right there. It looked like it was a pretty staggered one. I think there was only 3 people really engaging at the same time.
Looks like JCap will drop toward the back. Red Reserve starting to make a little bit of an impact now as they've realized that their lead is, in some cases, starting to diminish. Joe firing a few extra shots in toward that bowling side, but Envious wants to get these scrap seconds. Of course, every point meaning more and more as those players coming from blue will win the engagement in the end. As we reset back toward middle, it will be Envious with a little bit of a lead, just about by over 21.
So for some time in this map, we saw that Joe was leading the scoreboard. He had about like 17 kills, whereas most players in the lobby were around 9 to 11, somewhere around there. And now we see he's kind of slowing down, or he's not really slowing down as much as other players are catching up. And you can see most of that is on the side of Team Envious, on the back of Apathy.
And I think when we talked about Apathy throughout most of his career, we talked about when Apathy is playing at his best, you just got to get out of the way. You got to play around him. And I think when it comes down to his career previously and how he's been performing so far throughout Infinite Warfare, you just got to let this guy slay and kind of play around him. And we talked about his impact so far. We also talked about John's impact more recently there too, as he's going to be on that 3 streak. And it looks like all players from Envious now have earned their payloads. This could be a huge break for them. If they get that breakthrough, that could be John maybe even putting that Centurion down inside a barn.
It looks like we're coming down to the closing moments of this game. Team Envious has built themselves a pretty big advantage alongside their comeback that they can use they can execute with that to close the game. So the question will be, how can Red Reserve respond to that? 4 payloads in your face in the last 2 minutes of the game is not easy to handle.
It absolutely won't be, but 3 players drop for Envy. John left. His teammates do start to spawn up toward that bike path side, firing a few shots into that flank, just trying to be aware, maybe trying to pinch this hill out. But here comes some of the payloads. Apathy with that reactive armor ends up getting the kill. One more left in his line sight. Going to call that one out to his teammates as Envy could have broken this one, and Apathy finds another one. Ground pound coming in, but it doesn't matter as they've officially taken back over this hill and look to be in a prime position to maybe even closer and closer to taking this game out.
Envy's breaks on Barn this entire map have been so good, and I think that's where they're mounting up a lot of their time. And you can see the grenade coming in right there. Working off of the communication of Apathy, John is able to find a pretty big kill. So now, Team Envious, all they have to do is watch one side because they realize the spawns of Red Reserve are staggered. There's not a whole lot they can do, and this time should be going to them pretty easily.
Yeah, they're going to get to about 232 is where their mark will end. As rotations come over toward bike path. Looks like Envy's actually won that rotation there as well. So despite Red Reserve getting on that early rotation, now coming with the active cam is going to try to award his teammates back that time, but he ends up falling in the exchange. 3 go down now for Red Reserve, and Envious now the last few seconds ticking down. As Fox, it looks like we're going to be heading to a Game 5 on Crusher. Red Reserve, despite having a fantastic moment in that uplink, it's going to be Envious responding back as they're going to win this one 250 to 179.
Yeah, and this one was definitely a lot closer than what we saw in the previous map. Not so much outside of scores. I'm talking about the performance. Red Reserve started off really hot, but then once we saw Apathy get that hot hand, his hot streak was just so devastating. He was so disruptive to anything that Red Reserve was trying to work on and set up. And I think that's what that goes into Team Envious having that advantage of having established roles, right? You're not going to send JCap on flanks over and over again. You're going to send someone like Apathy on those flanks. And that's why I kind of question Red Reserve's philosophy of the game of not feeling like any sort of roles need to be established amongst the players outside of weapons.
Right, and that's obviously, like I said, it kind of comes down to how long you've been working together as a team, how can that kind of pay off. But it looks like we're going to be heading to a Game 5, like I said, over on Crusher. It should be a pretty interesting one to watch. I know we talk about sniper rifles kind of being involved when it comes down to Crusher. I know teams like Opti Gaming and FaZe more recently have definitely kind of improved when it comes down to that. And like I said, when it came down to that game number 2, Search and Destroy, we ended up seeing Red Reserve get a lot of momentum due to Joe's play, especially. To be honest, coming into this game, I'm thinking Envious definitely closes this one out pretty easy. But Red Reserve, they've definitely impressed.
For sure. In this series, Red Reserve has looked good at times. In this Game 5, though, I'm going to give my vote to Team Envious for taking the series. I had them coming out on top in this pool behind Optic Gaming. Right. So this is one of the series that I predicted them to take. Did not expect it to get this close, so we should have an intense Game 5. Guys, we're going to cut to a commercial break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Dallas Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, we're live here on the Bravo station, currently in the midst of a series going on between Team Envious and Red Reserve. Not many, including myself, I think you as well, would predict this one to go down to a Game 5, but Red Reserve have definitely kind of impressed us, and now we're into a Crusher Search and Destroy. It should be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the side of Red Reserve, they said this is one of their stronger game modes when it comes to their online performance, although it is also their least practiced. So not exactly sure how they feel like those two things correlate, but that's what we heard from the players on this team. So
right. I'm
looking to see just how well they can do against Team Envious, who I feel like is no slouch in search and destroy. We have a player like Apathy, who is boasting a 1.45 KD in this game mode while being the designated bomb carrier on a lot of the maps.
That's pretty impressive, to say the least. When you're kind of like the main objective guy, plus you're also one of the top players in the game, getting the respawn, it's like, how does that even work? But
well, I mean, it's hard to defuse the bomb when you're dead, right?
That's a good point.
So if you look at it that way,
valid
Apathy's
argument.
contributing in every way he can.
Exactly. But of course, when we do kind of talk about a map like Crusher, getting those bombs down, we kind of talk about kind of being more site heavy when it comes down to it. We kind of have one bomb site that's kind of a little bit slower pace, kind of works a little bit better for the defensive team. And then we have the opposite bomb site over on A, which is just high octane, constantly kills going down. ERAD's being in use quite a bit as well. So it wouldn't surprise me, kind of what we saw in Throwback was the set of Red Reserve kind of using the opposite bomb site quite a bit. Do we see them use that again? Do they kind of cater toward what is not normal and make that work for them?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think a lot of it just tends to how the teams flow and set up on their maps, because some teams favor one bomb site, some teams will favor another. I think it's very situational in terms of play styles, and Red Reserve doesn't exactly have an established play style on this map just yet against top competition in North America. So I think that we'll see a lot of adjustments being made from round to round after the first two or three.
Now, I want to ask you as well, when it comes down to middle map, a lot of teams kind of like to play, when it comes down to defense especially, try to get a little bit of an idea as to where those kills could be coming from, a little bit of that mid-map control. Any snipers to be looking out for either team who could definitely be a lethal one to get those first bloods?
Believe it, we expected it to be Urban in map number 2. However, I think that we saw it ended up being Shawnee that had the sniper. He was able to find himself one kill on the first search and destroy in this series. So I'd be looking to see what his positioning is like on this map. I think that a lot of us can agree he'll definitely be around middle map, just trying to hold any sort of flanks or pinches that can be executed, and also watching for rotations. This map is all about rotations.
I believe I saw an ERAD there in the hands of, I thought it was John for the moment, but it looks like they're going to be switching to an MV4. So we'll see how the side of Envious can do here off the start. Apathy going to be, of course, your bomb carriers. They make their way toward that B site. And looks like for the side of Elevate, kind of being sporadic throughout the entire map, just trying to get a little bit of a read as to where those Envious boys could be coming from.
Yeah, so Apathy going to be the first one front line with the bomb here. Not too much of a response from the side of Red Reserve, but they do get a little bit of information with that jammer grenade. So now, Niles calling out to his team that they're here, and he's backing up to avoid taking any unnecessary damage to where they can capitalize on this together. But Apathy catches them off guard and finds 2 kills. So now it's a 2 versus 1 in favor of Team Envious.
Urban, a couple players in front of him, ends up dropping there, so good overall play from the side of Envious. They kind of rushed that site pretty heavily. Despite those early, kind of nades kind of coming in, trying to disrupt them, they're able to make it happen in the end. And it looked kind of like maybe a little miscommunication. Apathy's kind of up in the air, and he's finding kills without players turning around, so maybe that could be, in some ways, that little bit of communication deficit that the Red Reserve side doesn't really have a whole lot of experience in.
And if you talk about experience, this Envious team has a whole lot of it, and especially together, right? So I definitely think you look to see a lot of coordinated plays out of them throughout this map here as they start off the game 1-0. Apathy with the ERAD looking to apply some pressure here, and a close choke point, again, catching one player off guard after finding his initial gunfight win. We've seen that for 2 rounds in a row, but still, it's a 1 versus 1 as JCap team kills John.
That's a huge team kill as well, because now it makes it a 1 versus 1, and Joe is able to clutch it out. What a beautiful play from Joe there in the end, as I believe he finds at least 3 in that round. Actually, 2 in that round, toward the end. Big kills coming in, but like we talked about, that team kill coming in, that should have been a 2 versus 1, but in the end, Joe's able to clutch it out, just having good timing there.
I want to see what went wrong right there in their execution. You should not be team killing your team with a grenade in the first 20 seconds of a round, right? They should know where your grenade is going. Unless, of course, he missed through it. We don't really know, but that's a really rough way to win a round that easily should have been Envious.
Apathy has the ERAD. Most likely you're going to see that push over toward A, as we'll see how round number 3 does play out. Playing the back number 7 is going to be Urban. And he's trying to kind of order that communication over to his teammates. Apathy wins that early battle. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Now make it all players start to fall as JCap and John combined for 2, and now Joe's going to be left all by himself, gets met with more Envious players, as now they're going to take the round advantage, 2-1.
Yeah, it looked like he was met with another E-Rad right there. Of course, being able to come out of that sprint so quickly with the recent changes we've seen, Apathy's going to be able to find and connect with the kill before we can really get too much damage off on anyone. It's going to be 2 rounds for Team Envious. It bounced right back from a pretty upsetting finish to the second round, I think.
Yeah, and I think we kind of talked about it. I believe I just saw a sniper there from John. But we do talk about Apathy's play so far. Currently sitting at 6-1. Granted, that team kill comes in. Probably could have won that round as well due to his incredible slang, his combinations of 2 pieces that he's able to get so far. We'll see how he could potentially be an influence. John as well. He's going to hit that sniper rifle. Probably should be calling it to his teammates for them to make the rotation. Looks like they will be doing that. So for the most part, as that trophy system does come into play, the one player, number 5, though, is going to be pretty influential. Joe, they could be waiting for him to maybe make a flank, I would think.
Yeah, and they definitely need the flank because they know they can't give John any free kills. They can't peek around that corner, but still they find someone and they punish him for it. It's Urban who's able to get 2 or 3 kills on his own, and the flank ends up being an afterthought, just an icing on top. The icing on top of the cake right there.
I apologize for not going on board with Urban there, because I was thinking, waiting for Joe to kind of come around the corner. Envy kind of exposes themselves, and Urban's there to make you pay for it. That's the issue that kind of comes up in facing off against this Red Reserve lineup, is that at times they're in the air. I mean, anyone could get caught off guard. So major plays, they're coming in there from the side of Red Reserve, as they're going to level it up at 2 apiece, excuse me. Apathy, of course, going to be your bomb carrier yet again as they make their push over toward B. Player number 8 is going to be Shawnee. Looks like he is going to try to just be aware of that push that could come through. It looks like player number 6 actually going to be Nile. His kills start to go down. He's going to obviously utter that communication over to his teammates. So this push is happening quick.
Red Reserve looks like they're going to be met by the boys in blue just around the corner, both flooding through this doorway towards the wall run. The first gunfight goes down. Despite now having the first shot, Apathy gets the better of him. It seems like his one-on-one gunfights this entire series have been excellent. He's been coming out on top the entire time, Landon.
And with that, that's obviously going to leave Urban left in a 1 versus 2. The bomb goes down. He does have that FTL jump as well as a scare. Probably the only thing to use is that FTL jump. Player right in front of him. Can't find the kill. Apathy uses a little bit of that side cover, as he's going to completely shut down Urban. That's now going to be 3 rounds to 2 in Envious's favor, along with getting that bomb down. I'm not sure if he uses reactive armor in this particular spot. I don't believe he does.
So Apathy is just a raid boss.
It's almost like he has a permanent reactive armor on.
He is crazy right now. Definitely winning a lot. And a lot of these are close range engagements. That's something that has been Apathy's strength for years now. So it's definitely no surprise. It's just always a pleasure to watch when it happens and when he really gets hot. So now he's going to pull out the E-Rad. Noticing a lot of these engagements he's finding himself in are close range, and he can put himself in a much better situation with the submachine gun. He made this exact same push last round. Doesn't get punished for it as he shockwaves down onto Joe. They did see that coming, though. You saw that everyone paused and looked towards that way. Apathy still finds the kill.
So despite Apathy finding the kill, it still now will be a 2 versus 1. Slasher all to do. Currently sitting at 0-5. Yet to find a kill. Of course, in this game number 5, I'd like to see him maybe pick it up and potentially give Envy quite a bit of momentum, especially as he's able to clutch this 1 versus 2. Bomb going down right now. If this player rounds the corner, he could get some really good timing. Finds one player just to his right is going to be Shawnee.
Where's the
Shawnee is there for the kill, so Shawnee ends up finding it. Despite Slasher finding his first kill of the game, Shawnee's there for the response, and now Red Reserve fire back 3-3.
That was pretty scary right there. I was wondering why Shawnee wasn't closer to the bomb planter, because they had no idea. They didn't really have a read on where he could go. But the communication after he killed Slasher, or after Slasher killed him, was able to get Shawnee that kill regardless.
Now I'm going to ask, I know, of course, a great performance right now for Apathy, sitting at 9-3, but talk about his amount of kills that he's gotten. A lot of the times, though, as he's getting those 2 and 3 kills at times, his teammates, a lot of the time, don't end up clutching the round in the end. So is there a particular strategy maybe you want to see Apathy maybe a little bit more passively, or kind of maybe work more with his teammates? Because granted, he's getting the kills that happen, but it's tied.
I think that Apathy's doing all he can right now. I think that it's just more of other players maybe not winning the gunfights that they should, especially if he's getting them first bloods and such. That's no excuse. So here it is, JCap. Now his turn to find a first blood. Lots of engagements going down, more towards the A-bomb site here.
And Urban left in a 1 versus 4. Just trying to stay up for as long as possible. Maybe trying to earn some more score to some potential streaks. Of course, he's got that scarab already. FTL jump in hand, but he'll be smart to most likely not try to use this one, as that bomb does get planted there from Slasher. Of course, trying to get every player involved when it comes down to getting your payload. Just trying to be aware of his positioning, as he is going to find Apathy toward the back. Exchange a few shots there, but this is kind of like where you wave the white flag. You're like, I really don't know what to do in this spot. Just trying to find as many kills as I can, maybe jump off the map. Just try to delay as much score as possible. But yeah, Urban's just going to kind of go to the back of the map. Try not to give any more score to the side of Envious.
This is definitely one of the, like, how can I make the best out of an awful situation kind of things for Urban. You know, being 1 versus 4, he's just going to hide in this corner, try and play for his score streaks rather than force the issue and feed kills. And with how close the search and destroy is, that could definitely be a crucial thing to give away. Oh, they tried to stop him running out of the map right there.
I think throughout most of the map, he was actually like looking toward like the outside of the map. He's like, where can I jump off the map? Like, where can I try to get away from them? And obviously, for those who at home don't really realize, that bomb does explode. It gives more and more score toward that opposite player who ended up planting that bomb down. So kind of smart play in the end there from Urban to try and delay that as much as possible. He had already earned that Scarab in the end and obviously already has his FTL jump. So with that in mind, smart play is coming in Red Reserve, but can they make the offensive push? It looks like a few players coming on that wall run. John will trade 1. Apathy will die in the end, but a 3-man going to be up for either side right now. Looks like the Red Reserve players pretty spread apart from each other at the moment.
Very decisive play coming from Red Reserve. Remember how before this game started, I mentioned that this map is all about rotations. They get that pick, and without a step out of place, they just immediately cut back towards the A bomb site. They get themselves a bomb plant, and now Envious has to retake.
You see they decided to retake this site. Looks like Jacob being the only player with that payload in hand. Puts me just over to his right inside of you. Is Jacob going to expect this kill to happen, but tries to turn on 1, finds that one over on Nile. Shawnee is there and finds it again. Another kill for Jacob. Gets in, getting shot from the side. Joe still with that E-Red in hand. Really just has to play the time at this point and just needs to back up. John could potentially try to find this kill and could get to the Fusel. Player just in that corner is able to find it, but he's not going to have enough time to get to the Fusel in the end. So that will be another round going in favor of Red Reserve. Round and around we go, as this one's going to be tied up at 4-4 now, Fox.
And Joe played that so well right there, Landon. He knew that he had an E-Rad, and those hallways were the best place for him to be. Not only that, if there was a gunfight he couldn't finish or one that he knew he couldn't win, all he has to do was back up and play that clock. And you saw there was nothing that John could do about it besides run at him and finish the kill. Right. And doing that, he ended up having to give up the round to Red Reserve.
We'll see what Envious can produce. It could all come from this offensive push. Apathy's definitely been a major difference maker when it comes down to that E-Rad play. He does have that reactive armor as well, but obviously I'd like to save that one for later rounds, but if he has to use it to solidify a round, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Early nades being exchanged, but the Red Reserve side, of course, having at least a few players over toward this A site. Scarab going to learn a lot of information, but if you look at player 5 and 6, it's going to be Joe and Nile. Trying to provide a little bit of that mid-map control, just trying to be aware as Joe backs up inside of you. No kills going down as of yet. Both teams are trying to find that first blood to make an impact.
And you can see all 4 of the Red Reserve players are still swarming around this A site. Envious reading this. This is going to rotate over to the B site. And Red Reserve should send at least 2 players over. It looks like they're going to just do all 4. As I said, all about rotations. They're going to do it as a unit and try and get on the defensive front here. They're all sort of huddled together right here around the corner. Really curious to see how this push unfolds. The bomb actually is stopped. The team kill comes through. Shawnee takes down now for the side of Team Envious. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Joe being outnumbered, but he's still able to find that close range kill with the E-Rad, and Envious still takes it, answering right back.
Oh my. Envious now going to be up 5-4. We've obviously made it all the way down to a game 5. Little gunfights going down here and there have obviously dictated how this one has gone. Red Reserve, their backs are against the wall. They look like they could potentially take the series. They've definitely shown a lot in this first match versus the side of the boys in blue. We'll see if they can force the round 11. Nile going to be the man with the bomb in his hands as they are going to try and go for that early A push. And it looks like for the side of Envious, no player is going to have any control over here for now. But player number 3, Apathy, decides to rotate back. Actually, no, he's going to wrap back around, so.
Yeah, he's got access to that Scarab. He's going to use that for a bit of information instead of putting himself in danger. He's able to tag up 1 player on the bomb, but as you can see from the health bar, he's still just about 1 shot away from death. Tossing in some nades, trying to breach and clear here. Apathy hopes to have himself a pathway, but it's just as likely he could be turning into the pre-fire from an assault rifle.
Of course, not a whole lot of time left to get that defusal down. Apathy tries to go for the rush, can't find anything to happen, but it looks like there's going to be Joe there for the response. Joe trying to stay up. Last player, John. He's going to find the kill in the end. As Fox, we're going to be heading to a round 11 between Red Reserve and Team Envious.
Game 5, round 11 right here. I was really surprised that Apathy turning that choke point didn't pop the kinetic armor, but he still got it saved for round 11. I just thought that they would have closed it out right there if he could get 1 kill.
Reactive armor there for Apathy Joe with Overdrive. He's going to eventually use that one off to start. Shawnee also has that reactive armor as well, so payload advantage toward the side, at least for now, of Red Reserve. We'll see how this one does kick off. So in the Bravo stage, we've obviously had a fantastic match to kind of kick things off. It looks like it will be Slasher with that bomb here, actually, for the side of Envious. He's going to get actually that active camo due to this plant, so that's big for them.
For sure. He could actually get aggressive here with this active camo and just sit behind enemy lines without Red Reserve even realizing it. He wants to stay off of those wall runs, so that might be the best course of action. Apathy, though, as the front line, not losing those one-on-one engagements. And you can see Slasher on that late flank is going to find the final kill.
Beautiful play there from Envious in the end as they will close this one out in dramatic fashion. It came down to the wire as Envious will walk away with the victory 3-2, but in round 11 fashion. Beautiful play there from them in the end. I think it was definitely a major play to give Slash the active camo, kind of gave them more confidence to kind of rush that one out. But of course, I gotta say though, I'm very impressed by Red Reserve. I think whether or not they make it out of this group or not, of course you got Opti Gaming still to face off against. It was major momentum for Envy to win this one. But I think Red Reserve, despite how they may be doing as far as groups are considered, in that loser's bracket, at least they could definitely make an impact throughout the rest of the MLG Dallas.
Yeah, I think Red Reserve is looking a little bit better than what I expected them to look like in this series. I thought that this would be more of a 3-1 kind of thing, but in the uplink, they put up such a great fight that I definitely, that changes the way I look at this team throughout this tournament. I want to see one more matchup against a top team before I really have that opinion set in stone, but it's looking pretty good so far if you're a Red Reserve fan.
Oh, for sure. Well, guys, that's going to do it for our first game here on the Bravo station. Of course, Envious winning this one in Game 5, Round 11. We'll obviously see how things do start to kick off. We're going to have Phase and Elevate up next. So, guys, don't go anywhere. More action from the CWL Dallas Open in just a moment.
and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League presented by PlayStation 4. We are here live at the CWL Dallas Open. I'm Fox. I'm joined now by Dirk. Looks a lot different from Landon. He's joining me for this matchup between FaZe Clan and Team Elevate. We just saw in our previous matchup, it was a North American versus EU matchup, and we're seeing it again here with FaZe and Elevate.
This one should be a pretty good one. I mean, both these teams, we talked to them previously in the event. How do they feel about each other going into that? FaZe completely just focusing on Luminosity for their pool. But Elevate says FaZe is the toughest team, the one to beat. I mean, That's kind of obvious, right? We have such high expectations for these guys. Always seem like they're going to break into the top, but have never just been able to crack. Beating Optic Gaming, basically, is the way that we just need to sum it up. So both of these teams, pretty similar in weaknesses as well. Openly, in the uplink is probably their worst game mode going into that as well. So right on your guys' screen, we're going to be jumping straight into the rig draft, but as usual, just kind of a picture-perfect matchup.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about this matchup. You mentioned before how Elevate's rated did specifically say that he feels like FaZe is going to be their toughest matchup, and he says that if they even win this series, it's going to go to Game 5. While it will be exciting to see a back-to-back Game 5 scenario, I'm on Rated side. I think that FaZe should be able to take this. Is definitely one of their easiest matchups in this group. Now, we take a look at the side of Elevate. We have the duo of Rated and Reedy coming back together. These two have been best friends for some time in the competitive scene in the European region for the Call of Duty World League. So seeing them together raised a lot of questions in the community and caused a bit of a discussion as to how their personalities would mesh on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. And then this is going to be the first time we're seeing these two teams play. I mean, obviously, the only time FaZe and Elevate ever played is dating all the way back to MLG Las Vegas. So now these two teams are going to be going head-to-head. Brand new roster for the side of Elevate. Obviously, same thing for FaZe. So it should be interesting to see how it stacks up. Elevate's always that team kind of stays quiet. We underrate them a lot, right? But then they come in here and they do make some serious noise. And I think Watson is going to be my player to highlight. The guy remains pretty consistent for the most part, has those standout performances as well, so I'm just going to be interested to see how this one does play out. Hardpoint is going to be the first one if you guys are just tuning in. We are live from CWL Dallas, and we're going to have FaZe going up against Elevate.
It's funny, you mentioned you felt that Watson was one of the more consistent players. I actually think that's one of his bigger weaknesses, is that he is pretty inconsistent. I think that when we got to have an interview with those Elevate players, they did mention that there were some real-life things going on affecting them and their play over the last couple of events, causing that inconsistency. So it's definitely something that I think we've seen him improve with over time. But if we're going to see Elevate take a couple of maps in this series, we can't have Watson's Feast or Famine game type. We just got to see Watson at his best.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good if you're on FaZe as well. You have two of the top 5 KDs in Respawn at MLG Atlanta on your team. That's going to be Zuma and I believe Attach as well. So we're jumping straight into this one. We're going to hop on board in the eyes of Clayster. He is going to be the MV4 player for the squad. We've seen so many switch-ups coming from the side of FaZe, and it looks like they're hitting home with this, but he's going to go ahead and push towards a bridge. Initial time going to the side of FaZe.
Yeah, one thing to mention about Clayster, seeing him open this map up with the NV4 is a little different from what we've seen over the past few months. He was reluctant to go to this playstyle at first. It took the rest of his team convincing him to switch over to that weapon to see its use in their matches in Hardpoint here. But they're starting off 20 seconds to 0, so I gotta say, at least the opening push is going well with him on that weapon right now.
Very good setup from the side of FaZe to start off that one, and they're still in heavy control of this. Enable going to be inside of the hill already, working towards streaks, 100 away from getting those Trinity, the bombardment, sorry. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He's going to be joined by a teammate. Some kill trades should be able to go down, but no, Enable is going to fall to the hands of Reedy and Rated. But 29-1 is the score, and rising for the side of FaZe. The initial rotation is going to be coming in from the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and see, the big thing about that weapon swap between Clayster and Enable is that Clayster's going back to his old role, but we also got to remember Enable now gets access to the K-bar, and you can see he's opening up the game 6-0, a huge reason as to why the score deficit is the way it is now. It's Zuma's turn to be on the aggression, trying to find some gunfights, and his team is pinching in here with him to help him out. That's going to be a break for FaZe Clan.
It definitely is, and like we said, Enable was working towards those streaks, was finally taken out as well, but FaZe is going to get that clean break after the rotation did come from the side of Elevate. Now let's see what they're going to be able to do here. The players to watch is going to be Reedy and Zed. Should be able to play for some trades. NV4 is going to be in the hands of Reedy. Is he going to be able to pick up this kill? Yes, he is. Now it looks like it might be wide open, but no, the gunfight's going to be going inside of the favor of FaZe Clan. Zuma and Enable going to be inside the hill trying to make something happen. Watson going to take out Zuma, immediately traded out right there, but now the arrow's just sort of flooding in, kind of going back and forth, but still FaZe in heavy control of this map.
Yeah, and a lot of those gunfights going in their favor. They're able to win a lot of those close-range engagements. Elevate is just not able to put too much on the scoreboard at the moment, as you can see. Take a look at those gold arrows. FaZe trying to rotate over towards Bike Path and get a setup going on middle map, but this player 4, the red arrow that is rated, should be able to make a difference. That open and kill on Enable should set the tone.
Right now what we're seeing from FaZe is kind of picture-perfect hardpoint. We start right off the break, getting their setups all good to go, getting Clayster in the position he needs to be in. And it's sort of just going to be Clayster and Enable, right? You're going to have one just set up in one spot, one overextending as well. But everything looking picture-perfect for FaZe so far. 79-10 is the score, and it just keeps on rising for the side of FaZe. Elevate needs to try to get something going here before it starts to get a little ugly. Heavy control on the side of the bowling from the side of FaZe Clan as well. Players from Elevate going to be spawning in that middle map area. Fox, if you're on the side of Elevate, what's the big thing you need to do to break this hill?
They're doing it right now. They're trying to get some more pressure towards underpass and bowling because they know that this is the side of bike path that they want for spawns. Watson in position is able to find 2 big kills with the NV4 to try and set the pace for them on this side of the map, and now it's FaZe's turn to answer back.
Yep, and something to keep in mind, Enable is going to have that Trinity Rocket, so they're like, hey, we can just choose to not rotate early. Maybe use that, try to break out this baseball field hardpoint as well. Player from Elevate is going to drop. That is going to be Zed. It's going to be immediately traded out. Now it's 2 down for the side of Elevate, and the Trinity Rocket is going to come into play for Enable, but it's not going to do much, just forcing those Elevate players inside, and Attach is going to be there for the quick cleanup from the side of FaZe. Zuma starting to kick things up. We talked about his KD and how well he can slay, just really what he's known for. He is going to be taken out as well. The score 120-13. The break is going to come in from the side of Elevate. 1 player left last alive. That is going to be Clayster finding himself in a sticky situation, and Elevate gets a nice clean break.
FaZe is doing a pretty staggered push right here. You can see it's only 3 players coming in from underpass. People hesitating a little, trying to wait for someone else to overextend and get out of position. It pays off as Attach is able to find 2 kills from it. So now this 3-man push from FaZe Clan ends up working out because of that double kill. And Attach is a player that I wanted to highlight so badly, but he was being overshadowed by Enable for the most part of this map, and now we're seeing him come through in a big way.
We definitely are. So we're going to be heading right back to where we started in this hard point. It's going to be FaZe still in heavy control of this one. Elevate going to be the first players there, but there's going to be 1 player getting gifted a spawn. That is going to be Zuma. See what he's going to be able to do in top food. He's not going to spot anybody. He's going to have 1 player right outside. He's going to be able to take that out. And just like that, another big break coming in from the side of FaZe. Zuma just needs to worry about 1 more player from the side of Elevate. That's going to be Zed. You can see from the outline from the X-ray, he's going to be right beside those hay bales, and he is going to be taken out. But FaZe looking so good in this throwback hardpoint.
Oh, this is terrifying. You've got 2 players on the side of FaZe Clan that just feel unkillable at times for the side of Elevate. So how can they respond to that, right? You've got 2 incredibly disruptive players in the form of Zuma and Enable just pouring it on you non-stop, and Elevate has to wake up and answer back here soon because this game's way out of hand.
It's getting ugly real fast. Only 32 points from the side of Elevate. We're going to jump on board with the new boy Rated on the side of Elevate. Currently getting things heated up on a 3-kill streak. Will be taken out from the back. That is going to be Zuma eliminating him. Once again, we talked about a kill streak going down on baseball. Zuma starting to pick it up once more. 4-kill streak for him. Barnes going to be in rotation, and it's going to go in favor of the guys from FaZe. Enable's going to go ahead, pull out that Scarab. Has a Trinity Rocket as well, so something we just need to highlight. Enable currently 20-10, 1 minute and 22 seconds inside of the hill as well. As another break does come in from the side of Elevate, it's something just common. They break inside the hill, but FaZe is just able to come right back and get into that. And now Clayster just doing a smart play, staying alive.
Oh my gosh, these players on FaZe and this team in general over the past several Call of Duty titles have always been excellent hardpoint players. And this is really where we see their dominance shine. Right here is in maps like these. They're outclassing Elevate right now on Throwback, and it's looking really good for them.
Yep, and the utility is coming from FaZe as well. Clayster is going to have that FTL jump, and then Enable is going to have the active camo ready to go. So look for that to come in for a big break. If FaZe does need it, they really don't. They've been able to break hills just for using their gun skill and getting some well team coordinated pushes as well. Enable going to be rotating through the middle of the map. Going to be able to find 1 there. Early rotations coming in from the side of Elevate, but you can see the gold arrows to see if they come out on top in these gunfights. But 3 players from Elevate going to be met inside the hill first. Enable just going to be waiting for his teammates to come for support.
So now seeing a little bit of a staggered push from the side of FaZe. Still 2 versus 2 though, so it should work out for them if they can win those gunfights. Raid's going to take 1 down, trying to go for the second. No more ammo in his magazine, so he's going to be cut short right there. And now Watson on the front line. Excellent aggression out of him to try and keep the FaZe players at bay and buy the rest of the Elevate players some time to come up off spawn. That's still going to cause the FaZe players to reroute towards middle. As they do that, they still get cut down. Zuma is the only player that was able to find a kill out of that engagement.
And if you're an Elevate fan at home, this is what you want. They started to get some momentum going off that barn, getting this first rotation. They've been getting some very good time off this hill. Finally going to be broken from on the side of FaZe. They're going to get the last bit of scrap time from this one unless the player from Team Elevate Rated does come through to get that, but Enable is going to be right by Bowling. He's going to be able to take out one more. Should secure spawns for his team if he's able to win that gunfight, but he will be taken out by Watson. And like we said, things looking good for Elevate to try to get something going. They're going to be first to this new hardpoint on baseball once more. The FaZe players in no position to contest this hill.
So we saw right there, Zed was on a 4-kill streak, so he's going to be awarded with the Scarab that you're seeing right now. Choose to send it toward Bowling, which is a good call. However, the score streaks coming in from FaZe Clan, that's going to be Enable, was just too much for them to handle. 3 kills go in favor of them. Zed, one of the better slayers on this Elevate roster, is trying to be the difference maker to lighten the load for the rest of the Elevate players once they come up off spawn, but it's going to be a really difficult fight to win.
Definitely is. Reedy's going to be left alone. His teammates are going to be spawning in blue, so quick gunfight's going to be coming back down, but FaZe is going to be coming out on top of majority of those ones. Watson right now just trying to take out Clayster in the back. He's going to be able to do that as well, but he will be taken out by Enable. 100-point markers finally been broken on the side of Elevate. Score 196 to 119 and counting. Boys on Elevate rotating back to this middle hardpoint, something they've really been struggling to hold throughout this entirety of the hardpoint.
So guys, as we're rounding down to the last few seconds, a little bit of a halftime kind of moment. We're seeing the rotation start right back from the top. Elevate is starting to claw their way back into this game after being down by 100 seconds for the majority of this map. They're definitely putting themselves in a decent situation now as FaZe is on the offensive.
Statistically the worst slayer for FaZe Clan in respawn game modes. Clayster going off right now, 26 and 16 as well, just doing really what he needs to do for his team. But Elevate going to be inside of the hill trying to get something going now. Watson, we're going to be on board with him. He is going to have the active camo ready to go, but he will be taken out by the hands of Clayster as he does push inside of that hill. So 200-point mark has now been broken on the side of FaZe. Things are looking very good for them. Got a little bit slow as the game started to progress, but it looks like we're starting to see maybe the old style of FaZe coming back. But just as I say that, we're going to see FaZe Clan lose control of the hill, go right back into the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to give them that scrap time and try and set up for Barn. We see one player from FaZe. That's going to be player number 7, Enable, his job should be catching anyone on the rotation. He does just that. He takes down Rated. So now, Elevate has to push this hill outnumbered, and you can see that's playing right into the hand of FaZe as Zuma is able to find several kills, pop the reactive armor, get himself some more hill time, and a little bit of damage on the next blue push.
Yep, and Attach going to be laying down some shots, but the player from the side of Elevate did have that reactive armor ready to go. That is going to be Reedy. We're seeing the ERAD being pulled out once more. He's going to be able to find 2. He's not going to be able to find another one for that. Brady going to be left last alive inside of the hill, and they are creeping up on this 200-point mark on the side of Elevate. FaZe needs to get something going here, but the setup that the side from Elevate does have looks very, very good, but one player was able to sneak by. That is going to be Attached. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a break.
Yeah, Zed was able to stop one player on that push, but he can't catch both. They're too far apart and being communicated. Attached breaks right through 2 big kills for the objective. That should give them this scrap time, and with them being so close to a victory, every bit of scrap time matters. Elevate, though, they're able to send both Rated and Reedy through, or excuse me, Reedy and Zed through to break that hard point and take it right back.
Things are getting chippy here. Bowling is going to be one player pushing through. That is going to be close. He's going to be taken out. Now, Rated does have that Centurion. We know how good that can be in hardpoint, so look for him to maybe ditch where he's at the positioning that he's at, try to go on the hill to put that down, but 3 FaZe players flood in through Bowling. They're going to be able to take him out. The big break does come in. Centurion is ready to go for Attach as well. We're going to see a payload on the side of Elevate. That is going to be the FTL jump. See how things are going to go here. Nobody in real position to try to make something happen. The FTL jump is going to be used, but nothing is going to come from that one. Hill jumping back and forth, but as you see, a clean sweep, and FaZe takes control. You're going to get Clayster in the power position up top bridge. He's going to be able to find one. That is on Watson. See the players with the X-ray flying, utilizing those high wall runs, but FaZe looking like they should be able to take complete control of this one and take the game.
Yeah, and it looked like that was on the back of Zed using his FTL jump that FaZe took over, but it was really his teammates not winning their gunfights after Zed won his initial one. So FaZe bites right down onto that, and it looks like they could close this game out. Zed has to hop on this hard point and contest it for just a moment if he wants any hope of moving on to the final hard point, but no, FaZe is able to close it out. Dirk.
They definitely are. FaZe looked like they were going to go in for a complete blowout, but respect on the guys on that side of Elevate, right? I mean, 250 to 205 were able to claw it back, I believe. When FaZe was, I think, at the 140 mark, Elevate was still at 36 points. So, I mean, just almost the comeback was there. FaZe slowed down a little bit. They were to pick it up there, and I think we have to give a major credit to Attach on that Barn Hill. Got the solo break, went on a little bit of a kill streak on his own as well.
Yeah, Attach. Huge factor for this FaZe roster. right here throughout most of this map, it was looking like Enable was really taking over for the team. And absolutely he was for the first several minutes of this game, but you can really see Attach's talent shine through in those clutch kind of moments for this team. Attach is someone, if we get to the second hard point in this series, that I want to look for to really step it up. But by no means was it a poor performance, it's just that Enable went off.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. I mean, like we said, he's also not one of the top KDs. I don't think he's in the top 10, maybe top 15 for the side of FaZe. But, I mean, you're in good hands. We see the things that Enable does every single time in timeout and hardpoint as well. And like we said, the little switch that they did with Clayster going with the MV4, this one, K-Bar in Enable's hands. He's always been a player. We talk about that. It's finally set in stone that Clayster's doing that. But it's something from the start of the game they've always kind of experimented with. Oh, who do we want to run this? Who do we want to run that? So Enable's kind of like a hybrid. He can use the K-Bar, he can use the NV4. He's at home with either one.
Yeah, and being able to do that, I feel like, comes with sticking together for so long as a team. They're comfortable with that. They trust one another to be able to make switches like those. So them having that comfort and them working together and being able to switch their weapon composition if things aren't working out, or even not necessarily if things aren't working out, if they can improve, that's got to be big for them.
Yeah, it definitely has. And Retaliation, Search and Destroy, as you can see, is going to be the map that is going to be played next. I want to get your thoughts on this one. I know FaZe is pretty confident in their Search and Destroy game. Elevate, a little 50-50 on it. I think I have to take FaZe in this one, and I'm not just saying that just because they won the last map, right? I mean, we've seen FaZe time and time again, and we talk about players, they don't practice Search and Destroy, right? I saw a lot of teams that we did talk to previously to this event saying, basically, Search and Destroy practice is on LAN. That's really the only time these guys play. They don't enter all these tournaments as a team to play. They don't do anything like that. They don't scrim it, obviously. So Search and Destroy, where teams practice, is right here at CWL Dallas.
And this is their first map of it, right? This FaZe roster has that advantage of sticking together for so long, and they should be able to just read and react to whatever makeshift plays Elevate decides to set up. They're really in their infancy stage as a team right now, so I'm, well, for the most part, of course, seeing Raiden and Reedy reunited, but for FaZe, they've been an established roster for some time now. They're very comfortable with how one another plays. They've been together through their ups and downs and form, so I think they definitely have the upper hand in this game mode. But in our previous matchup, we did see Red Reserve was able to put up an intense fight against Team Envious in this very game mode.
So far in day one, we've been seeing some great games coming all around. I believe Game 5 on the main stage, and then Game 5 right there with Red Reserve and Envious. I mean, that kind of gets you thinking, right? The main two teams that everybody picked to come out of that pool, Optic Gaming, Team Envious, completely wrote off Tatum Mines and Red Reserve as well. So, I mean, Red Reserve just showing they might not be messed with. That's going to be one of the biggest things. I still think, personally, it's going to be Optic Gaming, Team Envious. I think a lot of people kind of went down that route. Nobody really has a lot of faith in Tatum Mines, and I mean, who would? But
yeah, right now this is definitely. I don't think that this group could have gotten worse for them. For Tatum Mines, they really pulled the short straw on this one. They're definitely outmatched here. But this matchup right here, you can see between FaZe and Elevate is going to game number 2. If you're just tuning in, FaZe Clan was able to take map number 1, starting it out in a very one-sided fashion. Then we started to see players like Zed on the side of Elevate really heat things up and bring it back to make it a much closer and much more comfortable finish. I'm still losing by about a minute, but if that game just went anything like it started out as, that would have been a horrible way to start off this series.
We would have already been in like round 3 of this Search and Destroy if it just kept on going. I mean, it looked like Elevate wasn't even going to break the 50-point mark as the game did really progress. But like we said, FaZe slowed it down a little bit. Elevate started to pick up the aggression. They were able to break those FaZe setups as well. But they were able to come out on top. And like we said, I think the big turning point for FaZe to basically secure them that game and to know that Elevate wasn't going to make that comeback was Attach being able to get sneaky going through and then picked up a nice 4-piece to round that one out. Then the rotations came in bridge, and that's basically where FaZe just kind of took that one. But Search and Destroy Retaliation is going to be the map. CWL Dallas is underway, and things are going great right now. Countdown begins for this map.
So looking at this map here, I really like how FaZe plays this map in every game mode, not even just Search and Destroy. They really seem like they have the game knowledge down as to how they should be positioning themselves on this map. And as you can see, Clayster pulling out that sniper rifle should be able to do a bit of damage on the bridge side of the map.
We're going to stay on board with Clayster, see what he's going to be able to do here. He's going to spot one player, is going to miss that shot, but you see the aggressiveness coming on the side of FaZe already. 2 players push straight into patio and up the middle map area. Attach getting forward, and Enable already should be able to get this bomb down. Nobody from Elevate in any position to contest, but Reedy just laying down prone inside of bedroom. Might be able to pick up a killer as soon as the bomb goes down. Going to just decide to lay it down. So bomb is down. Elevate clock working against them.
And see, that's their default strat for this B side. If you watch any of FaZe's scrims, you can usually see them execute it just like that every time. The one crucial weakness to it is sending a player down steps. If Elevate did that, they could have stopped Enable and gotten away with that first blood for free.
Watson's going to fly out. He's going to be taken out by Zuma, but immediately traded by Reedy there. So he's going to have the RPR Evo in hand. It's going to pay off for him. Picks up another one. 2-0 for him. He's going to decide to maybe hop this bomb right now. He's going to do exactly that. So Rated left alive alongside him. Rated now in a 1 versus 2 situation. He is going to be able to take out Attach. So now 1 versus 1. Going up against Clayster. Clayster going to come out on top with a nice snipe there.
Yep, awesome jump from Clay right there. Just reading and reacting to where this player was positioned. He knew exactly the shot he needed to take. Oof. Nice way to line that one up. I think that if he whiffs that one, that player has a little bit of an advantage as he can jump out and get that height advantage on him, and really all Clay has is the pistol to respond, right? So kind of clutch moment right there in that 1v1 to hit that shot. So look through some of the weapons here. We're seeing Attach running an assault rifle, and in the hands of Reedy, we see a sniper rifle. So a little bit different seeing Attach run an assault rifle for the team, but we'll see how it works out for them.
And we're going to see a 3-man stack on the B site. Zed is going to be the first to drop, and then immediately following is going to be Enable. Like you said, Attach going to have that MV4 in hand, going to be able to tag a player up, but no kills coming to his name just yet. Rated with the K-bar sitting in top bar. He's going to be met by 2 players in Hall. He's going to be able to see 2 slide over, going to be able to take out 1. The next going to come and challenge. The trophy system is going to take out the flechette grenade. That is the perks of using the trait on the striker. Now it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Watson, Reedy going up against Zuma and Attach.
Looks like Attach isn't in the best position here. Actually, if he can win this gunfight, it'd be a good situation, but no, he's going to lose that one. Elevate should be able to take round number 2. As you can see, we're all tied up at 1-1. Sitting pretty with the sniper. Nice shot right there from Reedy. And just instantly responds to that one. I think he expected the flank.
Nice little 2-piece from Reedy coming in that kill cam. So now 1-1. Both teams on the offensive so far have won. So let's see if they're going to be able to keep this one going. It's going to be FaZe Clan moving back on the offensive. Clayster going to pull out that longbow once more. Going to have the thermal sight on top, and he's going to have the Oni in his back pocket. Does have cold-blooded on to counteract any thermal sights that are going to be brought out from the side of Elevate. See if Reedy might be able to get an initial pick here over by Bridge. I wonder if he saw Enable. He sees the tip of his head. That would have been such a nasty shot if he was able to get that, but Enable's immediately going to drop. He is going to have a teammate there in support. That is going to be Zuma. He utilized that wall run to get to the bridge. He might be able to catch Reedy off guard here, though.
Reedy was going for the head on his shoulders, not able to connect with that one. And I think that was the FaZe players trying to bait out the shot, just exposing as little of their body as possible to see where he's positioned with that sniper rifle.
And Reedy is going to get the read there on Zuma. He'll be able to get the kill. Not a straight shot coming in from him. The first blood now going to be going in favor of FaZe Clan. It's going to be Rated, being taken out. See what they're going to be able to do here. So to get the initial first pick, Enable, as always, is going to be the bomb carrier for FaZe, choosing to go over to this B site. No, just taking their time wrapping around, but they have 30 seconds to work with, so they need to make a decision. B bomb site is the closest and is completely wide open. Looks like there might be one player from Elevate who can slide in for the window and make something happen. That's going to be Reedy, and you see the little flashlight pops up. The snipe almost came in, but it's going to be Enable there jumping through, being able to kill him. Bomb now is going to go down. 3 versus 2 situation in favor of FaZe.
So now FaZe positioned really well for the defense of this bomb right here. It's planted so that Enable and the player in garage have a solid crossfire on it. And player number 4, Zuma, all he has to do is read off of their communication and come through on a late flank. The first gunfight goes down. Zed is able to take down Attach. This is where Enable responds and adjusts his positioning to trade for it. But Zed gets that first shot, so Enable can't win this one that easily. He's going to re-engage and finishes the job. Zuma, it's now up to him to capitalize on this, and that he does. What I mentioned, that length flank coming through right here, Dirk.
Yep, and Zuma, this is where you see sort of the veteran side come out from the side of Zuma. You can see Enable right there on camera as well, having a very good game. Hopefully can continue this throughout the series with Zuma right here. Like we said, we know how good of a search and destroy player he is. Just playing the time, was able to kill the bomb diffuser, wraps around, just kind of gets an easy read on the other Elevate player pushing towards and picking up a nice 2-piece there. So the side of FaZe looking very, very good. Zuma 4-2, 150 off of that Scarab as well.
And that fits his play style so well. That's what we would like to see from Zuma in Search and Destroy, is that lurking style role. He just had to play for his 2 teammates on the side, off of their communication, and finish up the round. Enable did a great job buying time for the team as well. But now let's take a look at how Elevate plays their offensive round. We see several players coming through middle map with the bomb.
We're going to see the RPR being brought out once again by Reedy. He's going to immediately be taken out by Zuma. And like we said, the offensive strategy is pushing straight through the hotel lobby. One player is going to be spotted. Watson is going to be able to throw the jammer grenade out. He's going to connect on that one. Boys from Elevate going to decide to back up. You see kind of the setup that FaZe has right now. 3 stacked on top of the bridge. You're going to have Clayster, I'm assuming with a sniper in his hand, kind of watching the back. That is exactly what he's going to do. But now the bomb should be cleared to go down on B, and Rated is just going to do that.
A really odd opening play from Elevate there. It ended up working out for them because FaZe stacked the opposite bomb site, but now on the retake, FaZe still has that advantage of getting the first blood. So Zed and Rated have to play off of that disadvantage. It doesn't look like anyone's really in range of stopping the bomb if it were to get defused right now.
That's exactly right. Clayster is going to be the player who's going to be right next to it, but there's a little bit of a weird round there, right? I mean, it's not over yet. Zed can make something happen. He is going to spot one player on the bomb, but the shot's going to go down, immediately giving away his position. But just to kind of recap that one, that was a little weird. He plants the bomb, and he runs all the way to the back of the map. Zed was in no position to even get a clear sight on that bomb, so a little bit of a shaky offensive round there, and it's going to go to the side of FaZe on the defensive side. Zuma going to be in your final kill cam. Look at the handsome man, Clayster. You know that man is getting hyped anytime a kill does go down, especially in Search and Destroy. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue this one and carry it over 3-1 in favor of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Clayster a little bit calm right now, but definitely in the later stages of the tournament, you can expect that hype factor to play into FaZe's strengths. So now, see the bomb moving over towards the bridge. This is going to be Enable going for that lower wall run. I think they were trying to bait out Reedy's sniper again. They figured out where he likes to play, so now they're just trying to angle away from it. Reedy is not home, though. The rest of the kills are going down on the opposite side of the map as Clayster finds one and gets traded. This should be a bomb plant for the side of FaZe.
Yeah, but Watson's in a very sticky situation. He has Zuma putting so much, no, it's not Zuma, Attach, I apologize, putting so much pressure on him. Not going to be able to get anything from that bomb. Now going to go down from the side of FaZe. Looking very, very good for them. See if Watson is going to be able to make any magic happen. Look at the map. You see the positioning of all the players. He might be able to take out one. The beat down might come in. Nope. Attach will finally be taken out, but is going to be taken out from behind. You see the boys from FaZe looking good, feeling good. 4-1 in favor of them.
Yeah, they got to be confident right now. They're just running circles around.
They just look casual.
This is just another day at the job for them.
I mean, to be fair, too, when we talked to them, they said that they don't really underestimate any team. They know that any team can win in this game. It's possible, but they just look calm, cool, and collected.
And it's funny you say that because on the side of Elevate, they have someone like Rated who was just overflowing with confidence, right? I mean, this series specifically wasn't one where he was feeling too confident, but I love hearing Rated's thoughts on other players and teams because it's always exactly what he's thinking in his head. So here goes opening engagement for Elevate. Zed's trying to come through and find the kill in the Clayster, but that typical setup that we see from FaZe on this side of the map is able to put a stop to their aggressive push. It's now a 2 versus 2 as the trades go down.
Definitely is. Enable does have that payload ready to go as well. Players from Elevate still stuck on the back bridge area. It's going to be Reedy and Watson trying to make something happen here. Both going to have NV4 in hand, so they're very going to be limited if the player does decide to push, and Zuma is going to do exactly that. He is going to be taken out. So now Enable, like we said, does have that active camo, has the Scarab as well. He's going to decide to push out spots one. He's going to be able to take him out. Active camo is going to come in, and now it's going to be burnt, and he is going to be taken out. See the boys from Elevate getting another round on the board there. Looking very good. I believe he got killed with a shockwave. Ooh! Comes in with a beatdown. That's just something to keep in mind, too. We know how great active camo is, and Enable decided to burn that one.
Yeah, he burned it right there, but I think that was still the right play call. He had no way of knowing, because of Dead Silence, that Reedy was above his head in the air with the shockwave ready, right? I think that he thought Reedy would just be on the opposite side of the van, and he could just pop out and re-engage.
Yeah. Let's see, Reedy 7-4 right now, leading this Elevate team. 100 off the Scarab. Zen hand pushing to bedroom. The FTL jump is going to come in. It looks so funny just flying across the screen right there was Clayster, and he got taken out. Attach going to be positioned in patio. B-bomb site completely given up from the side of Elevate. Looks like Watson and Reedy kind of going back and forth, trying to figure out what setup they want to go. Reedy is going to be able to get the call on one player. You see the big flank coming all the way around from the side of Elevate. That is going to be Rated.
Yeah, that's a really big late flank. Rated, trying to make some moves here, but the rest of his team actually finds the first engagement. That should be a window for him to just hold forward on the analog stick. Zuma is going to be the one reading it. But with him being outnumbered, there's not really a whole lot of options. Elevate looks like they should be able to close out this round.
And that bomb is down as well. Players probably know that on the side of Elevate. Zuma is going to be spotted. See if he's going to be able to make any magic happen here. You still see Rated not even getting anywhere near the action, just staying all the way back, and it's going to be Watson taking him out. You see the boys from Elevate on your screen once more, doing everything they can to try to claw themselves back into this one.
They just played very heavy base defense. FaZe wasn't really favoring a specific bomb site. It looked like they were just trying to get behind the Elevate players or something, but Elevate was playing super defensive and passive.
Yeah. Heading into this round. 4-3, 2 rounds in a row for the side of Elevate. Just trying to string things together. Reedy, 75 off of that scare once more on the offensive. So let's see how the defense is going to come from FaZe once more. It's going to be attached. It's going to be positioned up in the bedroom, completely giving open this B site once more. A player we need to watch, too, is going to be Clayster, getting very aggressive in this mid-hallway. We're going to see 2 Scarabs out on the map for the side of FaZe Clan. Might be able to take him out. Yes, he is going to be able to take out Zed. After the teammate did come in with the assist as well. Kills going down. 2 players going to be left up for the side of Elevate. 3 for FaZe. See what Watson's going to be able to do. Players pushing onto that bomb site now for the side of FaZe Clan.
Decide to use 2 Scarabs for 1 round. If they don't win this, that's got to be a devastating blow to their economy here, but it looks like FaZe is able to come out on top and finish it off. That was just a really decisive kind of play right there to call in those double Scarabs. I think that was intended.
It's a little weird.
I don't think it was accidental. I think that they knew the player that was on the bomb had flak jacket or something to stop him from being killed by 1 Scarab, as most players do when they're planting. So they called in 2 to secure the kill. Yeah,
I mean, it's something we don't see very much, right? I mean, they know a lot of the times on this map is just going to be a lot of teams pushing straight onto that B site. So, and then the 2 Scarabs came into play. Like we said, if they have flak jacket, 1 Scarab's going to do that damage to him. It's going to keep him frozen in place as well. And then the next Scarab comes in and picks up the kill. So just a smart all-around play. Now, FaZe, 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. They are going to be on the offensive once more. Clayster, it's like similar to what we're seeing. Saw in the MLG profile video. Giving away this exact snipes, not seeing if anybody does peek into that bedroom, but your reaction time has to be on point. Enable pushed up very aggressive here by Patio. See what he's going to be able to do. Just trying to play it slow, make sure nobody comes down from that stairs, but the bomb site is completely wide open again. I believe Watson is going to be the player to have his eyes on the site. He's going to see 1 player across. The active camo is now going to come in. Let's see if it's going to pay off for him. Spots Enable's going to be able to take him out. He's going to be able to take out the second. No, Reedy is going to be able to clean up that one, and Attach is going to be up on scaffolding to get those trades. Now a 3 versus 2 situation in favor of Elevate.
Excellent play out of Watson right there to pop the camo and serve as a distraction, getting behind those players and forcing their attention away. That's going to award Elevate with 2 kills, one of which the FaZe was unable to trade. So now with this advantage, Clayster catches him in his toes. Can't finish the job though. Attach is there to do it for him.
Like literally his toe was just showing, and then Attach was able to clean that one up. Nice shot coming in from Clayster. Now a 2 versus 2 situation. Being smart, checking the corners. You're going to see both Reedy and Zed overextending all the way across bridge. Bomb is going to be down on B as well. They're going to see the split from coming from Patio. Zed getting tagged up. He's going to be able to take out Clayster, and then Reedy is going to be able to pick up that last kill as well. You're going to see Rated there looking beautiful. Covering up his microphone. Nobody needs to know his strategy. And the final kill cam, like we said, Reedy is going to be right there. He's going to be able to take out Attach flying through the air. And 5-4 in favor of FaZe, but Elevate, it's just been going neck and neck, right? I mean, we saw in the hardpoint how much of a blowout it could have been. They brought it right back. Search and destroy, neck and neck. It looks like it could go to a game 5, just depending on if this goes to Elevate. It's going to be such a big momentum swing for them heading into the next map.
They can't keep starting off these maps so slow, though. I'm not sure if this is going to be like a habit for them throughout the weekend. We're not that far into the tournament to know, but right now, they just play so completely different from the final rounds of the game to the beginning stages of it. And if they keep digging themselves that hole, it's going to be hard to get out of it later on.
Yep, and Elevate going to get the read. The same defensive play that FaZe has really been going, 3 stacking on that B site. They're going to get that rotation going all the way around to bridge. There's going to be 1 player from FaZe to contest. That is going to be Attached, not choosing to challenge any stupid gunfights. Going to get the call to his teammates as well. Now that bomb is down, still everybody up in this map. Let's go ahead and jump on board with Zuma. He does have the reactive armor if he does want to burn that one. It's going to be 1 player directly to his right. That is going to be Reedy. The reactive armor is going to come into play, but reactive armor against reactive armor. He is going to be able to take him out, but immediately going to be traded.
A lot of the Elevate players still in a solid position on the bridge. Enable is hoping to catch one off guard, but no one is extending far enough for him to do so. Clayster is waiting for Enable's mark. He can't make 2. Oh, just as I was about to say, he can't make too much happen. He finds 2 kills of his own. Enable and Clayster, oh my goodness, clutching in a huge way in that 2 versus 3 to end the round.
Yeah, definitely. I can see
that was a big win right there. That's
not even so. Look how calm they look.
That's a big way to end the map, though. That was pretty impressive right there.
And like we said, Enable, he came up big there, and then Clayster was right there for the pinch. He's going to be able to get the spot on that player. Watson going to get the beat down in the back on him as well. So now FaZe going to be going up 2-0 in this best of 5.
So guys, that's going to be into the map number 2. We saw throughout that entire map excellent coordination from the side of FaZe Clan, allowing them to start off 2-0 in this series that they should feel pretty confident about. Elevate going into this was not feeling too strongly about it, and it's definitely not starting off the way you would like. I highly doubt their ability to try and set up a reverse sweep right here, but going into Frost uplink, I think that this is where some of the Elevate players' strengths can shine, and we could possibly see them take this map. So, what are your thoughts here, Dirk?
That's just going to be the biggest thing. How are they going to bounce back? They need to stop starting slow and just get on that big ride, you know? So, but guys, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have uplink in map number 3.
Hello, Call of Duty fans, and welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. You can see a little shot of the crowd out there getting hyped up for this match. We're heading into map number 3 between FaZe Clan and Elevate. I'm Box. I'm joined by Dirk. And we just came off of a really close search and destroy there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it's kind of set the tone for the series, but it's just been Elevate coming out on bottom the entire time. And like we said, they just get off to this such slow start. They slowly start to pick things back up, and that's when FaZe is like, oh, they might be coming back in this one. Let's turn up the notch and just keep going at them, and that's exactly what's been going down. It's really been the storyline. Now we're going into uplink. Both these teams have openly admitted they're not very good at this game mode, so it's going to be a little bit of a toss-up. We always talk about how the European teams don't know how to play this very well. It's one of their weaker game types for some of them, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
And also on the side of FaZe Clan, they've been trying to make some improvements on this map. They try to have like a 2-2 setup of players on middle map, some going to the sub bay, and it's something that they've definitely struggled against. So I think that this is where we could possibly see Elevate put up a pretty decent fight. Those first 2 maps where I feel like most people would give that to Elevate, or give that to FaZe, Elevate was able to make it close. So we could see Elevate steal this uplink.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen just Infinite Warfare progress thus far, especially with the submachine gun meta coming into play as well, it's really just going to come down to how aggressive those submachine gun players are going to be and those crucial gunfights that are going to come down as well. So the RPR Evo being brought out from the side of Reedy from FaZe, and any NA team, we usually just kind of see the ERAD being brought. I believe only one time I've ever really seen it was just Luminosity pulling out an RPR on this map specifically. But with a map like Frost, how close it is, you kind of had the go-ahead to run that 2 submachine gun setup.
Yeah, Frost definitely tending to players that like to run that submachine gun a lot. You're going to see Attach hit that ice side right off the start for a lot of these breaks. On the side of Elevate, we should definitely see some excellent slaying out of the side of Zed, and that's what I want to see from him in their respawns. He's definitely the stronger slayer out of the team, and he's gonna need to be the answer to the problem that is attach on the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing that we just kind of have to bring up, too, is the payloads. In uplink, it's going to be so crazy. We kind of call it the big two, right? Overdrive and active camo. It's going to be so crucial, basically guaranteed 2 points every time if used right. So that's something that we're just going to have to keep an eye on as that does progress. Very rarely do you see those players pick it up in that first round unless they're completely going off. You're going to see that more towards the second side, which is kind of what makes it more intense once all those payloads light up in a very close game. So we're jumping into map number 3, FaZe Clan, just one map away from taking the clean sweep from the side of Elevate. But like we said, this games have been very close thus far, so we'll see how this one does turn out.
And here's something that if you just saw a screenshot of it, you would think is Photoshop. Clayster starting off the map with an E-Rad in his hands. We'll have to see how this affects their opening push, as Zuma's going to be the one with the K-bar. Excuse me, not Zuma. I think that was Enable looking over him on middle map.
And Clayster is going to be in control of the drone. Zuma is going to be taken out, finding himself in a sticky situation, trying to push that robot bay area, but Attach is going to be able to pick up a nice kill there. Drone just going to be sitting in the middle of robot bay. Going to decide to push it out to the black plat. Not going to be able to get anything from that. Rated going to get the beat down. Watson going to opt to throw this one out of the map, get a nice reset, but it looks like FaZe might be ready to try to bring this one back. That is going to be Zuma. It's going to be one player spotted in front of him. Might try to pass it, but no. Just going to be a clean dunk, and FaZe going to get the first 2 points on the board, and the step that he have is real nice, but it's all going to come down to how many players can Attach take out on this break. But you see the overextension coming in from Zed all the way through blue.
Yeah, all the Elevate players decided to just give up their base and go towards ice right there, so FaZe realizing that, were able to pinch him. Zed, though, was able to break through, and that's big that he was able to take that drone and throw it back. With the map pressure and positioning that FaZe had, that easily could have been a relay if it were not for Zed's heads-up play.
Very smart play coming from him. Clayster going to be in control of the drone once more, trying to force it through this middle map side, and 7 kill streak for Enable. We talked about he's having such a good event just thus far. Obviously, it's the first map this entire series in Hardpoint Search and Destroy, and now carrying it over into the uplink as well. Only going to have a Scarab to his name, but he's just going to be a player that we're going to have to keep an eye on. They were able to get a 1-point toss out of that as well. You're going to see Zed go on that full overextension. Let's see if it pays off. He's going to be able to find one player going to be right in front of him. That is going to be Clayster. Is he going to be able to take him out? Yes, he is, but more forward progress from the side of FaZe. But now Elevate might be able to string something together here, but Watson's going to be left alone. Has Reedy right on top of the submarine as well. Going to be met at the wall run as Watson. He's going to take out Attach. Just kind of playing it slow. Not very much aggressiveness coming from the side of Elevate, but I mean, when you have the players from FaZe getting right up in your face, it's going to be hard to do that.
All right, and Zed again, making another big play with the drone here to try and waste the time of FaZe Clan while his team gets positioned and reset here. He's going to just run in a couple of circles before being taken out and forcing the drone to reset back to middle map. So now you see FaZe Clan clearing out the sub bay. They want to get some map pressure going, some solid map positioning going, so that they can go ahead and execute that play and get some points in. But Elevate on the defense, they're able to respond with an interception from Watson.
Yep, and Zed is going to go ahead and toss that one straight out of the map once more. And just kind of the same thing. We're seeing the map positioning just go in the favor of FaZe, and it's just always going to be Attached sitting home. He's going to be able to find one. He's going to be able to find a second. He's not going to be able to pick that one up. But Zuma is going to be right there for the trade. And like you said, trade's the biggest thing about this. It's going to be traded out by Rated on the side of Elevate. Currently heating up on a 3-kill streak. Going to opt to overextend all the way through blue, and FaZe are starting to get the nice raid on that. But Zuma's not going to be able to win that gunfight. Rated keeping his streak alive.
This could be a big moment for Rated right now with this flank. If he can find some more players on the side of FaZe before going down, that'll be really big for his team to come up off spawn and get towards middle map. As you can see, he finds 2. His team was not able to get close enough to capitalize on it, though. So now that's FaZe in a position to get the drone and play on the offense.
Reedy in such a power position, but he is going to be taken out there from the side of FaZe. Drone going to be tossed forward once again to get a little bit of yardage on the side of FaZe Clan. Sitting comfortably 3-0, 1 minute 40 seconds left in this game as well. No real threat that we've really seen from Elevate. They haven't been able to. They've been crossing the 50-yard mark if you look at the map, but barely. It's like the 52-yard mark is where they're going to be crossing, but they have not been able to get any sort of 1-point toss-off or anything like that, so they need to try to turn this one around. Zuma is going to spot Rated, pushing all the way through. There we go. Some nice team shots coming in from the side of Elevate once more.
Yeah, Rated's looking for a window of opportunity here, but it looks like just outside of that window is a FaZe player. It's shut down. They find the dunk. That's a big play out of Elevate right there to finally put some points on the board. And now, it all depends on how they can play this reset and whether or not they can end this round in a fashionable way. But it looks like FaZe is able to get the better end of that deal.
Yep. You see Elevate completely comfortable tossing that drone out of the map just to get a solid reset. Scarab is going to come into play. Nothing going to be coming from that one. Attach is going to be the drone carrier. Pushing through to Robot Bay once more. Going to be met by 2 players from Elevate. Tossing the drone down. And the 1-point toss is going to be coming in from Clayster.
still opting to run this submachine gun. Not something we're used to seeing out of him, but currently doing a little bit of damage to keep the pressure up on mid-map. You know, it's interesting that he felt that his playstyle in this game definitely tends more towards the K-Bar and the E-Rat. He feels like he's much more aggressive in this game, and that sitting back and just slaying like he's, you know, expected of his teammates isn't always going to work out for him here. So it's interesting to see him run the submachine gun.
Brady's going to see the drone thrown forward, and that's going to be attached. He's going to be the player doing that one. We've seen it time and time again, throwing it down to pull out his weapon, but the drone is going to be reset from Brady as soon as he got it in his hands. Going to be one player watching that drone site. That is going to be watching. He's going to be able to find one. Is he going to be able to find the second on Zuma? No, he is not going to be able to do that, and that is going to be the half. And you see the man who's just been going off for the series thus far, Enable, having a very good uplink game.
Yes, let's talk about Enable. Starting off that hard point, he went 6-0 before finally being taken down. Now getting into this uplink, our second respawn game mode in this series. He starts off 7-0, forcing 2 players on the side of Elevate to start off with 0 kills and what, 4 or 5 deaths? Excellent start to the round by him. The FaZe clan definitely capitalized on it in the opening moments of that round too.
Clayster laser focused as always as they move into the second half. Currently up in the game 4-2. So let's see how they do go about this one. Go on board with Zed to start off this. He's going to be pushing through the sub bay. It's going to be one player sitting on top of the box. That is going to be enabled. They're going to be able to take him out. But now they are going to be attacking the so-called good side on this. So it's going to be interesting to see the defensive stops that FaZe is really going to be able to throw at them. And Zed is going to be able to pick up a nice kill there on the drone site. But the players from FaZe just keep on stacking, just playing their corners correctly. But now it looks like Elevate might be able to get something on this, but they're pushing themselves for a tight angle.
Yeah, and with FaZe being so close, it's difficult for Elevate to complete that run right there. They're still able to make some magic happen here. FaZe in the offensive front, though, and the uplink goes in. They're able to find some more points on the board. Elevate is closing that small deficit.
Like we're seeing, Clayster did have the E-Rat out, but now on this side does have the K-Bar out. So it's just switching back and forth, which, I mean, we see so many players do that now, right? So many players can run the NV4, run the K-Bar, run a submachine gun or anything like that. He's just going to opt to stick with that. Does have his payload ready to go. That is going to be the FTL. But now we're seeing the aggressiveness that we've seen from Elevate. Like we said, slow starts when they start to pick it back up. Rated going to be pushing the drone through. Is he going to be able to take out Clayster with a beatdown? Might be able to get the 1 point toss. It is going to hit off of the ceiling. And he's just going to miss. But the players from Elevate are going to be there to follow up. Clayster needs to make a defensive stand. He's not going to be able to get it. And just like that, Elevate takes the lead by 5-4 in favor of them.
Some fancy footwork there out of the side of Elevate, dancing around those FaZe players. They're able to score just in front of Clayster. Not a whole lot he can do, outnumbered in that position. And Elevate takes advantage of that to find themselves in the lead. So this round started off at a deficit, but we're now seeing Elevate take the lead for the first time on this map.
I think the biggest takeaway from FaZe that we're kind of seeing too, they're being so much more stationary than they were before. They know like this side you kind of have to play more defensive, but you don't really just want to cater to just sitting in one spot, sort of like Elevate was doing. And look, it's paying off on the side of Elevate. Another dunk going in their favor, 7-4, 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in this, and they should have a relay ready to go. That is going to be rated on the drone. He's going to throw it, it's going to bounce off the wall, but his teammate is going to be there to pick that one up.
Yeah, and it looks like Elevate is playing on a much more aggressive and confident manner once we see these sides switch. So many offensive opportunities. As you can see, several of them have gone through in favor of Elevate. They take a commanding lead against FaZe Clan with just under 3 minutes remaining in this game.
See, I mean, we saw FaZe had complete control this entire game, and now they're playing so slow. It's like they're going back into their shell. They're not getting aggressive. That's something they need to do. They need to fight aggressiveness with aggressiveness. Just try to win those key gunfights. That's one of the biggest things, but now things are starting to look good for them. Attach is going to have the drone. He's going to decide to wrap it back through the sub bay. Zuma is going to overextend, try to do the damage outside, but that is going to be a big kill coming in there from Reedy, but the entire kill feed lights up with the side of Elevate, and that's going to be 4 down on the side of FaZe.
And you mentioned FaZe Clan stepping into a shell. Right now, they need a blue shell because Elevate is just running away with this game. They're on their next offensive opportunity. Again, the camo play coming through, going for the dunk. Even if he missed it, they can't see him. He puts another 2 points on the board, and with just under 2 minutes remaining in this round, it's really looking like Elevate is taking this game and running away with it. FaZe has just lost steam at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you can enable his camo and then you can get the overdrive and attach, you might be able to get a quick 4 points to go over that, so it'll be 10-8, but it's easier said than done. Clayster going to go and toss the drone all the way out the side by Blue. He's going to have the FTL ready to go, but it's not going to do much when you do have the drone in hand. See what they're going to be able to play this one. Can't really settle for 1 point tosses at this time. We're nearing the end of this uplink
Rated.
match. Still 10-4 in favor of the side of Elevate. Let's see if Attach can try to pick something up here to try to move him closer towards his payload.
Big show of aggression out of Rated right there to hit the wall run against the FaZe Clan push that was probably going to go towards that blue wall run, and he shuts them down with a double kill and a turnover for that drone. Now, with just a minute left in the game, it seems like it's just the final nail in the coffin. Elevate is just pouring it on here.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, are we going to see Attach even get his overdrive in this one? He's going to be able to get an assist right there. Is he going to be able to pick up that kill? Yes, he is. So the map has been cleared out. Clayster is going to be in control of that drone. Just everybody seems to have trouble tossing it. It keeps on bouncing off of walls and everything like that. But Zed is going to be taken out. Now things are completely open up from the side of FaZe. That's going to be a big kill coming in there from Rated with that E-Rad in hand. Drone just going to be sitting stationary. It looked like FaZe might have been able to string something together towards there at the end, but 25 seconds left. It definitely looks like Elevate will take this one 10-4, and we'll be moving in to a map number 4.
Elevate taking it in a pretty commanding way. You saw once those sides switch, so did the entire momentum of the game in that shift. They were just able to wipe the floor with FaZe. Several consistent offensive plays from them resulted in dunks. And I think a lot of it was off the back of Rated and Zed that half.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to take a look on the side of FaZe. Like we said, the overdrive didn't even get earned by Attach, and that's one of the big things. We saw him had a negative KD as well, so that's just something that you need him to step up in that. I mean, he has a submachine gun in his hand. That's where he's most comfortable with it as well. Just didn't come out on top 17 and 25. But like we said, attacking on that good side, we saw the aggressiveness from FaZe, and then as soon as they went on the defensive, just sitting stationary.
Yeah, for sure. And it's real difficult to do too much when you got Rated and Zed flying at you over and over again. Excellent pressure coming from the side of Elevate. FaZe just did not have a response to it once we got to that second side, and you saw they were just able to take over. So now we're heading into map number 4, which is going to be Scorch Hardpoint. So, Dirk, we take a look at this matchup between FaZe Clan and Elevate. We go into this series expecting FaZe to take it pretty easily. We saw that map 1 started off incredibly one-sided, but Elevate started to wake up. Same story with map number 2, but still, for both instances, FaZe was able to close it out. Then for map number 3, again, FaZe starts off hot and Elevates, just finishes even hotter and closes it out 10-4. What do you think the story is going to continue to be for the rest of the series?
I think just from what we've seen so far, Elevate starting very, very slow and just kind of picking it up, just like we've seen in the first 3 maps thus far. Usually we see FaZe clutch it up and they're able to win the games, but that one, like we said, we can just keep bringing it up over and over again. It's like they just started to turtle their base, just sitting stationary. You didn't see that same aggressiveness that you saw from the guys from FaZe throughout that first half. Like, they were up in Elevate players' faces, and immediately as Elevate knew we're going to this good side, we're taking full advantage of it. I don't think there was any point in time where any of those players were just kind of sitting back and just waiting, so that's what you love to see. But from the side of FaZe, you kind of question, does Clayster put the K-bar away? Keep the E-Rad out from that, because that's when they had their most success. Maybe a little bit of experimenting going on there. Maybe something that might have worked at home, but just didn't work there towards the end. But map number 4 is going to be the next, and it's going to be on Scorch. Rig draft looking identical on both sides as per usual. Yep. Interested to see how this one's going to go, especially with a map like Scorch. It's going to be another up-in-your-face, very, very hectic sort of thing. Not going to be as punishing as other hardpoint maps in terms of getting those correct setups and rotating early.
Yeah, with the exception of our Turbine and Hangar hardpoints, you can usually see it's a little bit more forgiving in terms of failing a push on this map here. But those big 60 hardpoints, which are the Hangar and Turbine Hill, won't be an easy one to hold. There's so many different ways that you can break it, and a well-coordinated team can definitely execute on that. And that's what we saw out of FaZe throughout most of that first hard point.
Yeah, we definitely did. So just kind of going through the rig draft, like we said, everything identical on both sides, just the usual power slide and no power slide. Zed not opting to go with that one. So we just kind of have to go back to that first hard point, right, since we're going into this one. We saw a slow of a start. Elevate got off to 36 points while FaZe was just continually racking it up. The biggest thing that we saw from it, Elevate would rotate early, but it's just winning those key gunfights and the pushes that FaZe was going at them. They were kind of using the way I look at like the Panda Gaming method. They were never just pushing one person alone. They were just kind of flooding everybody in.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how a lot of teams have really had success in hardpoint. It's kind of hard to stop that when you have one person designated to watching one choke point and you have 3 players flying at you using those wall runs as well. So that's just going to be the biggest thing to take away from this one. But map number 4, we're heading to Mars. It's going to be Scorch. FaZe just one map away from taking this one, but Elevate trying to spoil the party and go for that reverse sweep.
It's loading in here. We're going to take a look at some of these weapons. As we mentioned earlier, that weapon roll swap between Clayster and Enable, I feel like it's been paying off pretty well for them in both their online performance and what we're seeing today on LAN. I think it's definitely benefiting Enable. We've seen in every respawn thus far in this series, he started off on a massive streak to get his team a lead. But FaZe needs to continue and get that from him throughout the rest of the map. Why does it seem like it's just in the first minute or so in this series he's been contributing and then falling off shortly thereafter?
It's just going to be something we're just going to have to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this series. So, but like we said, how is Elevate going to go? We didn't get to see their weapons. One of the players did just drop out, so we're going to get that fixed and get everything ready for you guys. But like we said, everything so far for FaZe seems to be paying off in terms of that whole weapon switch of Clayster. Now, on a map like Scorch, it's one where you can kind of get away with not running that MV4. If you feel obligated to kind of go for like a 4K bar setup or 3K bars and then the 1 ERAD, you can completely do that. The MV4 is just going to be hard to find yourself in those really good positions to just win those gunfights. We know up close, K-Bar is going to win that gunfight 9 times out of 10. So it's just going to be a lot more close quarters and just trying to fly around to get that first shot with the MV4. It's just going to be very hard to do.
It definitely depends on the hill. There's no way that you should be static for every hill in your weapon roll and weapon composition throughout an entire hardpoint.
Yeah.
With the way these maps are designed and the locations of the hardpoints on each map, you should definitely be comfortable with switching back and forth from the K-Bar on the MV4, or at least have someone on your team that is comfortable doing that. So, getting these players situated here. Talk a little about the event here. There's a whole lot at stake this weekend. Awesome international competition coming in. We've got FaZe Clan from North America, Elevate from Europe. If you're just tuning in, we're getting into map number 4 between these two teams. These are some big names in Call of Duty esports.
More, as crazy as it sounds, more than just $250,000 being distributed this event. These guys are fighting for the Global LAN League, and that's really the main thing for this event, what everybody is having their main focus on. Right. You have a chance to get close to qualifying for this. If you're just a random team that comes with the open bracket and wins the events, that's going to get you 100,000 pro points. That's going to put you way up high there on the ladder too. So that's what these guys are playing for. That is what their mind is focused on. But then again, they're also competing, like we said, to win that share of $250,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to be had, a lot of doubloons to be earned, and a lot of pro points to stack up if you want to get into this pro league. This year, our pro league for Call of Duty esports is going to be on LAN. That is a huge, huge deal. Not only that, it's going to be international competition just like what we're seeing now in this series. So a lot of this is sort of set up for the awesome storylines and competition that we're going to be seeing in the next month.
Yeah. As the weekend unfolds too, that's when we're going to start to get this information, which teams are going to start to look real good to qualifying for that. So that's going to be one of the biggest things to keep an eye on as this weekend does progress. But it all starts with pool play here, especially with two teams like this. I mean, you have FaZe who's still competing for a spot, and you have Elevate who's still competing for a spot as well. So everything's on the line. You want to just make sure you start off this Friday good, and going into Saturday, and then once it hits Championship Sunday, you still want to make sure you're in that tournament, especially a lot for the EU guys too. It's so balanced. There's nothing like no real guarantee, so their main focus is just completely outplacing every single other European team. Then we do have some too that are still fighting through the open bracket who are trying to get through as well, so a long road for them.
Oh, for sure. And it's like it makes every match count. It makes every match feel like it has some level of importance as the tournament progresses, because not only are you fighting for seeding, but you're also fighting to just outplace teams that are closer to you in terms of pro points, right?
Yeah.
So that's got to be a really big deal for them, even if they're not playing against their actual region in this tournament.
Yeah, and like we said,
also
roster,
money.
Yeah, the roster you use for this event too, the roster you're going to be stuck with if you do end up qualifying for Season 1. But like we said, we are heading to Mars. Scorch is going to be the map. All players are loaded into the game. Let's go ahead and scroll through the weapon usage for the side of Elevate. You're going to see the ERAD being brought out by Reedy. I remember him back in Atlanta doing that exact same thing. Then you're going to see the 2 K-Bar and 2 ERAD set up for the side of Elevate. Then we kind of saw from the guys from FaZe, I believe they're going with 3 K-Bars and then the 1 MV4 in the hands of Clayster.
So here to attach, tossing down some flechette grenades, upsetting those trophy systems that we see set up on the side of Elevate and FaZe Clan. 3 kills going in favor of FaZe though, and Clayster was just sitting pretty inside Cave. He didn't have to go anywhere, and FaZe is going to take some of this initial time. Elevate, with a bit of a staggered and split spawn across the map, now has to try and break this.
Yep, and there's going to be one person who's going to be in a great position to do that. That is going to be Reedy. He's going to be jumped out, but the setup from FaZe is going to be too strong. Enable is going to be able to take him out coming from the window. Going to be one player position right below Enable. That is going to be Watson. He's going to be able to take him out as well. You see 2 players starting to come through drill, and a lot of this time going to the guys on FaZe. Like we saw that first hill on throwback hardpoint. FaZe completely took over and were able to get so much time off of it, but now the break is going to be coming in from the side of Elevate, and it's going to be Reedy leading the charge.
Yeah, so here it is. Reedy actually comes out of the hard point right there because he could feel a pinch coming on. He had a feeling that someone was going to come and try and take him out just before this hill rotates. And just as he gets out of the hard point, they take him out anyway. So now FaZe has the numbers advantage on the Turbine side. The Scarab comes out from Clayster. That's going to be awarded from his 7-0 dominant start to this map. He's 75 points away from being fully streaked out. We see this every single time from this team off the break.
Make me eat my words, saying maybe the MV4 doesn't need to be brought out on this map. He's doing an excellent job with it, getting some time inside of the hill as well on an 8-kill streak, trying to make it 9, but that is where the MV4 is going to be at a disadvantage. Those close quarters combat and Elevate going to be getting a nice break here, but there's going to be one player that's going to be enabled sitting at the back. He's finally going to be taken out. So now the players from FaZe going to be spawning all the way on the other side of the map, should get that early rotation, and if that means anything, the setups that FaZe has had so far in these hardpoints that we've seen have been so good, and it's been so hard for Elevate to get a clean break.
So that last 30 seconds, this last 30 seconds we're seeing right now on the hill is going to go to Elevate uncontested because of Enable dying so late. That gives them such a staggered push that if they go in with just 3, they're just going to feed them streaks and more hill time. So they prefer to just try and get set up and catch players on the rotation to this hangar hard point.
You see Clayster utilizing the prone, is going to have fully streaked out. He's going to have the bombardment, the Trinity Rocket as well. Now, obviously not going to use it for this hard point. Going to wait probably for Drill to bring that one into the action. Zed sitting right outside of balcony, just trying to get some calls for his team. Is going to be able to spot one player. That is going to be enabled. Is going to go ahead and decide to dip out of that gunfight. Now the Scarab is going to come in trying to lead the charge. This is the perfect distraction for the side of Elevate. Such a smart play. Watson going to be inside of the hill trying to make some damage happen. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Yes, he is. He's going to be joined in there by his teammate Zed. Zuma comes in with a big 2-piece, and just like that, going to be in control of FaZe once more, but Spawn's going in favor of Elevate.
Zuma coming in as the ice bucket, cooling them down. It looked like an awesomely set up play out of Elevate, especially with Zed's streak, but Zuma came in and was the answer to that problem. FaZe Clan now in a position to find themselves some more hill time on this big 60 hardpoint. Gunfights going in their favor as well, as you can see Reedy rounding out the final 2.
You're going to see the overextension coming in from Watson now. It looks like they might try to get that set up of having one player back security and one in observation. It's going to be a big kill here if Watson's going to be able to get it. His teammate is going to be able to be there to clean up that one. No, Attach is actually going to come out on top of that gunfight. Should have been won easily. Had him one shot from the previous shots coming from Watson. Now you're going to see some big team fights going down here. Attach and Zuma are going to be working back-to-back inside the hill. Not going to be able to make anything happen from that one. Zuma is going to be left up last alive, is going to have the teammate support, and that is going to be Enable.
FaZe is in such an awesome position right now. If you take a look at your mini-map in the top left corner, Elevate players are still spawning up in hangar, and they have to come through from probably the worst choke point on the map, which is from the moon side. Attach and Zuma are showing you just why it's so difficult to pour in from right there. So they try to send players through mid to flank. It's just not working out. FaZe is getting a lot of hill time right here.
You're going to see Watson spawning all the way out there, but I mean, it's going to be enabled getting that early rotation, trying to push through middle map. But now it kind of gives up Elevate a nice little setup as we are about to rotate all the way forward to the beginning hardpoint. But now the streak is going to be coming in from Clayster. See what he's going to be able to do. Just getting some calls for his team. Is going to be able to take out one. That is going to be Zed, and he takes out Reedy, who was positioned inside Factory as well. But now you see the 3 arrows from Elevate starting to flood inside of this first hill. Clayster's going to be able to take out one. Can he find a second? He's not going to be able to do that.
I thought for sure Clay would connect with that final shot. I was going to say he's having a field day with them right now, but Elevate able to respond and shut him down, but that's not. That's just before the rest of FaZe comes through and cleans it up. So them playing off of Clayster's advantage they set them up with is going to award them with just about 20 seconds in the hill time so far. Still unanswered by the side of Elevate.
Definitely going to be Zed sliding in, not going to be able to get that, and more streaks. Looks like he's about to come in from the side of FaZe. Zuma just really needs to play his life here. There's going to be one player inside contesting on the side of Elevate. He's going to jump forward. He's not going to be able to get the rest of his streaks, but still does have the Trinity Rocket to work with. Now Watson going to be inside of the hill, picking up the last bit of time. Rotation's going to be going in favor of the side of Elevate. Clayster waiting for his teammates to try to get a coordinated push here. Is going to be able to get that kill trade. Now it completely opens it up. He just needs to worry about Zed inside the hill.
Yeah, and that was a big stop from the side of Elevate to shut down those score streaks because they can be so devastating on this hard point. And if both Clayster and Zuma come into the Turbine hard point with score streaks, you can kiss this game goodbye. But Elevate, they're able to stop him, get some of that initial time, stop Clayster on the first engagement, but still Enable and Zuma prove to be too strong and they hold on tight.
Definitely do. It's going to be one player trying to spoil this. It's going to be Watson. He is going to be able to find one of his own, joined by Rated. Detach is immediately going to be able to trade that one out. Rated now going to be left alive inside the hill. Does have the E-right hand. The FTL jump is going to be coming into play. That's going to be Clayster, but he is going to be taken out as well. Elevate players just keep flooding in to try to contest this one. Score 164 to 104. Hill just kind of going back and forth right now. Still lots of game time to go, but now the rotations are going to be coming in to try to fight for this Hanger Hill. And the big person coming out on top, that is going to be Watson.
It just seems like Elevate's really being outgunned right now, though, typically for a lot of these Hills. They have an answer every now and then, which ends up being Zed with a big multi-kill, but he's currently 8-13, so we're not seeing the performance out of him we would need if you're on the side of Elevate. We're seeing Rated come through in a big way, time and time again with those close-range engagements, currently 18-4, contributing as much as he can, and coming into this Hanger hardpoint, you hope to see him do it again.
When you saw the break that FaZe tried to go, a 2-2-man split, didn't work out, but now Scarab is going to be coming into play on the side of FaZe. That is going to be Enable. Now, same situation that we saw, 2 Scarabs coming in, but this time it's going to be in hardpoint, but using that as a distraction to break into the hill has worked every time. Elevate used it. Now FaZe taking a little bit of paper from their playbook and utilizing that one as well. Enable having a hot hardpoint game once more. 17-4 for him, currently on a 3-kill streak. It's going to spot Rated around the corner, is going to be able to pick up that one. They're going to be flying out to try to make something happen here. He will finally be taken out, but now Enable's going to be left alone to fight, and when he's going off like this, that's all you need.
Take a look at your mini-map, guys. You see Rated has actually been player 5. I think that might be either Rated or Reedy. Yeah, it was Reedy. Sitting pretty, just waiting to try and catch people on the rotation and set up his team with the good side of this hard point. So, they learned from the previous rotation and got set up ahead of time, but the score streaks come into play. Clayster's also able to award himself with a good position to fight back and keep them inside of security. So, while Elevate played it well, the advantage that FaZe built up from themselves earlier is paying off right now.
Yep, and team fights going in favor of FaZe once more, and this is a setup that you just love to have on a map like this. You have everybody just split, pushed all the way through observation and security, and now Clayster is going to have his hands full, though. He's going to be winning that gunfight against Zed. Going to be one more player jumping across from Cliff. That is going to be Reedy. He's on the hunt for Clayster. Is Clayster going to be able to come out on top on that one? He is. Currently on a 2-kill streak, and Enable currently on an 8-kill streak. We said he's just been going off since that Hanger Hill, continuing this one going forward.
Score sheets coming in. This is just going to be the end of the story. FaZe opening that book and shutting it down really quickly after that. This hard point looked like it was in their favor from start to finish as we see a dominating performance from Enable and Clayster. Elevate just could not respond. Zed asleep for a lot of this map. It was definitely a factor. And it's looking like FaZe is going to take map number 1 despite some of the time we're seeing from Elevate on middle map right now.
Yeah, it was just a big slow start from Zed and Watson. I don't think they finally reached double-digit kills until more than halfway point in the game. At that point, it looked like it might be a little too late for the boys on Elevate right now. But like you said, just getting a little bit of extra time, not really needed for anything, and it's going to be FaZe taking their first map here at first series here at CWL Dallas, and it looked like it might have gone down to the wire, but then we saw Elevate got off to a slow start again, but didn't really try to pick it up.
Yeah, and what we also saw was just FaZe really having excellent coordination in both of those hard points. You could just see they were always prioritizing those spawns, and it seemed like Elevate was like learning how to do it against them as the maps went on, but they just weren't able to do it enough. FaZe took over and ends the series there.
Just love how relaxed they all look. Like, they didn't even look like they just won. They're just chilling. But then we're going to have the scoreboard in front of you guys. Like we said, FaZe going to take this one 3-1. We're able to take the hard point, the search and destroy, and then the next hard point did lose the uplink, and that looked very, very ugly on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, the uplink Elevate just ran straight through them all over Frost. I did mention that was going to be one of the maps that if Elevate was going to take it in this series before being taken down, it was going to be that one. And they did just that in a very decisive fashion, finishing it out 10-4. So guys, that's going to be the end of this series here. But Dirk, what does that say about this Elevate roster? We just saw the debut of this. The LAN debut.
They looked okay, to be completely honest, but I think the biggest thing is just going to be that slow start. Are they going to be able to turn that consistent, getting off to a hot start and carrying that momentum through, not having like the Rocky Balboa effect, just getting beat up constantly and then it gets to the later rounds and then you finally come back swinging.
Yeah.
That's not what you want. Right now, that's the tag that these guys have on them. Like I said, the first time we've seen them, they're going up against a team like FaZe. They got off to a great start the first 2 maps, and then the uplink, they looked very dominant as well. I still think on the side of FaZe, kind of fault to them, playing very slow, getting just positioned, not in terms turtling their base, but it's having those players just positioned, just playing their corners. That's really it. But in Elevate, they just kept on playing the way they did throughout the entire game, and that's one thing that you kind of have to respect from them. Hardpoint that we just saw in Scorch looked very, very shaky from them, though.
Yeah, and then we give a lot of credit in both Europe and North America to a player like Zed to be able to come up for them as a Slayer. Where was he that series?
Yeah.
We did not see a whole lot of contribution out of him. I was mostly looking for Raiden and Watson to do some damage there. So guys, that's going to be it for this series. I'm Fox. This is Dirk. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back in a moment with Rise vs. Enigma 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Dallas. I'm Dirk, going to be joined by the ever so lovely, ever so handsome Landon Lando Sanders. You guys got a quick shot of the teams that are going to be playing there. If you guys are just tuning in, it's going to be Rise Nation taking on Enigma 6. One team off to a slow start, one team off to a crazy start. Put it that way.
It's getting kind of crazy so far at the Dallas Open, I think it's fair to say. I know much like March Madness, the seeds don't matter at this point. It's just been kind of going back and forth. Normally we would expect Rise Nation to be up 1-0, but it's actually the opposite. E6 is actually currently 1-0 in their group so far. So it's pretty interesting results that we've seen so far, Dirk.
Yeah, and the Rise Nation took a loss to the new Splice team, the EU powerhouse, and they backed it up. There's been a lot of questions about the whole losing Josh. Did they lose the in-game lead and everything? They looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
They looked very strong with 0.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't actually have them making it through pools. And now after watching that last game that they ended up having, I'm definitely starting to think that was probably a really bad decision. So I think it's fair to say a lot of these teams that we're kind of expecting, maybe matchups that we weren't expecting to happen to go for a certain team, it's quite the opposite. Teams have definitely come into Dallas with a lot more fire, I think, due to kind of having the underdog mentality.
And for what it's worth, too, Enigma 6 3-0 quickly on Panda. The only score that I can really think of off the top of my head, they 100-point clubbed them in hardpoint. And I thought that would be a very, very good matchup because you have two teams that are so aggressive and are constantly the most success we saw from Enigma 6 was in Las Vegas.
Right.
And I sat there, and when you kind of break down their play, it's just they're so aggressive nonstop all the time, and that's really what caught teams off guard. But I think now by now teams have definitely adapted to that quick aggressive play style.
Absolutely, and I think one thing is that we get really loaded into to map number 1 is that these two teams have actually matched up many times prior. I've actually noticed and done a little bit of number crunching, essentially, and these actually two teams have matched up 3 different times. Once at Vegas, once at Atlanta, and once at Paris, and now here, obviously, at the Dallas Open. So they've obviously faced off against each other many, many times, and in the most recent matchup they had at Paris, Rise won that one in Game 5. So I'm fully expecting this one to be fairly close. But one thing's for sure is that Rise has brought up countless times, and even in some interviews, is that hardpoint is one they need to work on.
Throwback is the map. Hardpoint is the mode to kick off game number 1. We're going to be on board with Looney to start off this. He's going to pick up a hot 2-piece. Going to be one player positioned up in top tickets. That is going to be Cade. But Aqua going to be the first player inside the hill to pick up those initial points for Rise Nation.
Yeah, and player number 5 at the top is actually going to be M. Ruiz. Now, what he might do is try to go for a full flank. And if he's able to accomplish this could actually give his team the good spawns actually for Barn, which is in some cases considered the money hill for this map.
Definitely is. You see him pushing through into that top green area, and like you said, the big flank does come around. You're going to see Rise Nation spawning all the way at the top of the map, so now Spawn's going to be in complete control for the side of Enigma 6 before we do rotate into that Barn Hill, but still 18 seconds left to play for in this one. Enigma 6 picking up a lot of this last time, but Rise Nation just going to keep on deciding to try to push through to get the last seconds off of this hill. First player inside the hill for Enigma 6 is going to be Cade. Actually, he's going to sit outside by Haybale. First player inside is going to be Proto. He's going to push out, just making sure there's nobody overextending. The timing, I knew it! I could just sit there and I guessed that the timing went completely in favor of Rise Nation. That is going to be Felony. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. Does have the MD4 in hand as well.
Yeah, see what he potentially produced. And what I noticed actually as rotation comes in, of course, Enigma 6 guaranteeing themselves a lot of points after nailing down that Barn control, was that Aqua had a perfect opportunity to do the exact same thing that E6 did to them, was to rotate over toward field. What he does in that particular spot, he tries to go for the slang. And one thing that Aqua's not really prone to is to getting a whole lot of hill time. So to me, I think Rise could be in the exact same situation that E6 is right now with the lead. Had Aqua maybe made that rotation, but just due to his overall play style, that's not something he's going to do quite often.
And it's a great hold coming in from Enigma 6 right now, but Emery's going to get very, very aggressive, and the players from Rise Nation going to flood in, and it should be a clean break for them. Facento going to be the player inside the hill, tagging some players up. It's going to be Looney jumping on board with him now, pulling out the FTL. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He's going to get some pre-fire going down on the player that just slide in. That is going to be Proto, and Hill going back and forth, but Enigma 6 picking up so much good time off of that Barn Hill. Now the rotation is going to be going over towards Bridge.
And Proto, of course, going to lose that last gunfight there to Looney, just trying to make sure that those rotations over toward bike path are going to be a little bit easier. We actually take a look at the right scorecard for the moment. It's actually General going to be leading at 9-7 for his team, and Fellow on the opposite side, currently 9-7 as well, currently on that 4 spree. For the time being. Of course, when we talk about major slayers, I believe at Atlanta, I want to say that General was the highest overall respawn KD for his team at like a 1.14, so fully expect him to kind of go off in the respawns that we're going to have throughout this series.
So Command does not want to hop inside the hill, but he has the MV4, so he has no need to. He's just going to be that player holding down that long line of sight, and he's doing exactly that for his team. Rise Nation, the first to rotate into this one. Hill just kind of jumping back and forth in it, trying to juggle it just a little bit. The rotations are going to be coming in. It's going to be Enigma 6 getting the good spawns for this one. So let's see if they're going to be able to get a hold. Now, if you're Rise Nation landing, you see the early rotations coming in. How do you push? How do you want to break this hill?
Basically, in Rise's position, I would think it'd be a really good idea, maybe not just to necessarily flood this one, but player number 3 is going to be pretty influential in Aqua. If he can find at least one pick that's going to generate E6's overall attention to where he's at, and since he's firing some shots away, actually, it seems at the side of I think it was Cade, actually, who wasn't really focused on that. So despite Rise Nation trying to poke a little bit here and there, it seems that E6 is still trying to hold on strong, but looks like pinches will start to come in. Looney still firing away a few shots, but unfortunately for them, the pinch does not come in as they look to kind of regroup over toward that blue side.
Yep, a neck-and-neck game so far. It all started with Aqua to try to get a break, but Enigma 6 is going to take complete control once more. Proto and Cade doing everything they can to hold off the Rise Nation push, but there's going to be one player coming from the middle of the map. That is going to be Looney. He is going to find one, but then immediately get shut down. Look at Proto, the objective work he is doing. He's 11-9 right now, currently heating up on a 4-kill spree and 1 minute and 10 seconds inside of the hill. Rotations already going to be going in favor of Enigma 6 as well, as we're going to be going back to the first hill on Throwback Hardpoint.
I'm actually really glad you brought up Proto in that particular spot, because I've personally been casting over Proto for a very long time, ever since like the very beginning of Advanced Warfare. And he's always kind of been a guy who can basically do everything. He's a guy who's going to get a lot of kills when it comes down to it, and I know in Uplink, actually, the differential in, as far as KDs are concerned is actually mind-blowing. He goes from like around a 1.0, 1.1 in Hardpoint and in Search and Destroy to like a 0.8 in Uplink. But that's just because he's so focused on the objective and willing to allow his teammates to do the rest. I've been really impressed with his play so far in Infinite Warfare, and even toward the end of Black Ops 3. I think he's definitely been the perfect addition to what this E6 team needed to do if they want to have a lot of success.
I mean, you know, this Enigma 16, they're not happy unless they are on top, and we're going to go on board with General. As soon as we hop on with him, he is going to be taken out by the hands of Facento, but Cade, he immediately going to be there to get up that kill and make sure it's going to secure the spawns for the side of Enigma 6. Does have full control, but players are going to be flooding through the middle. That is going to be Felony. He will be taken out. So each time we just jump aboard with the players, it's going to be constant trades going back and forth, and in a hard point like this one in the middle, you're not going to see a team rack up so much time. It's going to be a lot of contention going back and forth. But 101 to 81 is the score in favor of Enigma 6. Rotations once again. They're rotating early and getting there. It's going to be Proto inside of the hill. It's going to go ahead and pull out that Scarab as well. Picks up a player in the middle of the map. That is going to be Facento.
This is the issue, right? E6 rotates, they do very well. Rise Nation tries to contest with like around maybe 12 or 13 seconds left. That's not really a very smart play by them in the end, because now they've just given E6 the perfect rotation. And granted, Looney's still trying to hold down some time in the hard point, as it looks like he will end up following. E6 doing a great job right now inside of Barn for the moment. But they were ready for that rotation, and Rise Nation wasn't even there. E6 is kind of like waiting for them, like, hey, Rise, when are you guys going to rotate? And Rise isn't even there. That's why E6 has lead right now, is due to their perfect rotations into Barn.
Yeah, and they were somehow able to get this one. Proto is being very aggressive, just slaying outside of the hill. He actually wrapped through to the train tunnel, and it almost they did cost them the spawns, but Rise Nation wasn't able to get a clean break in that one. So, I mean, a little bit of a mistake coming there, but Rise was not able to capitalize on that. Next hill is going to be the bridge. You're going to see some team fights going down now, and Proto has had the hot hand this entire game. He's going to be able to find one, uses that shockwave to get down to the ground quicker, but Aqua is going to be able to come out on top. Should be able to get the initial time here. They should be able to break 100 points as well, but Throwback Hardpoint, it's just one of those ones. If there's ever such a tightly contested game throughout the entire thing, it's this one. We're already in our second set of rotations. The score is only 134 to 99.
Definitely, and I think throughout the rotation that came in here toward Bike Path, the issue for Rise Nation was that they didn't really have a whole lot of plat control. Proto ends up finding a kill to make sure they have early spawns yet again for another hill as one player goes beaming down. But they actually rotated very, very well, and that's one thing for me as far as Rise Nation is considered, is that they kind of are all looking directly at the hill, when in reality it seems that they're not really having a whole lot of good communication, because it looks like everyone's beaming for the exact same thing, when in reality you should be having everyone kind of look at every single angle, every single it's an entry point toward the map. So for me, I think things to improve on so far for Rise Nation that they need to kind of pick up if they want to take this game, number one, is make sure they kind of trust their teammates and all be looking at different angles, because that's the reason why E6 has done such a great job. Actually, at this next hill, it's going to be coming up on the first set of rotations over and back bowling.
See, the thing is, too, I feel like Rise Nation is sort of going with, they don't want to rotate early, and this always called it Optic Gaming style of hardpoint, where they don't have to rotate early, they just go through and slay out. With a team like Enigma 6, I don't know if Rise Nation has that power to just completely outslay these guys.
They're very disciplined, and they're a young team, and that's not, you're not used to seeing that, I think.
Yeah, they have the swagger, they have the confidence as well. I mean, look, you look at Rise Nation, who are your big two slayers? You kind of just go with Aqua and Fellow when you kind of think of that. Facento kind of right behind Felony in terms of that, but Looney, not the biggest Slayer. He's never been really known to put up those type of numbers. But like I said, you're trying to go gun to gun with Enigma 6. It isn't working so far. Enigma 6 doing the right thing every single time, rotating early as well. Rise Nation, don't get me wrong, they've been able to get some pretty clean breaks, but they cannot hold it for longer than like 15 seconds. And that's like one of the biggest downfalls that I've seen from Rise Nation so far. But 186 to 111 is the score. 10 seconds left on baseball field, and you look at the map once more. You see Enigma 6, the golden arrow is ready to go. Payloads are going to be ready to go for the side of Enigma 6, and then one on the side of Rise Nation 2.
I'm glad that you brought up a few of the Slayers actually from Rise Nation as well, because a lot of the success that we've actually seen from Rise Nation, especially in MLG Vegas, where they actually ended up winning that event, was due to Facento's play. When Facento is playing well, I don't know what it is, the team just gets rejuvenated. Maybe they just need another Slayer to kind of go off for them. But he's been a major difference maker throughout a lot of their games. Granted, he's only -4. Things like that are going to happen. You can't have a perfect game every time. But so far throughout throughout Dallas so far is that they've had some kind of spotty results. They end up winning 2 hard points versus Splice, which is not very a statistic that you're going to see very often. And then in this first hard point versus E6, they're not looking very good either. So for me, what's kind of scary for Rise Nation is the lack of consistency for them.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see some life coming from the middle hill from the side of Rise Nation, getting up some pretty decent times. Scrap should be going to them. Enigma 6 looks like they might be getting set up. We did see the spawn coming from Proto and as well as Cade. It's kind of split between both sides, so it's going to be a big gunfight coming down here for Looney. Kind of just needs to stay alive here, wait for his teammate support. He's not going to do that. Big kill coming in there from General. That's to secure Enigma 6's spawns, but as I say that, one player gets very aggressive pushing over towards the bridge. That is going to be Fellow. We're on board with him. He's going to be able to take out Cade. Decides to not challenge. Another gunfight is going to be met with Looney, so they should be able to make a push into this hill, but Proto going to be coming in once more. The reactive armor is going to be popped from Fellow, and nice use of that from him, but now Looney is going to be left last alive. Needs to do everything he can to stay up to try to challenge this gunfight.
So this time, it seems that as rotation comes to Barn, Enigma 6 yet again gets the rotation, but this time Rise Nation is able to overtake that. That was, to me, really due to, I believe that was Aqua's play in the back, holding down the spawns, but just as that happens, 4 go down for Rise Nation. As soon as I start to give Rise Nation credit for breaking the hill, E6 does the thing right back to them. And it looks like General's beginning to go on a little bit of a spree. 4 for him off the break for now, and we'll make it 5 just for fun as General continues to destroy, and E6 continue to have success as they're going to be up around 223 to 146.
A player who feeds off of that momentum is definitely General. Got a big break going into that Barn Hill, utilizing the active camo as well. 34 kills to his name, and he's trying to add more onto that. It's really just been the General and Cade show throughout this, both dropping 30 bombs. So let's see if they're going to try to be able to close this one out on this hill. Scores 222 to 150 in favor of Enigma 6. The Centurion is going to go down inside the hill. Look at all the trophy system points that just showed up for Cade, just blocking any incoming projectiles from the side of Rise Nation.
That was nearly a free scare, but he just got
150 points just off a trophy system defense.
Sure, that was a fantastic place to see, but oh my, this is just not looking good for the side of Rise Nation. More trophy, I don't really know what to call that, but either way, E6 is looking fantastic so far. Only a few more seconds needed for them to close this one out, but you can't take this one yet away from Rise Nation. Of course, they are going to grab, I would imagine, the scrap points, but it looks like Proto and Ruiz coming from the flank is going to gain maybe 2 seconds off of that overall push, just trying to catch the side of Rise Nation off guard, and General just trying to keep them off the objective. Aqua is here all by his lonesome as he will also drop. E6 gets the spawns. This is where they should close it out here, Dirk.
Yep. We'll definitely do. 10 seconds away from taking map number 1. We're at the baseball field once more. Facento flies in. He's not going to be able to do anything that. They're forcing the Rise Nation players to start to flood through underpass. It's not going their way, and just like that, it gets contested, but 250 to 163 is going to be the final score. Enigma 6 coming out on top. You're going to have the boys from Enigma 6 on your screen. General getting up, getting high, giving the high fives to his players. Excellent game played all around from the side of Enigma 6.
Absolutely. And we obviously talk about the rotations over to Barn. They nailed down every single one, despite Rise Nation looking good at times. So, like I said, I'm kind of curious to see overall how, once we move forward with this entire series, how can Rise Nation kind of rebound from this? Because this wasn't a game mode that they're supposed to win. According to their interviews with Felony, we got to sit down actually with him for a little bit and talk to him about like their overall game modes, how they kind of feel in certain things. And he said our biggest game mode that we really need to work in is our uplink. So with that in mind, if E6 is able to take this retaliation, search, and destroy, things could definitely not be looking good if you're a Rise Nation fan, to say the least, Dirk.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I mean, like we said, the entire story of that game was just Enigma 6, early rotations, and then holding those setups as well. But then when you have General and Cade just kind of killing everything, I mean, you're going to have General, he's going to have the MV4 in hand. A majority of his kills are going to be coming from range. It just makes it so easy for Proto, who's going to be inside the hill. Doesn't really have to do anything, but still, his kill column was very good as well. He's winning a lot of his engagements inside of the hill.
Now, when it comes down to retaliation, search, and destroy, one player that I think we're definitely going to need to focus on quite a bit is going to be Proto. Proto, to me, is incredibly influential when it comes down to their search and destroy quite a bit of the time. He's going to be most of the time he's going to be the guy grabbing the bomb, but he's also going to be the guy getting a lot of those early kills. When it comes down to getting site control, he's going to be very influential when it comes down to that as well. So to me, I think when we head into this next search and destroy, we need to make sure we're going with Proto pretty often.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of the biggest things to take away from this one. Let's see if Rise Nation is going to be able to bounce back. That is going to be the story. Very rough hardpoint. I mean, they've had a rough tournament so far from what we've seen. They lost that Game 5 Search and Destroy against Splice. And, I mean, like we said, we bring up the Splice squad. We bring up Zero, the new thing. I heard they went to the camera on Zero as soon as they won, and it was just completely, he was up just screaming at them across the stage. I mean, we know how much the NA-EU rivalry has sort of picked up.
And the EU has looked fantastic so far. So
they won. What was the statistic you said? They won
like
every
so
uplink?
I was talking with Maven backstage, and we were kind of going over as far as like how the maps have gone up to this point. Up until I joined the station, because I don't want to get one wrong. Up until I joined the station, I believe in every EU versus NA matchup, Europe has won every single uplink. So based on what has been previously their worst game mode, they've turned things around heading into Dallas. So I'm not really sure what to expect when it comes down to their matches later. I'm going to be kind of worried about that one.
It's just very, very interesting. You guys are going to see the rig draft on your screen right now. Mirror matchup on both sides. Just the biggest thing that we've just been seeing is one player always selecting the power slide trait, the other player just opting not to go with it. I mean, we saw recent tweaks to the power slide that kind of made it just like a normal slide, but just a little bit quicker.
Right.
So, I mean, that's why some players use it, but then the players, some of them don't like to use it because it kind of messes with their whole little jump slide way to maneuver around the map. So it's completely understandable. Both of them have their benefits as well. So we just have to see Search and Destroy. It could pay off. You're a player like Looney, you're coming around the corner quick, you slide, and you might be able to pick up that initial kill. But like I said, having it is not going to completely put you at this giant disadvantage. That's why you guys are going to see that on your screen. Retaliation is going to be the map. Search and Destroy is going to be the mode. If you guys are just tuning in, saw Enigma 6 take a very, very convincing hardpoint win against Rise Nation. I believe that makes them 4-0 so far in map count at CWL Dallas. There's so much to play for. These Enigma 6 guys, they need to be on point every single match they play throughout this weekend.
They're one of the teams who are on the bubble when it comes down to the LAN League. There are only 9 North American spots to get into that CWL LAN League, so they've got to be, like I said, on point, playing incredibly well. And a victory versus Rise Nation, I believe, kind of guarantees them, to be at least second in their group. So this is a major matchup just for the overall composition of how this team works. So obviously see how things do start to line out. As it looks like we look through the arsenal of each team. I don't believe we're seeing anything pretty crazy for the most part. But we'll obviously see how things line up for this round number 1.
It definitely does. Map number 2 is underway. It's going to be Rise Nation on the offensive. Facento is going to be the bomb carrier. We're going to jump on board with him. The Flechette is going to be going into bedroom. He's going to be able to tag out one player on that B site. I believe that is going to be, I think it might be General. No, right there. It's actually going to be Cade. Then he gets taken out as well. So Proto is going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills to start off this one. No, a 2 versus 2 situation. Make that 1 versus 2.
Yep, Cinto all left by his lonesomes and received that call up from his fallen comrade. There's a few players lingering over on that plat side. Pulled down actually an MV4, pretty preferred weapon when it comes down to this particular spot, but thankfully for him, he is going to have that bomb, so it's really up to him which side he actually prefers to go to. And E6 are hot on his trails potentially if they went around this corner, but they'd be smart to stick together.
That's exactly what you want in a 1 versus 2 situation. If that bomb's down, things do not look like it's going your way, but when you do have the bomb in hand, you're kind of in control of your own fate. See if he's going to be able to spot one player. He does on the bridge. Thankfully, the rear guard is going to come in to save his life there, that last shot. They do know the positioning of Facento. 24 seconds left in this round. He needs to try to make something happen. Smart
so
play.
Get the bomb down.
Yeah, probably just try to go for the kills at this point. He's going to spot General, but General is going to come out on top of that gunfight. You're going to see him on your screen right there. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of this man in Search and Destroy. We're going to be seeing a lot of him standing up and talking some very bad words that we are not going to repeat on broadcast. But it's going to be General in your final kill cam, getting the clean shots.
I like those speaker tags. Those are some nice speaker tags right there. Oh, look, he's got like a little lanyard. He's got like a, not like a lanyard, but like a, where it's like St. Patrick's Day. I don't, where those little bead things, little bead necklace. I don't know what it is. Either way, it's working for him. The Heart of the Irish. I don't even know. Currently, he's sitting at 2-0. Proto as well, 2-1. I talked about him being a major influence when it comes down to Search and Destroy. major bomb carrier, but he can also do a lot when it comes down to the slang, as it will be a 3 versus 3.
So when he plays his cards right, he might be able to spot the bomb carrier. He's not going to do that. Imru is utilizing the steps right there, getting himself into some great position, but kills are immediately going to be traded. Now Proto is going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 2. The bomb is down in such a good position for him to try to get the spot checks. He is going to get the blast shield hit markers coming from that flechette grenade. See what Proto's going to be able to do. He has one teammate looking right over top. That is going to be Aqua. Facento going to go ahead and hop the bomb. It should be good to get defused. An excellent play coming from Rise Nation. Facento and Aqua making some magic.
Yeah, great communication from them as well. Kind of goes to show like the history with these two players kind of teaming for as long as they have to kind of hop on the bomb, like I'll focus on where this guy is. And in some cases I know like basically Proto's overall mindset in that particular situation is that I would love to get a different angle on this, but if I get a different angle on this, they're most likely going to have that bomb defused by the time that I can kind of move. So kind of unfortunate spot that Proto was in that particular spot, but overall a good play from Rise Nation in the end as the chemistry and teamwork comes into play.
It just sort of got to a point where if Aqua knew, like, okay, he hasn't jumped past in like 2 or 3 seconds, he's got to be rotating around. So like you said, just kind of making that smart play, kind of a sticky situation. You know, if you change your route, you might be able to get that kill, but Aqua's going to easily read that one. First blood going to go in favor of Enigma 6. It's going to be General picking up that one, finds a second as well, taking out Fellow and Aqua. Now Facento and Looney left alive, trying to make some magic happen. It's going to be Looney getting a kill for his team in this round. They're going to be able to do. Look, the flood is going to be coming into the middle map. You see the gold arrows all linking up together. Facento is going to be in a very sticky situation with the bomb. He's going to spot the one player. Plat spots one in the hallway. Is the trade's going to come in? Yes, it is. The team shots are going to be successful, and it's going to be Proto picking up that kill once more. Now Looney left last alive in a 1 versus 3. Bomb is going to be down in the hotel lobby.
Exchanging some shots. K-Bar not going to be home there for Looney in the end. Like you mentioned, 1 versus 3, kind of like waving the white flag at this point. Bomb is not even going to be near him, so it's going to have to rely on 1 versus 1 engagements, which based on where player 5 and number 7 are, Ruiz and Cade, they're sticking pretty close together. This is just not looking like a run that Looney is going to win. And of course, as the time starts to tick down, one thing that I really want to kind of point out is obviously Felony currently sitting at 0-3. 2 of his deaths have actually come being in first blood, both in lobbies. So to me, that's like a major point in the map, and if you're on offense and you give away plat control to the defensive team, they can easily lock down that angle. So to me, if we want to see Rise Nation get a little bit more offensive wins throughout the rest of this match, Felony has got to start picking it up, especially not dying in those first blood scenarios.
I mean, it's smart coming in there from Looney just to stay alive as well. You don't want to feed him any closer to a payload. I believe it was Proto is very close to his reactive armor already in the search and destroy, but he's more than halfway to it. So you just don't want to take that risk. You just would rather just lose the round and take it like that instead of giving them the payloads that are going to be ready. So Proto going to have the bomb in hand, like we said, very close to that reactive armor.
I just noticed that Ruiz and Cade don't even have a kill yet. General and Proto are like, yeah, well, we got this. We're good. We're fine.
So the bomb is going down, it looks like, from Enigma 6. No, it's just going to be Proto playing a corner. Should have this bomb down if he does opt to go for that. Looney going to be wrapping around through market once more. The bomb is now going down. See if Facento might be able to poke out and get a read on this. He is going to spot the bomb carry. He's not going to be able to pick up that kill. Team shots are going to be going down. Nothing going to be able to come from that one, but Proto is going to take out Looney as he jumps around. Getting a little bit of a streak once more. Cade going to find his first kill in this search and destroy. Now a 2 versus 4 situation in favor of Enigma 6. And now, as I say that, Aqua going to be left last alive, taken out by the Enigma 6 player going through Hotel.
That's kind of an odd round for me for E6. You see Ruiz smiling at that one as his teammate Cade ends up taking out the final attacker there in the round-ending kill cam. But basically what they do that round is they kind of play like a slow hit. They actually have someone watching the wall run from middle just to make sure that flank doesn't come into play. And they're able to kind of completely retake over the site. They get that first blood over on Looney, and things start to kind of fall from there. Rise Nation, whether it's Looney, whether it's Felony, whoever it may be, you cannot die first blood when you are on defense. It just can't happen for you because that's going to give them such a massive advantage when it comes down to getting that bomb down. To me, if Rise Nation wants to start kind of getting rounds after round after round, if they want to bring this one back, they just can't die in those first bloods. They've got to keep making them own. They're kind of getting them in their own favor, I think.
And if you're Felony, you need to step it up. Right now, you're down 3-1. You're 0-4. You need to at least some kills on the column for your team. 2 players going to be positioned inside of the bedroom. That bomb is going to go down on Beast. Now time is going to be working against the players from Enigma 6. Kills going to be going down all around, but now it's just going to be left in a 1 versus 1 situation. Looney and Proto. It's going to be K-Bar, I believe, against K-Bar. To see how this one does go. Proto does have him one shot. Is he going to be able to clean up this kill? Looney just doing everything he has to. The FTL jump is going to come in. The shockwave is going to come out, and Looney is going to come out on top on that one.
Big win there for Looney in the end, as that was a big momentum for his team. And granted, using the FTL jump, you obviously want to get a kill with it in the end. Good overall use. Granted, Proto, He tries to use the ground pound, but not going to be home there in the end as Rise Nation get the first blood, and what do you know? They win the round in the end.
Ground pound was pretty smart to try to use. I mean, with the FTL, a lot of players don't really see it used that much. They don't know the distance that it really goes. Got him just enough forward so he's able to pick up that kill. Some nice plays coming in from there for Looney. And we see an FTL jump successfully used in a clutch situation as well. Now 3-2 in favor of Enigma 6. We're on board with Proto. As we say, he's going to be the bomb carrier almost every single time for this side. Should be able to get this one down. There's going to be one player in bedroom. Again, the flechettes are going to be coming in. You can thank Blast Shield for the reason he is still alive. Bomb now going down. Team shots are going to be going in favor of Enigma 6. They take out Facento for that first blood. Bomb now down. 3 versus 4. Rise Nation has the time going against them.
And look at their map positioning. Rise Nation is going to have a fantastic break if they want to try to even get this defusal off. Granted, they find one. Aqua's in a big spot. He's actually able to find that one as well. 2 versus 2 situation as kills start to follow through. Cade now left in a 1 versus 2 situation. That bomb is down, so if he can at least try to defend that one for the time being, if he can spot this angle, you can see that player defusing the bomb. Can he shut down Looney? He does, but it will be Aqua there for the trade in the end, so that will be a round there for the side of Rise Nation. Granted, Facento dropping that first blood isn't going to play a factor in their overall success for that round. Rise Nation starting to get a little bit of momentum potentially.
It's another clutch Rise Nation search and destroy play, right? We saw earlier, I think it was when Facento and Aqua were left last alive and Aqua was watching right over top of them. We just saw that exact same thing. Aqua was in such a good position that even if the bomb carrier gets killed, he's immediately going to know where this player is and is going to be able to trade it out.
Right.
So like we said, just veteran search and destroy plays coming out of the side of Rise Nation. Now they're going to be able to tie this one up 3-3 as we are in round number 7. See what they do on the offensive here, favoring this A bomb site. It's going to be Facento leading the charge. It's going to be one player hitting the wall run. That is going to be Felony.
Yeah, most likely going to potentially try to find this kill over on General, but it seems that they've actually focused a lot of their attention over toward that other side of Curb as General shuts down Felony. The bomb is down regardless, so this is going to be an interesting retake that we're going to have to see coming in from the side of E6. Cade finds one off Facento. Now it's up to a 2 versus 4. How can Rise Nation hold the line?
Yep, there's going to be one player prone behind the car. I don't believe Cade has spotted him, but Looney did, and he jumps up to try to challenge. He's not going to be able to get that. Aqua now left last alive. The bomb is being defused. The kill does come in from the bomb carrier, but has 23 seconds to work, and so at this point, just kind of playing for your streaks, but now you know the Enigma 6 aggressiveness, they're just going to keep flooding at you, and now it's going to be Proto flying high in the sky, and he's going to be able to take him out right there as Cade does get that defuse. Really, the entire play just kind of broke down from General. He burned the active camo, was able to pick up that initial kill, and then from there on, they just got that complete bridge control. Like I said, ooh, Proto, ooh, look at that shockwave.
Look at you
I
fall.
love it.
Look at you
So
fall to the ground.
He's going to be able to take him out right there. You see the player camera looking so great. The jersey's looking like soccer jerseys. I'm kind of a fan of it. I like soccer jerseys, so. Or for all you EU fans, football.
Football,
We'll
yes.
go ahead and say football for him.
Gotta be correct when it comes down to it. But obviously we're ready to hop in here to round number 86. Quickly with the 4-3 advantage. Proto yet again grabbing that bomb. This time actually earning that reactive armor. So could definitely play a huge dividend into potentially solidifying a round for E6. He's getting up close and personal. Players over toward Plat. There actually is going to be a Scarab coming out. That one's going to be for Aqua, just trying to gain a little bit of information. And those players coming from stairs are starting to engage potentially here soon.
It should be Felony. Still pretty slow, 2-8. See what they're going to be able to do down in the man count once more. Things are looking pretty good for Enigma 6. The bomb is now down, but the man count is even. It's just something that Rise Nation has not been able to defend this B bomb site very well. It's been the same story that we've seen every single time. They give it up, but it's kind of hard to get complete control of that B bomb site. 2 versus 2 situation. Now it's going to be Cade and General working together against Looney and Facento. See what they're going to be able to do here. General is going to be able to find one. Facento now going to be left last alive. He is going to be taken out. Excellent teamwork coming in there from the boys from Enigma 6. General going to be on your screen. Looking confident. These guys are, they came to play. I mean, like we said, they know what's on the line. They know what they need to do. They know what they need to fight for. They're not going to underestimate any teams. Just coming into this, these guys, they said they felt pretty confident. Scrim's been going good online as well. So coming to this event, these guys are prepped and ready. Trying to get onto that same form that they were at CWL Las Vegas as well. So could be the final round here if Enigma 6 is going to be able to close this out. Rise Nation on the offensive.
Indeed they will be. We'll see with E6 on map point how they can try to play this one. Rise Nation, despite not having a whole lot of success in their last A push, is going to potentially try and find a first blood and engage on it. Proto still trying to be aware. You're going to see a few of those nades come out. They're convinced that someone's on B, but in reality, the push over toward A could actually happen. It looks like we're actually going to have maybe a Scarab on that A site as well.
It's a Centurion, I think.
Is that a Centurion?
Yeah, it blends in with
that.
it.
Okay, so that is going to be a Centurion. So basically, that's a very smart play for them. For those who don't know, the Centurion basically acts as a permanent EMP. So if Rise Nation want to try to engage that, they're going to be constantly EMP'd, and that's going to be information that E6 is going to have. So they're forcing them to go over that site, and as you're going to see at the top of the mini-map, E6 is making a full man rotation there toward lobby.
And Proto is going to go ahead and burn that reactive armor, and it's going to pay off for him. He's going to be able to take out Fellow. Now a 4 versus 3 situation in favor of Enigma 6 once more. Now 3 versus 3. See if any kills are going to be able to go down. It's going to be M. Ruiz. He's going to be able to pick up 1, and then General is going to be able to find another, and just like that, General's going to pick up a 2 piece. 14 and 5 for General. Surprised he's not more hyped. I'm honestly like confused. Usually this guy is like up all this energy, but having a game like that, 14 and 5, a monster match from him.
For sure, and of course, you know, along with General, along with Proto, those two guys were definitely huge difference makers when it came down to that overall match. Now, one thing that I really think that kind of solidified it in the end is, of course, E6 starts to get some rounds back in their favor, is plat control. Plat control, when you're trying to force the bomb over toward bike path, that is such a major power position if you are on either side, especially if you're on the offensive side. You want to make sure that no one on defense is having that angle kind of look at you. Every time we end up seeing plat control happen, that was toward E6's favor. So one thing I think for future maps on Retaliation that I feel like Rise Nation need to work on is getting that plat control, because I feel like that's kind of what solidified the game in E6's favor.
Yeah, a shaky Rise Nation squad from what we're seeing thus far, but a very, very hot Enigma 16. Now 5-0 on the day in terms of map count as well. See if Rise Nation is going to be able to turn this one around. It's not looking good for them. Like we said, they had a rough start against Splice. Now coming into this one, struggling a lot.
To say the least. I've got to say, I'm pretty curious to see how this next uplink will obviously go, but you know, we'll obviously see how it goes. Rise has not looked good in uplink, so if you're an E6 fan, I think to say the least, it's looking pretty good for you to say that. To say the least, it is looking really good if you're an E6 fan. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it definitely is. But guys, we are going to cut to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have some more CWL Dallas action for you. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Dallas Open. Myself and Dirk to guide you guys through the action as we're currently in the midst of a series going on between Enigma 6 and Rise Nation. E6 currently leading up at 2-0 as they just took that last search and destroy 6-3 of a fantastic performance from General. I believe ending that last game at 14-3.
Yeah, he absolutely went off in this one. I think on a map like Frost, with the aggressiveness of Enigma 6, you kind of have to favor them, but Rise is off to a pretty hot start right now. Not going to be able to get anything from that one. Big defensive stop coming in from the guys of Enigma 6. That's going to be M. Ruiz and Proto doing a lot of the defensive stuff for the side of Enigma 6. Proto is going to be able to pick up a nice kill there on Felony as well. So now pushing the drone straight through this robot bay area. Going to be one player pushing from his side. Is he going to be able to get the 1 point toss? Is going to overthrow that one. Now the drone is going to be in the base. M. Ruiz tries to get to it. He's not going to be able to. Now Rise can try to make something happen out of their base, but Looney's going to opt to go for a reset.
Both teams being pretty aggressive off the start. It's obviously good to see. And when you have that E-Rad in hand, that's kind of what's going to force a lot of aggressiveness throughout the most part of this game. I know throughout Rise Nation, a lot of the time we saw, I want to say it was Looney or Facento rocking the E-Rad quite a bit. So we'll see if they kind of continue on that spree. It looks like Facento actually going to be rocking that E-Rad here throughout the kill feed. So we'll see how that makes a difference. I think when it comes down to as far as sides, who's on the more dominant one, more preferred one, according to what I've seen from Rise Nation's gameplay, they actually prefer being on this side. So we'll see if that obviously plays a factor.
There's kind of a laser sight on the E-Rad too, something that we don't usually see, but it's just going to give you that quicker kill time so you don't have to just scope in on the enemy as well. Felony find himself in a great power position on top. Sub is finally going to be taken out, but Aqua does have control of that drone. He's just going to be running in circles, but now he's going to find himself back on land. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Pushing it through ice, just waiting for his teammate support. See what he's going to do here. Tosses his drone back down into that middle map area. Does have his weapon out, but it's going to be Proto coming on top of that engagement. As we start to look at Enigma 6, it's going to be M. Ruiz currently on a 4-kill streak, trying to keep this momentum going. Almost gets a nice turn on there on Looney, but is not going to be able to. But Enigma 6 gets the nice trade out. No points still so far on the board. And we're going to have Enigma 6. They are attacking the so-called so-and-so good side. And I think with the aggressiveness of these guys, but it's Rise Nation, they're not holding back. They're just constantly going right back at the necks of Enigma 6 as well, which is definitely what you want to see.
Oh, absolutely. And when we talk about a team like Rise Nation, who's not been the most confident in their uplink as the toss goes forward, unfortunately, looks like it will miss as Ruiz is there for the rebound. Rise Nation has constantly said what we need to work on is our uplink. I think as far as like overall, when we started asking who these players coming into this tournament, Felony said directly, we've been working on respawns, and we have been working on uplink, and hopefully at Dallas, that's the game that we improve on. So I think based on how their scrims have kind of gone, that'll dictate how well they do in this match.
It definitely does. They're going to be able to get a nice defensive stop there as General's trying to make a solo push. Cade's going to find himself in robot phase. He's going to be able to spot the players out on Black Plat. He is going to be able to do just that, but he will be taken out. And Maurice trying to make some progress with that drone. He's going to go and toss that one forward. General just needs to stay alive here, because if he doesn't, the map positioning is going to go in favor of Rise Nation. Looney once more in control of that drone, pushing inside of blue. Just the same thing that we're seeing over and over again. Really, it's just coming down to great defensive stops. But now a 1 point toss finally going to go in, and Rise Nation going to get the points on the board.
Yeah, good play there overall from Looney. Kind of realizes the spot that he's in. Sees if actually a few of his teammates end up dropping, and regardless, is able to fire in the 1 point toss. So as it stands currently with just over a minute and 30 on the clock in this first half of Frost, Rise Nation, granted they don't have a massive lead. It's only a 1 point game, but well, obviously if E6 can potentially kind of bring this one back for the most part, as it will be General with the drone in his hands for the time. Tosses that one forward as Center tries to hold that push coming in here, actually over toward that side shift. He ends up dropping, but thankfully the Rise Nation player is there to reset that drone, which ends that E6 push for the time.
Proto having such a great series thus far, starting to kick things up once more, getting right in the face of the Rise Nation players with that E-Rad in hand. We're going to see the drone being pushed through robot once more. It's going to be one player right behind him. Are they going to be able to spot him? Should be able to get a 1 point toss off. Not going to be able to. Felony going to backtrack from his base with the drone. Now a team push should be able to come in. The player who just spawned up is Looney. He should be able to pick up this player coming through robot, and he's going to do exactly that. But they basically just the story of this game. These teams have been getting some very good pushes, but the defensive stops from both sides have been so great.
Looney coming on the flank of this particular play can stop this push coming in from E6, but Proto tries to go forward, but the drone is not going to be home. Just off to the left, this fellow gets the rebound, and he'll obviously reset that drone quickly after. Aqua there for the reset, tosses that one over toward that ice side. And it looks like Looney above just about every player on the map will get ground pounded there from Proto. greatly utilizing that particular trait when it comes down to it, but it looks like General trying to make a last-second push here. This is good. He's got a lot of teammate support, but Facento was there for the stop. He ends up dropping, and this could be a play where E6 can get the rebound. M. Ruiz is there, but unfortunately, of course, the drone gets reset. M. Ruiz tosses it forward, but it looks like we're going to end the half at 1-0 in favor of Rise.
Now, like we said, Enigma 6 is one of those teams that we've looked at and we've seen how aggressive they are. Rise Nation, a little bit more of a slower team, right? But now on a map like this, they're just constantly up in their faces. They're winning these crucial gunfights as well, which is exactly what you like to see from the side of Rise Nation. I think big credit is going to Facento, like we talked about. CWL Las Vegas MVP is the guy that we need to look out through the rest of this. He's going to have the E-Rad, and I feel like with the meta changing, with the submachine guns coming into play on Frost Uplink, it's going to be one of our main focuses is that. Payloads are going to be ready to go. We talk about how important Overdrive is. Landon, tell the people at home, maybe they're new, they don't know, what is so big about these payloads?
Overdrive and Active Camo, for those who don't know, Overdrive basically gives you a speed boost for a short time, and when it comes down to Uplink, which involves yourself sprinting to the other side of the your enemy's base and trying to get that drone inside of the portal, that obviously gives you a massive advantage because of the amount of speed boost that it gives you. Active Camo obviously kind of releases you off the map. It's still pretty visible. Infinite Warfare can be obviously pretty difficult to see overall, but obviously that can linger you to getting behind in the enemy lines in some cases as Looney tries to get that one forward. Has the Overdrive, but of course not a good time to use it in that particular play. But be aware of the Overdrive and Active Camo players throughout most of the second half because a lot of their teammates are going to kind of be playing around them.
That's going to be very deadly. The high wall run is going to be utilized from the side of Rise Nation, but Looney is going to be able to light up the kill feed along with his teammate. Just like that, 4 players dead for Enigma 6. But they're doing the same thing, right? They're getting all these kills, but they're not able to push anybody through to the base. But Overdrive is going to come into play, and that is why it's so important. If you're able to get that down and get everything going good, it should be a guaranteed 2 points every single time, and Rise Nation did that one perfectly. And Looney is really starting to pick things up here for the side of Rise Nation, currently on a 3-kill streak, 22-14.
And if Looney was actually able to stay alive in that particular spot, watching over toward that dark plat, what he does is he gets that score forward. He actually still has that Overdrive even after getting the score, and he pushes so far into their base that it actually makes him spawn over toward robot. So essentially, if he was able to stay alive and shut a few of those players down, that could have been another at least 1 point or 2 point advantage in Rise's favor. So when you got to look at plays like that, Looney nearly could have gotten another score on the board because Rise Nation are looking pretty good. Granted, it's only a 3-0 lead as 3 players jump up and try to make sure that stop does not happen. Granted, it's only a 3-point lead. It's only a 2-possession game. And, of course, if you use the Overdrive and Active Camo, if you are E6, you can easily bring it back. But just good overall plays from Rise Nation. And in quotes, I definitely say Looney there.
And if you're Cade, you're starting off this one slow. You're 13-21. You have the Overdrive. You need to start to pick it up in the sling so you can finally get towards that payload. In general, he's going to have the Active Camo as well. So the 2 players with, like, the big payloads that can make such an impact on Uplink, having very slow beginning, well, not beginnings, but having very slow games throughout. So we're going to stay on board with General, see if he's going to be able to get anything going here. He is going to be able to find one. He's going to overextend all the way through the base. Now, this isn't doing much for his team because they don't have control of that drone, but if they're able to get that and maybe try to make a push, you can have General sort of play like the Zuma role, push all the way forward into the enemy base and just start to slay out, and it can be so crucial. But now you see him rotate back into this lab area. The spawn is going to go back in favor of Rise Nation, but they do have the drone, and the 1-point toss does come in. I believe he did use the pass feature, but it did not go through.
Yeah, good play there from E6, kind of trying to enter in from every angle, trying to overwhelm the set of Rise Nation from their overall viewing just to make sure that they don't really know where that push could be coming from because that delayed showing on the map for the uplink drone carrier can obviously be a major factor. So with that in mind, 2-minute warning in the second half, as I believe that is going to be M. Ruiz with that drone in hand for the time being. Tosses that one forward for a few yards, and he's going to have one teammate kind of leading the way. That actually is going to be General, and this should be a free scoring opportunity there, and that's going to be E6 tying this game up in a matter of seconds.
Yep, and now map control is completely in favor of Rise Nation. They just need to take out Cade, and they are going to be able to get those kill trades going down. Drone going to be tossed forward for yardage on the side of Rise Nation. But now Proto, he has his payload ready to go as well. That is going to be the reactive armor, but General going to be able to pick this one up. One dunk should secure him the active camo, and that can look real good for the side of Enigma 6. 1 minute and 25 seconds left in this uplink match. Current score is 3-3. He's going to slide in, get the 1-point toss, and just like that, Enigma 6 takes the 1-point lead.
That was huge for E6 because they do the exact same play over and over and over again. Rise Nation doesn't know what entry point they're coming from, and that goes to the fact of Rise Nation players dropping in unison. They don't have anyone advanced over toward that ship side, so they've got to be aware of that. And with 3 going down, actually a team kill comes in there for Proto. Rise Nation got to be aware this can't happen again, because now General has the opportunity to use the active camo. There's not even going to be one player to challenge him. There's actually going to be player number 2. Facento needs to hold the line. And here comes the active camo. The dunk coming in from E6 as they have scored 6 points in a matter of seconds. It looked like this could be the 3-0 sweep now, Dirk.
The nail in the coffin for the side of Rise Nation right there with that dunk from General, picking up a nice 2 kills there, just slaying out. And like we said, Enigma 6 needs to get somebody in the base, started slaying out. General took that role, and he made the best of it. 7-3 looks like it might be the final score.
That's
Reactive
big.
armor going to be coming in from Felony. Are they going to be able to get anything from this one, though? Nobody's there to pick up the drone. Now, Facento is going to be able to get that. Looks like he might not even earn his active camo before this game is said and done. But that is going to be it. Enigma 6 beating Rise Nation on this uplink and taking the clean sweep 3-0.
Yeah, there's still time left on the clock, and Ruiz doesn't even care at this point. They realize they just 3-0'd Rise Nation, are now currently sitting at 2-0 in their pool. They're put in a fantastic spot, and now Rise Nation, a team who looked fantastic at CWL Paris, I believe they ended up finishing top 3 at that tournament, are now in a very awkward spot because now they're down 0-2. The surprising results at Dallas are continuing, and I really don't know what to make of them.
It's just like you said, I mean, it's just going to come down to, at this point, especially with how much is on the line here at Dallas, who wants it more. We know these Enigma 6 guys, they're not going to be satisfied unless they get on top. That's going to be one of the biggest things. And now they're not guaranteed to get a lead spot. They're fighting like neck and neck. I believe there's like really 3 or 4 teams that are just kind of going back and forth for that. I mean, but this event can completely change that. It could be a team that we don't even really know about can completely jump forward in those standings as well. But Enigma 6 looking so strong, 6-0 on the day. Rise Nation not looking hot at all.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of Rise Nation fans out there. Of course, their tournament run isn't done yet necessarily.
Yeah.
This is still pool play. There's still matches to be played. Of course, they're not in the losers bracket yet. Things can change. Things can turn around, obviously. But still, if you're an E6 fan, you're obviously feeling pretty good. With only one more matchup left in their pool play, things could be obviously looking good for them. Maybe even finish off first in their groups. Maybe even a little bit of potential back to MLG Vegas, where E6 end up coming through their group. They 3-0, 9-0 everyone out of open bracket. This time they start in pools. They're having a similar start to how they did at Vegas.
It's just going to be tough if on the side of Rise Nation, right? I mean, you get to a slow start on Friday. They're not particularly known as one of those teams that start slow and then just all of a sudden Saturday comes around, they just start to clean sweep everybody, right? These are guys who they kind of stay consistent throughout the entire thing, but starting how they did, it's not looking good for them at all. But like I said, if you're an Enigma 6 fan, you're happy. Quick 3 on Panda, quick 3 on Rise Nation now as well. Things are looking very good for them.
For sure. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, I believe we're going to have FaZe versus Fnatic, I believe, next on the Bravo station. Don't go anywhere. More action from CWL Dallas when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Dallas Open. Myself and Fox to get ready to guide you guys through the action of this next series. But, of course, we want to kind of break down as far as how the pools are currently lining up, because you've had some interesting results up to this point, Fox. Some results that I got to say that I was not expecting. My predictions are ruined.
I mean,
fair to say.
I think I'm doing so far on my predictions.
Right.
Just wanted to point that out there. We did see Cloud9 going all the way to Game 5 with Mind Freak there, but let's talk about this in order from A through D. If you take a look in the top left corner of your screen, you see Optic Gaming is up top 2-0. MVS just behind them 1-0, and Tainted Minds Red Reserves towards the bottom. So far, so good in Pool A from what most people have predicted. Now, Landon, can you walk us through Pool B, C, and D for me?
I can do that for you, Fox. Yeah.
So great.
Obviously, Pool B currently in the lead right now for United and Cloud9, like you just discussed. Cloud9 narrowly taking that game versus Mind Freak. We'll look at Pool C, which is actually the match that we're getting ready to cast currently. FaZe Clan and Fnatic both currently sitting at 1 apiece. We'll obviously be able to decide which team will be kind of in that first spot after this match does conclude. And, of course, in Pool D, E6 starting off fantastic, as I just actually got finished casting their last game versus Rise Nation, in which case they won that one 3-0. E6 continuing their perfect map record at 6-0, beating both Rise Nation and Panda. So when it comes down to this match, let's obviously focus our attention toward FaZe Clan and Fnatic. I think generally coming into this series, like coming into Dallas as a whole, many people would be expecting FaZe Clan to easily walk away with this game versus Fnatic. However, the way that Dallas has gone so far, are you thinking otherwise?
I'm feeling like Fnatic improves with every single series they play on LAN. Ever since this team's debut, they have done nothing but get better and better. And I feel like a lot of that is behind the leadership of Tommy and Wuskin, treating him as sort of a student and really having him rise to be one of the stronger players on this team. This Fnatic roster has a lot of promise, and if they're able to take down Luminosity like they have today, I was told that they, this is from one of the other casters, that they spanked them in a couple of those maps.
Ooh, okay.
Then, you know, we could have a pretty good series on our hands here, and I think that there's a lot to be said about their strength and search and destroy as well, Landon.
Oh, without question. I think when it comes down to a team like Fnatic, a lot of their strengths comes from that search and destroy mentality, and then they've also really looked pretty solid when it comes down to the hardpoints. They actually ended up taking, I want to say it was Scorch hardpoint versus LG, which I believe is actually this first map coming up here. So this could be a very interesting matchup when it comes down to it, because they took down one of the Titans already in their pool on this particular map, but can they do it versus FaZe is the question. I would argue FaZe is probably the more strong of a team, but the way that Fnatic was looking versus LG, is actually able to watch that one. They were looking very, very good, to say the least. And that was all due to the leadership, and I think the slaying of Wuskins, he was performing great.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot to be said about all the players on Fnatic right now, but I really want to give credit to Tommy for really being the player to help this team find an identity and really just help them massively improve every single time they play on LAN. So I'm looking forward to see what steps they've taken in this matchup against FaZe Clan.
Indeed, as we obviously get ready to hop in here to the first hard point, of course, over inside of Bridge. Expect to see a lot of flechette grenades as well as potential pushes toward Fnatic's current control of their base, as it looks like Scrap's finding a few toward middle, almost able to combination with the second one, but in the end it will be Clayster who walks away with that gunfight.
Clay is I feel like Clay is always successful on this opening break of Scorch Hardpoint when he's playing around Cave. It doesn't even seem like anyone wants to challenge him on that chest-high cover, and now he's able to find his team some time on the hardpoint as the rest of Fnatic just around the corner will be swarming around from security.
And if you're FaZe Clan in this particular spot, how do you, in some cases, set up for that next rotation? Because, of course, we know the next rotation incredibly important. In some cases, the money hill. Do you maybe try to make that rotation over toward that left part of the map, or do you maybe even try to rotate through hallway?
If you're trying to get over to Turbine after this point, is that what you're asking? Well, you want to try and usually send someone like Zuma through that warehouse, and we've seen them play it like that on previous iterations of previous matchups on this map. So I expect to see some of that play out of FaZe. It looks like, though, they're actually opting to go more towards security. I think that that's more speaking to where they spawned up in their most previous team fight.
Indeed, it looks like FaZe with a little bit of a lead. They're able to actually retake the hill for the time being. Scraps trying to be aware, tossing a few of those nades inside. Zuma continuing to be a little bit of a nuisance. And when we talk about the side of FaZe Clan as well, we talk about that doership that Zuma and Attach can kind of provide. You know, kind of in some cases, your up-close players, I would kind of normally call them sub-players, but due to how Infinite Warfare plays, mostly, you know, maybe an E-Rad here or there, but mostly, of course, your K-Bars. But those guys have been absolutely fantastic for them in a lot of the respawn so far throughout IW.
Oh, for sure. And someone else who's been fantastic for FaZe throughout IW and throughout at least the tournament so far today has been Enable. Of course, right now he's 0-5, and in their previous series, we really saw him start off these hard points hot. Now, let's take a look at what's going on the side of Fnatic. They're finding themselves at a lead in this game, getting a lot of this time on the Turbine Hill, and as we rotate over into Hangar, they're going to be running right into a FaZe defense, but it's a flimsy one at best. FaZe is still spawning out, and they have two Fnatic players pouring on the pressure, catching one as he comes at the back to tag him up a bit. He cannot finish the kill, and Attach is going to get the better of him.
Yeah, despite Scraps' two-piece through middle, they're actually able to retake that hill coming in from hallway, but still, Fnatic do have those spawns when it comes down to this particular hill over inside a Hangar. Scraps able to find a few toward the side, and Abel finds one over on Sunny. We'll see if this push from Fnatic can be a likely one. Scraps ends up trying to stay alive here, as he's going to wait for his teammates to try to make a team push happen, but FaZe still trying to hold that line. Zuma coming around the corner. A lot of very close gunfights. Tommy actually gets the ground pound there over on Clayster, but Fnatic looking pretty good here. You know, granted, they're obviously getting a little bit of a lead, but like I said, they're holding their own.
Yep, two players on a two-streak, Tommy and Scraps. Scraps finally taken down. Tommy trying to keep it going. You see the shockwave come in, and he is just gunning anyone that tries to force this objective. He was working his way towards score streaks, but Enable, probably getting the communication from his team that he was tagged up, is going to dive right in and win the rest of that 1v1 engagement, shutting down his score streaks before they become too much of a problem.
And of course, as the rotation's coming here over toward Drill, you see Scraps trying to get all up close and personal. We talk about how Scraps and obviously how Wiskin, the brother, the duo-ship of how they obviously like to communicate. Very up close and in your face is how Wiskins normally likes to play. And it seems they've actually got the rotation down, and Wiskins finds two. Sunny B finds a third. Now all four drop for FaZe Clan. Fnatic looking to be fantastic here in the slaying off the start.
So Weskin's calling in this Scarab. He's not really going to find too much with it. If anything, he's just going to get it shot out of his hands. And as you can see, it tags up one player just because he runs right into it there. Not quite sure how he managed to do that, but it's going to work out for Fnatic as they get quite a healthy bit of time on Drill here. We do see one engagement should be coming up shortly, though. Attach spots the player on the hard point, and he still loses the gunfight. Weskin is a huge factor for Fnatic right now.
I believe as well, Tommy ends up finding one of those kills in the end, which kind of stops that break that could have potentially came in from FaZe. Tommy, I believe, started off, I want to say it was like 1-5, and now he's currently sitting at 10-7. So on a current 5 spree is Tommy, definitely kind of turning things around. And a lot of people were kind of curious once once Black Ops 3 kind of ended, how would he do since Millennium? That God Squad ended up splitting up. He ends up kind of obviously coming alongside of these players, ends up finding Sunny B, finds Scraps, and in the end ends up finding Wiskin. How would he perform? And he's been a massive player, not just in his overall communication as a leader, but in his overall slaying ability.
Right, and as we rotate back to the beginning of our set of hills for this map, we can take a look at the scoreboard. FaZe started off this game winning with a pretty impressive opening from the side of Clayster. Stellar positioning from FaZe Clan, but since then, Fnatic has been able to get a lot of time on these bigger hills, and now they find themselves in the lead by 30 seconds.
As they start to push forward, we'll see if Fnatic can try to hold those spawns at the very least as they realize those points are starting to tick away more and more. Fnatic having a stellar performance in the first few sides of rotations. Tommy still holding the line without having really any contentions move forward for him.
Tommy here getting some uncontested time, but he realizes the importance of pushing up towards Turbine as well as FaZe Clan. Take a look at your mini-map. That's 3 FaZe players and a Scarab all set up for this point. They're sending it towards Elbow. 2 players from Fnatic flood in. 2 players fall. That's a 2-piece from Enable. Zuma finds the third. The last player, Tommy, should be able to make short work of him. And so now Fnatic is on the offense again, and FaZe Clan is in control of Turbine.
This could be the hill that kind of brings things back. They could get around that 140 mark if they're able to hold each and every second. As it will be the Scarab currently in control there for Clayster. He's going to call that one out just to try to delay as much as he can for the start of Fnatic. Actually ends up getting a 2-piece there on Sunny B and Tommy. So what normally isn't, like you say, a score streak that gets a lot of kills most of the time, just most of the time the players end up using that blast shield. He ends up finding 2 in that particular engagement and finds a third to add on to it. 4 spree for Clayster, as FaZe Clan looking to be in a fantastic spot to hold on to Turbine. With him in this back spot, it's not going to be easy whatsoever, and it would be smart most likely for Fnatic to go ahead and go on the rotation.
Take a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, guys. Clayster is about to be all gold everything, 100 points away from his next score streak. Rotating to this next hard point, though, that's Scraps that shuts him down. That's a big, big kill, and I wonder if he even realizes just how big of a kill that was. Scraps there loses the gunfight to Zuma, though, so the hill's going to flip right back into control of FaZe.
And after that last hill over inside of Turbine, FaZe have obviously turned things around. The rotation into Hangar works out for them as well, making it their way through hallway. 2 Scarabs out to watch both entry points. Zuma, his will end up being destroyed in the end as Fnatic start to struggle a little bit here. We'll see obviously they can try and rally. We talk about Tommy's overall leadership as their main communicator as their in-game leader. Well, 3 of them drop right there, and he's going to have to try to regroup the entire troop as if they want to try to even retake this game and make sure that it doesn't slip out of their hands, because right now FaZe are playing stellar.
The sliding hip fire from Sonny B catches Clayster trying to disrupt these spawns a bit so that the rest of his team can have a comfortable push through the front. Enable causing a little discomfort as he takes down Tommy, regardless though Scraps and Wuskin are able to break right through and find 2 kills. I feel like a lot of that is off of the back of the disruption we saw in the back on Clayster there.
Absolutely, and of course, as the rotation will end, we're going to be going toward Drill. Scraps going to be here early, but the nades that are constantly coming in throughout the map of Scorch will take it again another player. Clayster going to be here, of course, getting that secure. This is a very, very tight game. Both teams kind of holding their own when it comes down to their respective hard points. We'll see if this one could be a solid hold over in Drill for FaZe.
Sonny B, closest one to the action. Expect to see that E-Red crack as he turns the corner. He finds 1 kill. Still staying alive, but he's so tagged up. That push, there was no follow-up to it. Sonny B was just kind of there and outnumbered.
Of course, as the battle will continue, we'll see if the E-Rounds can be put to much use. Sonny B still with that E-Round in hand, of course, in those close quarter engagements. You'll actually end up getting dropped from the skies as the hatch falls down, and FaZe have officially reached that 200-point mark. They've taken the lead and haven't looked back as rotations will come back here toward middle. We'll see potentially if FaZe can try to hold on to those spawns when it comes down to Turbine, but it might even not come down to that particular hill if FaZe have anything to say about it, because they have looked fantastic. Looks like Clayster also has that bombardment. That could play a huge factor in this next hill.
Oh, that's dangerous. Clayster's got the hot hand right now. Fully streaked out, has access to the FTL jump. Bit of a jarring blink in the face of the enemy team could give him a free kill. Tommy now taking point is close to his payload as well. He's going to have some support from Scraps here, as you can see, and I really like this setup out of them. They're reading exactly where FaZe is pushing up from, and with them being so split up, they can't possibly have an effective push there, Landon.
For sure, and here come the score streaks down. Clayster unfortunately gets a team kill, but he'll shut down Scraps in the end. So an even trade when it comes down to that bombardment, but FaZe Clan getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Gotta give a lot of respect, though, to the side of Fnatic. Start off this game incredibly well, and it's still not out of their hands just yet as 3 do fall. And you're obviously going to see Scraps be aware of that rotation that's getting ready to come in here over toward Turbine. He could be in a perfect spot if he can maybe at least find one toward his right. Player engagement ends up going through, but one player over on the head ghost, I believe that was actually Enable. If he can stay in this particular part of the map, that could be overall Fnatic's downfall.
Fnatic heavily outnumbering FaZe Clan. Luckily for FaZe, they have the spawns. One player spawns up just on top of the hard point. Won't be easy for Fnatic to break it now. However, they're still able to get most of these gunfights in their favor. Enabled now in this 1 versus 1, as you can see. A lot of this was just sort of death matching on the point. Not a whole lot of tactical gameplay, just baiting and switching and trying to finish off those weakened targets.
Enable holding that head glitch in a pretty interesting way. I think it's fair to say. We obviously won't go into the terminology, but either way, doing a fantastic job at holding it regardless. As Fnatic try to contest for the last few seconds, is trying to delay what is the inevitable, as it looks like FaZe most likely are to close this one out. Reactive armor earned there from Zoomit, decides to use in that particular spot, will win the engagement. And consolation kills are all it'll be, as FaZe will take game number 1 at 250 to 193.
Yeah, FaZe Clan right there. We're able to come back, as we saw when we went into sort of the halftime of Hardpoint. Things switched over. Fnatic was in control. They were looking really good. They were breaking hills, and they got a lot of time off of those money hills. That's the big thing, is maintaining control of Turbine and maintaining control of Hangar. But you saw, when FaZe was able to take over Turbine and Clayster was really starting to heat up with his score streaks, FaZe took the game and ran away with it.
They absolutely did, and of course, now that we kind of focus on when it comes down to search and destroy, this is in some ways now Fnatic's domain. This is a map, really a game mode that they start to thrive on. You know, when it comes down to Hardpoint, it's obviously a good game mode for them. It's not their worst, but it's obviously not their best either. So we direct our attention now over toward the search and destroy, which I believe is going to be taking place over on Crusher. Have you seen any interesting strategies, any previous maps of theirs when it comes down to land that they maybe performed on, players to look at, I guess you could say, when it comes down to Crusher?
Well, a lot of their practice is going to be done off stream, of course. So this is more one of those game modes where we kind of get a taste of what the current meta is on these game modes once we get to our LAN events. So I think that these players will definitely pull out a lot of surprises when we get into these search and destroy game modes. But something you should definitely look for is the strength on the side of Fnatic in this game mode. They went 5-0 in search and destroy at CWL London. Or no, it was CWL Paris, excuse me.
Well, obviously, good numbers for them in the end. I believe at ESWC as well. I want to say that it was both Scraps and Wiskin who both had around a 1.8 search and destroy KD, which is it's a laughable thing at this point. Granted, it obviously was against mostly European teams when it comes down to it, but still, though, that's very, very impressive. So, to me, two players we're looking at specifically, and I think in a lot of people's minds, are going to be the duo-ship, the brothership of both Wiskins and Scraps.
Oh, for sure. Wiskins and Scraps, they definitely stand out to me. For this team, though, I really got to give a shout-out to Wiskin. When this team formed, I was really skeptical of how he was going to fill the shoes of Swanee, or how someone else was going to fill the shoes of Swanee, and he was going to have to try and learn the ways of a professional Call of Duty in Europe. And I think that he's really shown a lot of promise. And this team that he's formed, that he's been able to join at the last moment, is definitely working out well for them.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Tommy as well, because he kind of, in some ways, it's like, Scraps is like, hey, my brother wants to play for our team. And it's like, that's great. We just lost, one of the greatest players in European history in Swanee. But it has worked out fantastic for them.
It kind of is funny how that works out.
It's hilarious, because it's like, coming into this game of Infinite Warfare, I think Wiskins is, I follow Wiskins on Twitter, and constantly he's like, I'm so grateful for the opportunity that he's in, because, had Tommy not taken a draw on him in some cases, taken a risk on him, his career, he might even not be here at this point. He might be playing still in Europe at this point. So obviously you got to give a lot of credit to him, especially to Tommy as well, to take that risk and obviously realize talent when he sees it.
Right, and he brought on board players like Sonny B, where he expected to see Sonny B sort of have this aggressive play style that he had back in Black Ops 3. He wanted him to be this more submachine gun, even before the submachine guns were buffed in Infinite Warfare. He wanted to see some more ERAD and just aggressive play out of Sonny B. So, again, just forming that identity around this roster, and they've definitely built upon that. So, in this matchup here, we're getting into Search and Destroy. The rig draft is on your screen. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, except we are seeing Power Slide on the side of FaZe, which is something that they've done in both of their series so far this weekend, but no Power Slide on Sonny B. And there was recently a change to Power Slide, right, Landon?
There has been, yeah. So basically when it comes down to the Power Slide, it really wasn't a particular trait that people like to use. It kind of messed up your movement a little bit, but in the end, it really just comes down to comfortability. I think when it comes down to the new Power Slide, they kind of changed it to make the movement a little bit more smooth in the reality of things. So it really just comes down to preference, overall comfortability of that trait. You're just going to see a little bit of a difference between the two.
For sure. So guys, as we're loading up into the game, if you're just tuning in, FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. We saw Fnatic take FaZe Clan take map number 1 with Fnatic starting off pretty impressively. However, FaZe was able to get the most out of those money hills and really took over, especially with the contributions from Clayster. So now, getting into the Search and Destroy, this is typically Fnatic's strong suit. I look to see them perform in a big way.
For sure. And of course, Tommy bringing out the longbow here for round number 1. Is most likely going to be making a little bit of a hold when it comes down to that B side, but FaZe looks like they actually are going to have other plans. They're going to go for the non-preferable bomb site here off the start, as they're going to try to get a rush plan, it seems.
He's going down for the plant. The only player that's really in range to do anything about it is Sonny B, but as you can see on that mini-map, he has to wait for his team to try and collapse on this. There's no point going in and getting traded out. He waits for his team, so he finds the kill and is able to stay alive afterwards. He realizes just how valuable he is with the ERAD in this position.
Player number 6 looks like it's actually going to be Scraps as well, trying to go for another inter-kill. Sonny B finds yet again another kill, but here comes Clayster and Enable trying to fire away, realizing that bomb is down, and this is Fnatic. They have to get the kills. In some cases, try to solidify the round, but Enable finds one. Wiskin, 1 versus 1 versus Enable. Would be smart for him just to try and play the time, but Wiskin's not going to go for the sneak defuse. Obviously, a good decision in the end in some ways, just due to the fact of Enable wanting to challenge that. But in the end, we end up seeing a pretty good play from Fnatic. But in the end, that was FaZe making an opposite bomb change, in some cases kind of installing in the minds of Fnatic, hey, we don't mind doing, kind of unorthodox things.
Right. And I think that if we look on the side of Fnatic, though, this is one of those situations where they try to read what that opening push was like from FaZe, and they'll try and work out what the strategies are going to look like. It's a very collaborative effort when it comes to adopting strategies round by round for Fnatic, especially on this map.
For sure, and of course, another sniper being brought out there from Clayster. Looks like maybe a little bit of a pre-shot. He's not going to find anyone there for now as kills start to go down. Wiskin's finding that first blood over on Enable as Fnatic look to try and take the site. Sonny B backing up. Actually, there's one player who's currently behind enemy lines. This is Attach. He is in a fantastic spot to potentially find a few kills, but Sonny B reads it. Attach finds the kill regardless. So now, granted, while FaZe don't have the man count advantage, they at least have, in some cases, a pinch set up for the most part. But unfortunately, Attach ends up dropping, and Clayster with a sniper rifle in his hands. This is not going to be an easy round to clutch if he can't pick up maybe a K-bar on the ground or so.
It's a really weird challenge for Attach to make right there, I feel. I think he was trying to tag out the player a little bit with the flechette grenade and then finish him off with the ERAD because he knew where he was going to be. But with him being so far away, the K-bar has the obvious advantage, and now this leaves Clayster in a pretty tough 1 versus 3.
Oh. Okay, Clayster able to find one. Got that Oni in hand player just above him, and I don't know how that player doesn't spot him. This should be a kill potentially. If he can maybe move forward, that was COD timing at its finest, as he has made it behind lines, and they don't even know that he's here. You're curious, how is Clayster behind us right now as Clayster finds yet again another kill on Scraps, a potential 1 versus 3. Tommy trying to play the time. Currently has that ERAD in hand, can potentially find Clayster from behind, and is able to clutch it regardless. You see Clayster, the frustration on his face, the near 1 versus 3 comes through. But Fnatic, Tommy, in quotes, will clutch it in the end.
Yeah, you saw right there, Clay was a little frustrated after that because I think that he took that as a blessing of, they didn't see me slip by. I got right behind them on site. They pushed past me and didn't see me run through the doorway. So he took that as an opportunity of, I'm clutching this round. This is my moment. You see the frustration on his face there, but we're still tied up 1-1. There's a lot of search and destroy to be played here.
Indeed there is, and of course, heading into round number 3, it will be Enable with that bomb in hand, as FaZe are going to be on the offensive. Looks like first blood's going down. Tommy actually using that sniper rifle here off the start of this round, trying to hold the line on that left angle. We'll see if he can maybe try to find another kill. Player just jumping up, able to escape with his life yet again, but Tommy trying to make him pay for that. Realizes the push coming through, trying to urge that one to his teammates as Tommy finds one on Enable, and the push from FaZe is not going to be home. Tommy finding 2 big kills with that sniper rifle, as Fnatic take back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and Tommy right there was just used as an excellent zoning tool for Fnatic when they were holding that setup. No one can sneak around to that right side and close that gap because he can just pop them as soon as they show themselves.
Now, one thing I'm curious about when it comes down to FaZe's next offensive round is that B didn't work out for them, A did. Now, is Fnatic going to try to read that when it comes down to their next offensive push? Of course, now it's Fnatic's turn to be on offense, but something to kind of keep in mind once this round does conclude. But of course, Sunny B, man with the bomb in his hands, ERAD as well. He's going to be a little bit late there with the bomb, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication going down, possibly. Maybe just a weapon switch in the end, but either way, he is going to be in the back just trying to hold a potential flank that come in from FaZe.
Yeah, delayed start to Sunny B. Not something you want to see because now they can't really get too much information as to where FaZe is at. It looks like they might get a little lucky, though, if they decide to commit to this site because FaZe just so happens to be on the opposite side of the map.
Fnatic do have a free site. They obviously do realize that push is coming. FaZe hot on their tracks for the most part. They could be absolutely anywhere.
That delayed start really messed them up. You can tell they want to plant the bomb right now, but they don't know where FaZe is coming from.
They might try to go full wrap around. Of course, you see that Scarab, I believe, coming out there from the side of FaZe, just trying to be a little bit aware as to where they could potentially be when it comes down to that site. But rotation coming in, they're obviously going to realize that bomb has already gone down. But no, Clayster finds that kill over on Sunny B, so the bomb isn't even down. Scraps ends up dropping. And like you mentioned, Fnatic kind of get caught off guard in that particular play. They don't really know where those FaZe players are. They end up using the Scarab to earn the information, and they close the round out.
Now, moving into round 5, still tied up. Both teams going back and forth. No one really showing a clear win factor over the other. It just seems to be both teams getting a feel for one another, trying to figure out how they're going to close this out. But if we take a look at the progress on payloads, Clayster is farther than anyone else to getting that I was going to say faster than light. It's FTL jump.
And this time, Clayster rocking a sniper rifle on offense. The push is actually coming quickly through the flank. Is Fnatic. Scraps to the top of your mini-map. And the question is, does FaZe realize that this push is happening? It looks like Tommy finds one over on Clayster for that first blood. That sniper rifle, not sniper rifle, the K-bar coming into hand as Clayster trying to find a few. Scraps now left in a 1 versus 2 situation. The bomb is down, and he's got 2 players in his midst. FaZe will close that one out in the end, as they will now have the advantage at 3-2.
So FaZe taking yet another round, as you can see. Again, not too much going down on that round, not much tactically. We saw that this time, though, Tommy was not as big of a threat with his sniper rifle as he was in previous rounds on that part of the map. Could be FaZe sort of wisening up a little bit to how they're playing on that side. We'll have to see how the rest of this map unfolds.
And they are getting a great read, it seems, as they're making that push over inside of the A site. Fnatic, the question is, do they try to contest this one, or do they back up? They've got some ERADs in hand. Sunny B, weapon of choice. So he's going to be sticking with that one for the time. Of course, currently sitting pretty weak, decides to back up and re-engage. Side of FaZe is actually trying to make a little bit of a mid-map presence over toward that U. But with Clayster having that FTL jump in hand, it wouldn't be a bad idea maybe if they try to use him as a potential tool to find get another kill.
I think that Attach wants to hit this flank, but he's well aware that the Fnatic players will be waiting for him. With that bomb going down, now is Attach's time to pounce. Now, not with the bomb going down, excuse me, with the bomb going around. Now would be Attach's time to move.
So he finds that one on Enable. Oh, just gets the pretty bad timing when it comes down to that FaZe player. Wiskins actually finds one on Attach, and there's another kill there for Sunny B. This could potentially be the 2 versus 4. Zuma, the last person alive. The 2 versus 4 clutch there for Fnatic, as that's a big boost of momentum for the Fnatic side, as they're now going to level things up at 3 apiece. So you're going to obviously see Sunny B in the final kill cam, obviously realizing, I'll take the shots. I have no problem doing that in a good overall. And I wouldn't say a bait and switch in that particular play, but kind of being in some ways a shield for his teammate, as the good combination and the good teamwork there coming from Fnatic.
Yeah, and see right there, I thought that we would have seen FaZe move a bit faster. I think that Attach, of course, read that they would see his flank coming, but I feel like he took too long. When that bomb started to move away, that was like, what, 8 or so seconds after he stopped moving. I thought that for sure we would see him make some sort of a move, or them at least get out of middle map. But Fnatic biting right down on that, they're able to take another round. Oh,
there comes a team kill there. Enable ends up dropping Zuma, and just like that, we'll see how obviously things do play out. 3 versus 3. Attach finds one on Sunny B, and Enable's there to respond as well. Scraps yet again left in a clutching situation. 1 versus 3. Fires some shots over onto Attach, but he's going to have to try and stay alive for the time. Back shield comes into play for a few of those shots, but not enough in the end. It's round by round we go. FaZe this time taking one.
Yeah, pretty comfortable round for FaZe Clan again. These are also very quick rounds that we're seeing in the Search and Destroy. Not too much rotating going on around the map, except for that one round where we saw Sunny B had the delayed start. Both teams just sort of hitting their executes and just responding to what they see.
Looks like Side of FaZe trying to read another A push, trying to get in the mindset of some of the Fnatic players. Unfortunately for them, though, that is not going to be a push that's going to happen. It looks like Fnatic playing a little bit slow here for a little bit. Decided to move forward, as it looks like it's going to be actually going to get that bomb down pretty quickly. So despite obviously realizing no FaZe players, that bomb's going to go down pretty easy with no one dropping as of yet. That could be a good play from Tommy if he's able to wrap around.
So we see Tommy. He's waiting to see if those players push through. No one's home, though. All 4 FaZe players go back to the site. He reads this as well, but Wuskin is still able to get 2 kills regardless of being outnumbered. Enables on middle map and tries to catch him. He's able to do so, but now we're still seeing Scraps able to read that or respond to that call out and take him down.
I think we're seeing a lot of in-depth thinking, trying to overthink it, but you can see the push from FaZe, trying to get in the minds of what the Fnatic players are thinking. There's definitely a lot of strategy going on between Tommy and I think Clayster as well, trying to get a little bit of an idea as to what in-game leader is thinking next. So with that in mind, round number 9, as we will load in 4-4 as we currently stand. Looks at the Side of FaZe making their way here over toward A. I believe we end up seeing a payload be used there from Wiskin. Getting that Centurion down over on the A site is definitely going to be very difficult for FaZe. If they want to get that one down, most likely going to have to destroy it, because if not, they're going to get red pretty quickly. And it looks like Enable actually able to shut that one down. So no players actually tried to connect with that one off the start. Enable ends up getting traded. So despite the Centurion being down, Fnatic don't immediately challenge. With that in mind, it's currently sitting at a 3 versus 2, but both of those FaZe players do have their payloads.
Taking down 2 FaZe players. See FaZe now outnumbered in this 2 versus 4. Clayster also outnumbered on middle map with just 3 players on the opposite side. While he was in a good position to find a kill, he was just in as good of a position to die immediately afterwards. That's why you see he backs up until he can get some help from his teammate Attach.
Clayster's there, and that FTL jump just needs to get over the cover. Sunny B ends up making it around the corner just due to that play happening. Rocks the FTL jump and needs to find this kill. Sunny B, very difficult to kill at this point, as he's able to escape for the time being. Scraps lingering over toward U, as Clayster is narrowly just able to get that bomb away, and he will escape for now. Attach doesn't have the active camo if he wants to use it here, but ends up dropping. Clayster now left in a position to clutch. Few seconds remaining, but that's going to be a gunfight 1 for Scraps. And now that is going to be Fnatic on map point for the Search and Destroy.
And Clay really should have had that kill right there, Landon. He had so many opportunities to fire on that player. He even pops the FTL jump to try and chase him and throw him off a little bit and catch him in his back. But shaky shots coming down. He's not able to finish the job, and Fnatic is going to bite right back and take the 5th round.
No, I'm not sure. There was a play where was attached was in the air, and he didn't really do anything. And I wonder if him not aiming or looking around was maybe trying to use the active camo. I can't say for sure, but usually whenever you're trying to press, obviously, a certain button on your controller, it could have been him trying to use the active camo. Obviously, I can't say that necessarily, but at least
something
for
to
him,
consider.
yeah, definitely something to kind of consider. So Enable doing the exact same strategy that Fnatic did versus them, going to plant that Scarab, or not the Scarab, excuse me, the Centurion down over on that site. It looks like that was Tommy who actually ends up getting close to it. Now, it wouldn't be an odd strategy if Tommy actually wants to get close to that Centurion, because if so, that could kind of work as like a tool to maybe distract the FaZe players, making him think that push toward A could happen.
The Scarab comes in, giving FaZe some information as it tags up Scraps. He still dives right on top of the sniper. That was Clayster. Pretty slow to react to the communication that he should have gotten from his team when that Scarab hit. So now that leaves FaZe in a 3 versus 4. I think that Fnatic is just waiting for someone else to get greedy and try and make a play here.
Attach has the active camo, has the E-Red in hand, but ends up dropping trades going down, and now it's going to be left up to Zuma, 1 versus 2 to try to force the round 11. We'll see if he can potentially make something happen. Player just to his left, accidental melees, and Fnatic will take this one 6-4 and leveling the series up at 1 apiece here, Fox.
Yeah, and again, this is where Fnatic shines, is in this game mode. Excellent play on Crusher, Search, and Destroy for them. Their executes, they were just working so well against this FaZe Clan roster. If there was a map in this series you would expect Fnatic to take the Search and Destroys, had better be one of them, as they're able to come out on top.
Absolutely, and of course, now that we kind of focus our attention as this map number 2 does conclude, we kind of focus our eyes when it comes down to throwback uplink. Whenever we were able to kind of look through some of the notes, some of the thoughts throughout both of these teams coming into this particular tournament, both of them said our worst game mode is uplink and we need to work on it. So in some ways, based on the series, how it's looked so far, you expect FaZe to take the hard point. You most likely expect Fnatic to take the Search and Destroy as well. Uplink to me is obviously going to be a major difference maker when it comes down to it, because both teams, they've obviously said this is the game mode that we struggle on and that we need to work on.
Clearly not feeling confident in the game mode. I still got to say that I've seen FaZe Clan work pretty well on this online. Now, of course, I want to try and look at LAN performances, but in this matchup specifically right now, I think that they definitely have the upper hand in terms of how they play throwback uplink. But guys,
although Europe, they've looked fantastic in uplink so far.
I can't tell if that's this is sarcasm.
No, they actually have.
Okay.
No, they literally, like Millennium, like
that voice.
Everybody has looked fantastic in uplink for Europe so far. So I'm just pointing that out really quick.
Oh, just this weekend.
Yeah. Oh,
for
yeah.
Sure.
Just this weekend. Not like in general. But
for sure.
But yeah.
So guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. That's going to be the end of map number 2. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with map 3 between FaZe and Fnatic. Hello and welcome to the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. I am Fox. I'm joined by Landon. We're hopping into map number 3 of FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. We just saw the Fnatic staying strong in that game mode of Search and Destroy. They're able to take rounds off of FaZe Clan and enough to make it a win. There were a few rounds that it seemed like FaZe sort of choked, but there were many more where Fnatic seemed in control and had a great understanding of how they want to play Crush or Search and Destroy.
Absolutely, and of course we do talk about the overall mentality of both of these teams coming into this next game mode of Uplink. It's going to be played on Throwback. Question resides, who feels stronger? I know we're kind of generating toward that FaZe side just due to their strength when it comes down to pure respawns, but we've obviously seen a lot of European teams look good so far throughout this weekend in the game mode of Uplink. Now, of course, they have practiced that game mode. I know Fnatic have definitely been on their scrim grind. I know Tommy streams quite often, and he's been scrimming basically like every day. I think as many teams have coming into the CWL Dallas Open. But I think they might have improved in this game a little bit. So I don't think that we can kind of count them out yet. And when it comes down to a map like Throwback, not normally going to be incredibly high scoring. If you use one of those active camo, those overdrives correctly, that can really lead to a game victory for you, even though it's just one possession.
For sure. So a little bit of information there about the way that FaZe Clan and Fnatic might play this, but I look to see a lot of submachine gun play on both sides,
I was gonna ask you that. I was
towards
curious,
middle map, right? I think that we can expect to see some SMG play out of Attach on this map, but more so on the side of Fnatic with Sunny B. This is definitely one of his more preferred maps to use the ERAD, so I think we can see a lot of that here on this map, similar to how Frost Uplink is with that weapon composition.
For sure. So we got ERADs in play. Of course, series currently tied up at 1 apiece between these two squads. Kind of break it down really quickly as we kind of load in here through the rig draft. FaZe ended up taking game number 1 over on Scorch, 252. I believe that was 193. And in that last match that we ended up witnessing over on Crusher, Fnatic nearly ended up taking that one at 6-4. And a big performances, especially from players like Wiskins and I believe from Tommy as well with that sniper rifle. So,
yes,
question
Tommy
resides.
definitely had his moments with the sniper.
Yeah. So question resides, Uplink, how does this one play out, Fox, when it comes down to a map like Throwback? Any particular thing to be looking out for? I know we talked about the SMG play, but any particular pushes to be made through? Are there any spawn traps to be looking out for either side?
You're definitely going to see a lot of players gravitating towards bike path with that drone. That's usually the best place on the map to take it. As you can see, we're just taking a look at the portals you have to bring the drone to in order to score. One throw in is going to be 1 point. A dunk, carrying it in there, is going to be 2 points. Now, that blue side of the map that we're looking at right now, that's the less popular side to take the drone. A lot of it is going to be done on the bike path.
Indeed it will. It looks like we are ready to load in here for game number 3. FaZe and Fnatic going to look through the eyes of Attach here off the start. Early nades. They look to try to get some of those early points on the board. Zuma finding that first kill here of the game. And Attach continuing to try and lurk here as actually finds another one there over on Tommy. Pulls out the ERAD as well. This could be a great push coming in from FaZe off the start, but Scraps is actually up toward middle map, so that push will be delayed for a moment.
Attach coming through untouched so far this map. He wins the first engagement against an ERAD, and then as soon as Tommy picks it up, he wins against him too, and that's going to award FaZe 1 point off the start.
Great job there from FaZe, of course. Clayster still holding toward that bike path side. Of course, Fox mentioned the amount of drone pushes that we're going to see over toward that side of the map. Very influential point of control to hold. So he's making his way up through Lemon. It looks like it's not going to be home from him. Attach winning that gunfight. That particular exchange, FaZe reigns true.
FaZe, Fnatic, swarming around middle map here. Clayster, the closest one to the action, is going to be able to gun Wuskin. If he can take that position that he was in, that'd be big, but Tommy shuts that right down with his boot, the shockwave. So that's some solid map control awarded to the side of Fnatic. If Tommy could stay alive, that'd be even bigger, but no. Zuma gets the better of him, and now it's all a toss-up as to who can take this. Scraps trying to lean things more in towards his team as he goes in that 4 streak.
Fnatic kind of getting shut out. They're all pushing by themselves, and FaZe in some cases are going to hold him back and letting those gunfights come to them, and it works out for them, at least for now. Zuma getting that nice shot there over on Tommy yet again, trying to make an impact over toward those stairs. Player over on that head glitch. Can he stay alive? Sunny B nearly was able to win that gunfight in the end, but FaZe starting to make a little bit more of map control as Fnatic look to try to hold the line. Sunny B still trying to make a little bit of an impact with that ERAD through middle.
Zuma, overlooking middle map, is able to find 1 kill, but he wants to remain aggressive, so he's going to jump right out and search for his next engagement. It's going to be Wuskin. He takes him down. So FaZe looked like they were trying to get something going around middle map, but doesn't look like anyone's really in a position to grab the drone. I think they're trying to find this last player that's behind them. That's going to be Tommy, sitting in top food. He catches Attach off guard. Yeah, I'm thinking that they were searching for him.
Nabel finds one. Clayster still holding over toward that bike path. You're going to see him gravitate toward that side of the map quite often, just the fact of the weapon selection that he likes to make. Of course, grab the MV4, and when we speak about Clayster and MV4s, does Fnatic grab that drone and potentially make a push here? Tommy with that drone in hand tries to go with a 1-point toss. Will it be home? It'll just fall short. Despite the bounce, it's not going to go through, and 4 down there for Fnatic. But when we talk about the side of FaZe Clan, we do obviously talk about the recent weapons roll, the roles kind of being switched around there. Clayster now rocking the MV4, and able kind of gravitating more to that K-bar. Do you like to see that probably out of the side of FaZe by now?
Yeah, I definitely think it looks really good on them. I think it's a great swap of the weapon rolls, and it should work out well for them. Clayster tossing the drone for some distance just over food. He's hoping that his team can get some kills on middle map and capitalize on it, but if you take a look at your kill feed, up until this point, it was all yellow. Fnatic were able to win those crucial gunfights.
Scraps running one there over on Enable. Tommy responds as well, so this could be a potential push. As Scraps finally able to grab that drone, but Zuma's here trying to delay that one as he will for the time, but the pass actually comes through, and now Tommy currently sitting in Grandma's needs to fire this drone away as quick as possible, but the feet of Attach will stop that one for the time. Clayster is there for the rebound, just needs to get that one off as far as possible. Despite Wiskin's 2-piece, Clayster still lingering in the back of the map, and that big defensive hole will come in from FaZe. Can they turn it into an offensive one is the question. It looks like he's going to toss that one over toward that top blue. So a good push from Fnatic could potentially turn into some points actually for FaZe.
So here Clay's just trying to bait something out by tossing that drone and staying up in the sky. He was hoping to find a gunfight before he hit the ground. That is not the case. Wuskin's going to take him down, and it looks like the drone will be overturned in favor of Fnatic. Zuma responds with 1 kill on Tommy, who was trying to be a nuisance around food. It's something he does pretty typically on this map in game mode combination, and Zuma tries to shut that down before he gets anything going.
Pass coming into Sunny B, maybe the potential scoring opportunity, but no, nobody's going to be home. FaZe is able to shut that one down for the time being. Big gunfight win for Zuma, but someone's going to be there. That's going to be Scraps. Can they get the dunk off? Unfortunately for him, he's able to get at least the 1-point play on board, but we do talk about Fnatic firing all forces through. FaZe nearly stopping that scoring opportunity, as it's now going to be up 1-1 with just 30 seconds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, and you mentioned those few big gunfights. Fnatic was still able to come through and get that point on the board. You see Clay here trying to stay alive behind enemy lines. The E-Rad, though, is going to be enough to take him down at that range. So now let's see what FaZe can do in these final seconds. The clock is ticking, 20 on the clock. The drone, again, thrown for distance, just trying to play keep away here in this situation. But Scraps is coming through, gunning anything that stands in front of him.
Only a few seconds left. They've got to get that drone forward as quick as possible if they want to try to get a scoring opportunity. But unfortunately for them, that's not going to happen, as we're going to end the first half of Uplink here on Throwback at 1-1. I know I talked about coming into this matchup to be aware of Throwback, very low scoring game. Now is the time to focus on Overdrive, your active camo, just your rig players overall who are going to be earning those throughout the next 5 minutes. How can those play a factor, and who's getting closer to those earn rates faster than everyone else? Because you've got to be aware as well, sometimes in big influential matches, players who have those Overdrive and those active camos, if they're not having a good game, that a lot of times leads to a lot of defeats for them.
Oh, for sure, and that can make it very difficult in those closing moments of a round in Uplink. So, while we have 5 minutes on the clock now, once it gets down to crunch time, a minute or two left into the game, expect to see those payloads come through in a big, big way. Now, Wuskin trying to remain in middle map so he can get his team some positioning. This could be big for the map pressure of Fnatic, as he's able to open up with 1 kill onto Enable, trading off of his teammate. One more in top food, though, is keeping him pinned, so he needs some support here, Landon.
I believe that's actually Zuma currently. Finds that gunfight over on Scraps, thankful to an assist, is able to win that one in the end. So 3 go down. Tommy, the last one, to try to hold the line. E-Rad in hand as the drone pass potentially come through. That drone carrier, due to being in the very back of the pack, Tommy's able to shut him down for the time, and here's Sunny B for the potential drone grab. So that push from FaZe, well, it looked good since that drone player is hanging in the back. It was a good play from Tommy to kind of realize and focus on the objective more.
Yeah, you wanted to go around there. In spite of the route the drone was taking, was able to shut it down pretty quickly. We're now seeing FaZe on another offensive opportunity. Attached, though, knows that he can't pick up that drone just yet. He has to slay around Lemon a little bit here. Whoever that was that he was firing at played that beautifully, baiting and switching for his team. They're able to turn it right back around. Great play from Fnatic right there.
Ridley holding over toward that bike path side, trying to fire a few shots away. Finds that one over on Tommy. So this could be them establishing a little bit of map control, but another player yet again from the side of Fnatic, holding strong when it comes down to that Lemon side. 3 go down, and how can Wiskins find that player? It's going to be over on Attach. He's able to make that one happen. So back and forth. FaZe making a lot of pushes, but Fnatic, due to good team play, of course good communication from them as well, they've been able to stop it every time.
Split spawn coming in from FaZe. You can see they're separated across every lane of the map right now. The drone, though, is going to be tossed towards mid. They don't want any part of running that through blue side. So now this actually gives FaZe an opportunity to keep some pressure up on mid.
I feel like those E-Rats from Fnatic have definitely kind of been a major nuisance in those close quarter engagements, whether it's been an NV4 or K-Bar. Of course, a lot of times if you have a good E-Rat player, kind of utilizing that weapon correctly, it can be very difficult. But here comes Attach, tries to get it as far as he can, but he ends up dropping. He's not actually able to get that dunk forward, and gunfight's starting to go down. Clayster is here, so he's able to get the rebound. He's able to get the 2-point play in. The question is, can he stay alive in the spawn? And he's not going to make that happen, and Enable will stay alive for the time. So while FaZe does get that scoring opportunity forward, they've got to make sure they shut down Enable for another potential push.
And Clayster making use of that FTL jump just recently is going to be a part of that play. He gets the dunk. That's got to be big here. And now if we take a look at our payload progress, though, Attach used his in that push. So our next one should be either Enable or Zuma for the side of the FaZe clan. On the side of Fnatic, you can see Wuskin is already lit up gold. He should have access to his payload here shortly.
FaZe continuing to try and make use of that lemon push. That angle inside of Grandma's is never an easy one to hit as the ER player continues to reign true. Sunny B staying alive, but Enable in the start of FaZe is actually able to find 3, but there's still one player here. That's going to be Scraps. Scraps finds 2. That is a huge play. His team actually ends up spawning there as soon as he gets those kills. So in that happening, as player number 4 is actually still alive, that's going to be Zuma. Kills being traded back and forth, but big plays coming in Fnatic on defense there.
That's a massive defensive play out of Scraps right there to win that second engagement. Of course, he's going to catch the first one off of communication. The second one was pure intuition. He turns, burns, drop shots Clayster, and that's a great defensive play coming out of Fnatic. So now FaZe, again on the offense. Sunny B, though, has quite a bit to say about it as he finds 2 kills and gives his team the opportunity to grab the drone.
The question is, Fnatic, can you get out of your base? They continue to struggle with that. Tommy ends up dropping through middle map, and 5 total players drop, 3 of them from Fnatic. Just trying to advance that drone forward as quickly as they possibly can, and it's still only a 1-possession game. So, like I said, we talked about how did the payloads come into play. Tommy, drone in his hand, tosses that one over inside of Barn. His teammate actually ends up dropping. He tries to escape, but 3 go down. Sunny B's the last man to stay alive, trying to stay up inside of Barn, but he's only going to delay that push for the time. It is the inevitable, though, as Zuma is able to fire away that big 2-point dunk, and now it's up to Fnatic. They need to get on the rotation because it's now a 2-possession game with just 45 seconds remaining.
45 seconds left on the clock. As we said, this is the most crucial time for uplink. On the side of Fnatic, they still have access to 2 payloads. Wuskin has yet to use his within the past few minutes, but that could be a drone opportunity if he can get his hands on the objective. But FaZe just keeps taking it and tossing it to the side of Fnatic, which forces them to either have to take it back to their base and throw it out of the map, or slay out and then bring it all the way through bike path. Enable, now activating his payload, is able to find some damage and a kill onto the players of Fnatic, and this is where he's been the most dangerous, Landon, is around Lemon.
He absolutely has, and with time starting to tick down and starting to look less and less likely for the side of Fnatic, looks like the FTL jump is going to get met with a nice beat down there for Clayster. Insult to injury. The scoring opportunity will narrowly follow through. That's going to be Clayster firing that one. That's now going to be a victory for FaZe as they're going to win game number 3, 6-1, and take an advantage in this series, 2-1.
Yeah, FaZe right there looked really good once we got to the second half. Despite a few big plays out of Fnatic when they were playing defensively, I think that FaZe just had much better control of the drone.
Definitely, and the scorecard at the end, I believe it was Enable leading in kills there for the side of FaZe, sitting at 28-20. Despite not being a huge major factor when it comes down to the objective, definitely did, like you said, a great job over sitting in tide of Lemon, trying to delaying those pushes that Fnatic. And I feel like toward that second half, Fnatic rarely got out of their base.
Yeah, they couldn't. They just couldn't leave it because the drone was always being thrown towards Lemon. So then they have to wrap back to the back of Grandma's house. They always have to hover around the hay bales and stop that push coming in from FaZe. They can't just leave the drone there. And they also can't leave an opportunity for someone from FaZe to flank them. So I think that what worked so well for them on that first half was some of these players like Tommy, namely, more specifically him, was able to get behind them and at least be a nuisance and cause some chaos and distract them a bit. But on the second half, he wasn't able to replicate that.
Definitely. So, of course, now that the throwback uplink game has finished, of course, now it's time to focus our attention toward Retaliation Hardpoint from Nat number 4. Of course, FaZe Clan currently up 2-1 in the series, only needing one more to close this particular game out. Quick thoughts on Retaliation Hardpoint. Of course, the redraft getting ready to load in here shortly. Thoughts on retaliation hardpoint? I know I've heard a few pros talk about this in the past. They kind of say no lead is safe when it comes down to it because you have such big money hills. When it comes down to Broken, of course, and Graves as well. Thoughts when it comes down to this matchup between FaZe and Fnatic? I know we talked about Wiskin's play when it comes down to hardpoint. You think him and the boys from Fnatic can maybe force the game 5?
I think it's going to be a really tall order for the side of Fnatic in this map. This map specifically, I think that switch of the NV4 and the K-Ball for FaZe is definitely going to put them over the edge in terms of how well they're going to perform on retaliation. I think that this tends to their play styles very well, and they should be able to take down Fnatic right here and now.
Well, FaZe, your potential pool decider could come down to here, as they've obviously taken out Elevate in their recent endeavor. I believe you actually ended up casting over that one as well. And of course, it looks like I believe Fnatic ended up taking that one versus LG. So like we said, both of these teams currently sitting at 1-0 in this Pool C. And if they're able to win this one, they're pretty much in a prime position to get out of groups and get into that ever-covetous winners bracket. When it comes down to CWL Dallas, of course, a lot of teams fighting for that LAN League spot. Both Fnatic and FaZe want to be there for their respective regions, of course.
Oh, for sure. There's a whole lot at stake. And I'm sure the guys on Fnatic would love to be the ones to bring this massive organization into Call of Duty Esports and then find that spot in the global LAN League. They definitely have the skill and the talent to do so. So I'm looking forward to see these guys compete throughout the weekend and throughout the rest of the Infinite Warfare season.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to ask you really quick, because I'm very, very curious about this. Now, I have seen a few players from Europe, even on a map like Retaliation Hardpoint, and granted, for certain hills, I wouldn't mind seeing this. But do we still see another E-Red come out of Sunny B when it comes down to the entire map? Do you think he uses it only for certain hills, or do you think he's going to roam with it throughout most of the map? You know, I gotta say, is he going to use it for the entire time or only for certain hills?
I think that it would be more efficient to use it for specific hills here, namely maybe the hallway hardpoint, right? But when it comes down to playing on, I don't know, let's say Market or the Bridge, when you're running into pre-aimed NV4s, it's going to be really difficult for you to find a situation where the E-Rad is great to use there. So it's definitely something you got to play by ear. You know, you can't just go in with this attitude of, only E-Rad, because against certain teams with certain setups, it might not work.
For sure, and of course, you can kind of order the map fly through. It is time to hop in here to game number 4. We're taking a look at Retaliation Hardpoint through the eyes of Attached yet again. Been known as a fantastic respawn player, one of the main slayers for FaZe when it comes down to Hardpoint. We'll see if he can make an impact as he ends up dropping forward those first few kills. Fnatic getting the first few seconds on the board here.
Yes, so if you are just tuning in, this looks like it's going to be the deciding map in the series. If FaZe Clan can take it, that's the end of the series. If Fnatic takes it, we're going to a Game 5. This is a big deal. Thank you very much for tuning in on Fox, and this is Landon. Let's see how it goes. It looks like FaZe is off to a decent start. We've seen both Enable and Clayster start these hard points off pretty hot for the team this weekend.
Absolutely. Of course, they're kind of players not really said to be questioned, but I know a lot of people have been kind of curious as to how Clayster is going to perform. It's obviously not been his greatest start to a title, to say the least. You got to be looking at players. I know you mentioned Enable so far throughout throughout Dallas. You looked at both Tash and Zuma's performance when it came down to Atlanta. They obviously played incredibly well, so definitely players to be looking out for FaZe. Quite a bit of them can have the opportunity to go off, but it seems that they will have a little bit of a lead when it comes down to this next rotation here over toward that bike side. Rower Street, a.k.a., but Scraps ends up dropping here for the beginning gunfights. Clayster blocking this one down. Plat control going to be very important as Clayster's well aware of that, trying to fire some shots forward.
Yeah, and you can see that's where a lot of his attention is at because he knows the remainder of the Fnatic roster will be coming in from that side of the map. They have plat control unless someone from FaZe can get there and disrupt it, which is what Enable was able to do. Clay has to focus that side, and Fnatic is going to push through with those stellar spawns and take over.
Tommy's trying to be aware, just not really sure exactly where these players are exactly. And he can easily hop on the hill right now. Looks like Enable sitting over inside a garage now. Maybe tries to get this gunfight forward, but that was a lot of free time that Fnatic could have had. Granted, they're obviously getting the time now, but generally that rotation is what is on their mind. Big gunfight to be won here. Can he clutch this one up? He's able to make that one happen, so he should be awarded the scrap seconds for now, as that rotation is on everyone's mind. Player number 3 in the back is going to be Clayster, I believe. Still trying to hold those spawns for his team, and if he can stay alive in this particular spot, could definitely be a huge team fight that we're getting ready to see.
Oh, for sure. FaZe should be able to swarm and outnumber the Fnatic players in this setup without question. Sunny B is the next player to fight, but Scraps coming from Bridge is able to help out the Fnatic roster. Zuma trying to be the difference maker here. He finds 2 kills. Attach picks up his first kill from this game. and that's definitely a big moment to do so, because I think that Zuma would be pretty disappointed to get 2 kills and then not get control of the hard point.
Absolutely not. So, of course, now only 200 points away from that scare. I think we've got to give it major credit for FaZe holding a lot of this time to Clayster staying alive toward the back, finds a big 1v1 engagement, enables also get to scrap seconds toward that last hill, which is obviously giving the lead that they currently possess. But the retake coming in from Fnatic is able to work out. Scraps now gaining a little bit of time. Players from FaZe kind of scattered a little bit here, kind of getting these little bit of 1v1 engagement, but Detach finds a nice headshot there over on Tommy. And if he can win this gunfight, this could be another gunfight for Scrap seconds. We'll see if Attach can win this one, but Scraps is able to stay alive as we now look toward those rotations.
Oh, yeah. I think the way that hurt FaZe is it wasn't a very clean break. Even when Zuma and Attach were able to come through and get those kills, those spawns were really upset earlier, so the FaZe clan players aren't spawning close to the hard point, and Fnatic was able to come through from bridge and just take it right over after some time. So now we're seeing them also get the initial time on Broken, but FaZe has a bit of an answer because they're much closer to it than the rest of the team.
Wiskins was actually held toward the back, and if he could have maybe stayed alive while his teammates trying to make that push happen, some 1v1 engagements go in your favor, that could have definitely been a break for the side of Fnatic, but FaZe obviously lingering off of their good fortune for now as Clayster continuing to be a nuisance toward that right side street. Finding a few, and just really needs to stay alive. So if he drops, this is a big push that Fnatic could be making, trying to jammer their way inside of the hill. Clayster still continuing to stay up, but as those players start to enter in, they all fall, and FaZe continuing to add on the points as Fnatic start to scramble a little bit.
Yeah, great teamwork out of FaZe right there, having Clayster bob and weave and just tag up those players where he can and regenning his health. They work together very well on keeping him alive and healthy, and also prioritizing that hill time and the pressure from Fnatic in the front. Now guys are rotating into hallway, and this is where we did mention that we could see some ERAD play coming out of both sides.
Definitely, and Sunny B just trying to make sure a pinch does not come into play from that backside. Looks like not going to happen for now. Sunny B getting very aggressive when it comes down to this hill. Nice combination of kills as 3 go down there for FaZe. Make it all 4 down for FaZe as Fnatic start to push out their spawn. Sunny B potentially could be in a really good spot to try to hold off this street, and is actually in a great angle to try to make sure that his teammates have a lot more free time.
So FaZe looks like they're trying to come in this hard point from multiple choke points on both sides of the hallway. However, only 2 players survive from that push, and as you can see in the mini-map, that's going to be player 4 and player 1. Zuma and Attach trying to make their way through. They're awarded with some scrap time, so it ends up working out for them. Doesn't look like Fnatic is going to contest this too much. I think they're just preferring to set up for the bridge hard point and just catch them on the rotation here.
One thing that's kind of worried me, and of course it kind of dictates itself in the score, is that well, Fnatic have had good moments here and there. It's just that when they get time, it's not a whole lot of time. When we've seen Fnatic, they did a great job at holding down Bike Street. They did a fantastic job at holding down Destroyed Building. They've done a great job at getting those hard points and sitting in stone and just holding them. I feel like so far for Fnatic, when they've gotten control, it's maybe been like a 1v1 engagement that doesn't go in their way. Maybe that's more catered toward a characteristic that we should kind of credit FaZe for. But every time that we've seen Fnatic hold a hill, it hasn't really been for too long.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just maybe some of the play calling going wrong. We saw that Tommy, I think his idea was to bait the hard point back at the Market Street Hill, and it didn't work out for him. He was a bit early. The call would have been much better if it were like 2 seconds or 3 seconds later than what it was. But anyway, a little bit of a recap here for our hard points. You can see FaZe Clan has been able to take control of a lot of these money hills much longer than Fnatic, and that's going to be reflected in the score as they're currently at 175 to 99 and counting. Enable taking point in the hard point is being met with a couple of Fnatic players and takes them both down by himself.
What a play there from Enable as he's starting to make a little bit of an impact. One player who's making a massive impact so far throughout this game has been Zuma, currently sitting at 20 and 12, nearly double positive, as well as gotten quite a bit of hard point time as well for his squad. But of course, due to going on those streaks, he's earned a few of some of those scarabs. Calling that one out, just trying to get a bit of information, able to make Scraps pretty much one shot at that point. And it looks like he will be cleaned up from Clayster in the end. So Fnatic trying to get some time here on this lower street. Wiskins ends up dropping, so it looks like another break coming in for the side of Fnatic as they should get toward that 200-point mark here.
So here it is. Clay's going to be on the opposite side of hallway, just looking for anyone that might be rotating for the new hill, and it looks like that might be Wiskins. So these 2 players should meet up shortly here around the hallway choke point. And there's Clayster's able to take him down, so that's big on the rotation right there, as the rest of the gunfight's going down on the actual current hard point. Should award FaZe Clan some hill time. They look like they're in a position to close it out right here on Graveyard Hardpoint.
Fnatic have got to pull something out, maybe a potential push as the FTL gem gets used from Clayster. In some cases, kind of a waste there in the end as far as how things kind of lined out. But player number 7, we need to look at him right now. Tommy currently rocking that K-bar in hand. Big gunfight he needs to win here, able to find that one over on Zuma. So if he can stay for the time, make sure his teammates are starting to slay out, which they're able to respond. Scraps and Wiskin, as they're now going to hold down some control. So we talked about no lead is always safe.
Yeah.
This could be the potential point where Fnatic start to bring it back.
That hill looked way too easy to break for Fnatic. They just came right through and swiftly took it out of the hands of FaZe Clan, who's now on the offensive front. They find 2 kills. Fnatic so far is only able to respond with 1, but Tommy's smelling blood, and he's trying to play the angles as best as he can. However, Attach plays it better. He comes through with the double kill, and that's going to award them with some big time on this Cathedral hardpoint. Scarab comes out for some information, but FaZe Clan is still able to make most of it and find some crucial kills.
He's going to be using the FTL jump, and he's able to win that gunfight, so that will award him some scrap points at the very least, but they're nowhere near that rotation. FaZe is already set up inside of destroyed building. Glacier trying to make sure there's not going to be anyone who's made it past enemy lines as FaZe get closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Fnatic not having a whole lot of opportunities to respond. This one should be closed down here, as FaZe are going to lock this game down here. They're going to win this retaliation hardpoint 250-151 and close out this series in a 3-1 fashion.
Clayster snaking a little bit there, just trying to spot those players just as they turn the corner, and you can just easily pop shot them. Should be an easy way to hold this part of the bike path. That's going to be the final kill to close out our map. As you can see, FaZe Clan takes the series 3-1.
Like I say, I was pretty impressed from Fnatic at times. You know, I thought they, in the Scorch Hardpoint, they looked pretty decent as well. But when you come up against a squad like FaZe Clan, I mean, granted, you know, Luminosity is a fantastic team in their own regard, but teams like FaZe and teams like Optic seem to kind of be in their own level at this point. And when it comes down to a team that we've obviously seen have a pretty good impact so far at this tournament, FaZe is pretty quick to respond. And honestly, in that search and destroy, FaZe easily could have took that one as well. This could have been a 3-0 had maybe a gunfight gone a different way. But still, Fnatic having a pretty decent performance, I would say, in this game, and you got to give them credit for that.
Oh, for sure. I think that their key factor right there that they needed in this series is to take a hard point off of FaZe.
Yeah.
That's a very tall order, though. That's FaZe's comfort zone, and you could see it just right there in this series. Fnatic, though, still taking that search and destroy. As predicted, I said that should be one game mode that they're stronger in for this matchup.
For sure. Well, looks like we're going to take a quick look here, I believe, at our pools for now. I believe these should be pretty much updated, but it looks like we'll get FaZe and Fnatic figured out. As far as who's obviously winning, it should be FaZe up 2-0 and Fnatic at 1-1. But still, gotta say, I'm pretty surprised by some of the pools that we're seeing so far for the most part. And personally, in my opinion, pretty surprised to see Enigma 6 still currently sitting at 6-0 in their overall map record.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy that they started off so well against Rise Nation, because in the last 2 events, Rise Nation is up 2-0 against Enigma 6.
Yeah.
It seems like Rise is in a little bit of a slump right now. Of course, this new Splice roster they're going against is no joke. They're definitely built much better for international competition this time around, since to see them in second should be no surprise. But as you said, Enigma 6 being first place and undefeated in map count, that's pretty big.
Maybe seen some signs from MLG Vegas. I don't know. E6 looked pretty good in that particular event. Well, I believe, guys, we're going to be having Splice and Enigma 6 up next, but don't go anywhere. More action here from the CWL Dallas Open when we return.
We've got a big match ahead of us here. Both of these teams are currently undefeated in their pool, sitting at the top 2-0. Both Enigma 6 and Splice have been able to take down what should have been their toughest matchup in this group, and now these two Titans are ready to face off against one another. I'm Fox, this is Dirk, and we're getting into one of our final matches on Bravo Stream tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Like you said, both these teams that are playing right now, will be playing, are playing for that top spot in the pool. You guys are going to see it on your screen right now. We're going to have a Pool D matchup between Splice and Enigma 6. Like we said, both teams 2-0, so they're fighting for that top pool spot. I mean, Enigma 6 has yet to drop a map throughout this entire tournament. They 3-0'd Panda. They 3-0'd Rise. Splice, on the other hand, had a little bit of a back and forth. Rise went straight to a Game 5, and I believe their match against Panda, they won 3-1 as well. So this new and improved Splice team looking very good.
Yes, and I think that it's definitely no secret that Splice should have been up in the top part of this pool in Pool D. But another question for this group was how Enigma 6 was going to perform. They start off this season of Infinite Warfare amazingly at Vegas, coming through undefeated, sweeping everyone in their group. A lot of people were having flashbacks to how this team performed at UMG California, and now we're seeing it just this weekend here at the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. They're coming out swinging. It seems like their form has risen a little bit as they're able to take on the likes of Rise Nation for the first time in the last two tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we said, they're on top of their game right now. Not dropping a map is very, very impressive. I mean, just the way they've been playing has been on point. Specifically, when we talk about hardpoint, their rotations have been early. Their setups have been great. I think almost every single time they played Rise, they were always on those early rotations. There was never, ever a moment where they weren't. And now for Splice, they're playing one of their weaker hardpoint maps in Breakout. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes against a team like Enigma 6, who's having so much success and how much momentum they're riding on.
And this is my first taste of Enigma 6 just this weekend. It's Splice as well. I've been wanting to keep a close eye on how this roster did following their roster change of releasing Josh and picking up Zero. That's a huge, huge bonus to this roster. Now, I was confused as to how the dynamics of this team's going to change, seeing Josh gone, kind of losing one of the more leadership-type players on this Splice roster. But picking up a talent like Zero is no mistake. This Splice roster should match up much, much better internationally.
I mean, our very own Rich Campbell did an interview with Mad Cat, and he did not have some very nice things to say about Josh. He said he's happy he's gone. He says he hopes he doesn't qualify for the Global LAN League. So,
wow, a little bit of bad blood there.
That's the thing I love about the EU scene. I just completely love how much of savages they are. They don't hold back anything. They just completely let it out. You guys are going to see a quick overview of Breakout. Showers right here is where you're going to see a majority of the gunfire going down on that first hill. Then here you have the second rotation over into Prism Blocks. Look for an MV4 player to get set up inside of the hill there. Maybe watch that wall run. See the back garage area where you're going to have the anchors positioned, and then towards this back helipad side. But it's going to be Enigma 6 Splice fighting for the top place in Pool D. Fox, take us into the action.
All right, so we're on board with Proto here. As you can see, he's rocking the K-bar with no sights. Both of these players look like they might be prioritizing the showers side of the map, and that is a crucial part of the map to hold for this first hard point. They're being met with two Splice players, but General is able to shut down both of them.
Very good job by him. He's a guy who's been lining up the kill feed so far on the first day here at CWL Dallas. It's going to be Ruiz inside of the hill. It's going to be smart, just playing his corner, waiting for his teammates to come around and slay. There's going to be a big gunfight going down here on the wall run. That's going to be Zero, and I believe General from Enigma 6. General's going to opt to push all the way through, try to go for a flank to try to maybe flip these spawns and catch the enemy team off guard on Splice, and he's just going to do exactly that. Big two-piece coming in from M. Ruiz, and just like that, General's flank is going to pay off. But the Splice players are still spawning from behind. He's going to be met by Bance, and he will be finally taken out.
Yeah, and that was big from General to realize that they still didn't flip the spawns even after he got that kill. So he still backs up and realizes he needs to take those players off of the anchor. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to win that gunfight. So now we see General off the respawn, trying to get into those engagements again, but being outnumbered, he has to rely on K to do it all by himself. Two separate one-on-one gunfights, one-on-two gunfights, excuse me, not going in their favor. So you should see Splice in a pretty decent position right now.
If you see a quick cleanup from them, Spawn's going to be going in their favor. Zero is going to be the player inside of the hill. Nobody challenging that. But Enigma 6, something that we love about their hardpoint game is they're always hitting everything. These guys don't split up. They just push together, and it is exactly working. Teams don't really know how to try to counteract it. Proto's going to be left last alive to try it off Zero, and he's going to be able to find that one. But Jerd, he's on a kill streak of his own, currently on 5, 225 away from that Trinity Rocket as well. Splice guys looking very good on this hill. You're going to see the early rotations coming in from Zero as well.
All four Enigma 6 players are pouring through the same choke point. Splice is responding pretty quickly and easily to it. Proto comes through trying to be the difference maker. It's going to award his team some scrap time here. And now the rotation comes in. We're heading over to Cave Hill.
Definitely are some big gunfights going down in security right now. It's going to be the players from Enigma 6 double pushing. There's going to be met by a couple Splice players inside of the hill. It's going to be Jerd. He's going to be utilizing the rock here to get some good cover. The Scarab is going to be coming into play for the side of Splice. Not going to be able to get anything from that one. Is Jerd going to be able to find another two? Yes, he does. There's going to be one more on the other side of the tractor. Is he going to be able to pick it up? No, his teammate is going to be there for the cleanup. So Jerd having a game. Vintage Jerd on display here. 10-3 for him.
A commanding position on the scoreboard right now from Jerd, being 10-3. He's just 25 points away from his Scarab. And if he plays his cards right in this next engagement, he should certainly be lighting up gold all over the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. This player just around the corner for Enigma 6 is playing so patiently, waiting for his team to come and back him up, but Splice is just going to pounce right on their passive play and still shut them down. A lot of this hill time on Graveyard has gone to Splice. Let's see how it works out on the rotation, Dirk.
Zero is just going to be waiting to see if anybody does push out from this lockers area. He is going to be able to pick out Emery's, who's pushing middle map. Now you're going to see 3 Enigma 6 players coming forward. Zero is going to be able to shut a couple of them down, but then you have Bance on a 4-kill streak. Zero on a 4-kill streak. Splice completely controlling the slaying in this game thus far, and they're just in such a commanding spot. Mad Cat inside of the hill with the MV4. He's going to be watching the wall run. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. Nobody really challenging. Like we said, Enigma 6 is not going to be a team that's just going to flood this wall run. They're all going to push collectively into just one choke point and just hope it works. And it's not working out for him right here. Like we said, Splice just coming out on top with every single gunfight.
Absolutely. Splice doesn't seem to be touched at all in these past few hard points. Enigma 6 is struggling to break through their defenses. So we'll have to see if once we get into this next rotation of hills, if the story remains the same or if Enigma 6 bounces back. But Splice is well on their way to having a commanding lead of 100 seconds in the hard point.
They definitely are. Bance now going to be inside the hill. He's going to be able to pick up the last of this time. Nobody in from the Enigma 6 squad in any position to try to contest this one. You're going to see the arrows start to move around. That is going to be General working side by side with Proto. General's going to head towards Graveyard. Let's see how Proto plays this one. It's going to be sitting over by lockers. Should have a player coming around. He's going to be able to spot that going towards mid-map. But the players from Splice is going to be inside of that mid-hut area, not jumping into the hill just yet.
A lot of slide gunfights going down on middle map. Both teams just sort of death matching to get some sort of map pressure and map control on mid. So with these gunfights going down, it's still a little unanswered as to who's in control. Actually, no. Splice decides to give it right up. Those two players opt to go towards Shower side to meet up with M. Ruiz, who's here on his lonesome. That gives Enigma 6 some time in the hard point, but I guess that Splice feels like they have enough time to gamble with here so they can get some map control.
That was very smart there, that two-player push. I mean, obviously they might have not known the player there had an NV4, but in the position that he was in, there was no chance he was going to be able to pick up that big two-piece. Like I said, it might pay off for him depending on where they do spawn. Spawns are kind of split right now, but it looks like the good spawns are going to be going in favor of the side of Enigma 6. So look for them to try to rally something together, come back in this one. Like you said, on this hill, Splice kind of just let them invest into it, right? They went for this extended push to try to get those spawns. Didn't really work out for them. And now Enigma 6 slowly starting to gather up some points. They're going to be first into this next hill as well, and it's going to be M. Ruiz inside.
It's still not a good sign because those points were partially gifted to them from Splice in that last engagement. So Enigma 6 might be clawing their way back into this game. We'll have to see if they can pick it up throughout the second rotation. But it looks like, again, Splice is in position to take this one home, at least take this hill home, as Enigma 6 is off spawn all the way over at Commissary.
Yep, and this is where, if you're Enigma 6, you might have to try something different. You tried flooding mid over and over and over again, and it's just not working. They have Jerd, who's just positioned over by Showers. He's having a hell of a game. And then you just have Mad Cat, who's just basically just sitting inside the hill for the team. Has the MV4 as well, but now some gunfights are going to be coming in, but Splice going to be coming out on top once more. So usually what we see, usually works out for Enigma 6, right? Just hitting things and stuff like that usually catches teams off guard, but Splice is just being able to trade so effectively, and that's why they're having so much success in this game.
And interestingly enough, Breakout Hardpoint is usually one of the weakest, is actually the weakest hardpoint map for a lot of these European teams. And the Splice players in particular are very vocal about this. But right now, they are burying Enigma 6, and it also looks like they're outplaying them quite a bit.
It does. The new and improved EU God Squad showing Enigma 6 the business. 187-66 is the score. You're going to see Mad Cat get fully streaked out there as well. Jerd just continuing his rampage inside of the hill, and complete control by Splice. They have Enigma 6 exactly where they want them, spawning out by that helipad side. Still 35 seconds to play with a 200-point mark is now broken on the side of Splice. They are trying to put Enigma 6 into that 100-point club.
Yeah, it's not looking so good for Enigma 6 if you're just tuning in. What you're seeing right now has been very telling of most of this map. Splice in full control, Enigma 6 sort of trial and erroring their way through these hills. They just can't seem to respond well enough as Bant is in total control. He's going to push up through Cave here, trying to play for the spawns for the next hill.
Yep, bombardment did just come into play there. So let's see, this one goes. A Scorcher now going to be coming in. Just maybe trying to ping that. Nope, they're going to be flying high through the sky. Let's see if it's going to be able to pick anybody up. It's not going to be able to get anywhere, but it's just going to buy him enough time to push the Enigma 6 players into that cover, and so Splice can take control of the hill once more, but Jerd does lose that gunfight, but it's going to be quickly traded out by Mad Cat. Now it looks like Enigma 6 can get control of this. It's going to be Cade, the first person inside the hill, but they just need to worry about Mad Cat and the Splice players that have all their attention focused on M. Ruiz.
Yeah, and M. Ruiz is on that flank, on the helipads. They need to focus him down. They spend one player to do so. However, they're still able to keep one alive, influencing the spawns a bit for Splice here. And as they try and pinch onto the hard point, they can keep in mind they should be forcing Enigma 6 to spawn out. However, General is the difference maker. He's able to find one kill and stay alive, but not until Mad Cat's score streaks come in. That's a big momentum shift for the side of Splice if they can push this effectively.
Still 15 seconds to play for in this hill, and if you're Splice, you can go ahead and just pick up all the scrap time. It's going to put you closer to that 250-point mark. They're going to get the rotations going over towards that mid-hut as well. It's going to be Mad Cat. He's going to be in the lower part of the hut. General's going to be going around once more on the flank. He does have his active camo ready, and M. Ruiz does have his FTL jump to go as well. So the central rooftop, we're back to the original rotation. 10 seconds away is Splice from taking out Enigma 6.
Yeah, 10 seconds away, and as we get into our third rotation of hills, it's looking like it could be a pretty easy way for them to close out the game. Actually, Enigma 6 still pouring it on, trying to flood this hard point. Still, most kills going in favor of Splice, and that's really been the story of this entire map. You see on the scoreboard here, Cade 10 and 23, not doing so hot for the team, and M. Ruiz, who's had a pretty slow map all around, and it all adds up into a Splice victory.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, just looking over the scoreboard and just how the players are playing, it's something that from when I casted the Enigma 6 matches, you had Proto was absolutely going off. Like, it just looked like nobody can stop him. General was doing very good, but General is still continuing his play, which is definitely what you want to see if you're an Enigma 6 fan. But in that hardpoint, 250 to 93, Splice is going to take out Enigma 6 in that first map. 100-point club. Enigma 6 is officially checked in.
So Enigma 6, if the information I've been given is correct, has actually just lost their first map of the tournament. And the map that they lost is against Splice on Splice's worst map, where they beat them in a very, very devastating manner. So I'm curious to see what that speaks to for the rest of this series as we get into our next couple of respawns. That's not a great way to start your series. You're already feeling high, you're feeling confident, coming up in the one of the top spots of your pool, but then Splice comes through and does you dirty.
The thing that I can just kind of take away from that and just try to compare it to the last hard points that I saw, I think they were flooding so much that time. And it was sort of like unorthodox in a way, if that makes any sort of sense. They just kept on trying to flood straight through the middle of the map. Usually you see teams try to get that initial kill, the player who's playing in the corner over by showers, and then just try to progress from that. Utilize the wall and send like 3 people on the wall, or maybe try to get one going through the middle map area as well. So that's something I just didn't really get about Enigma 6. I haven't seen them play on Breakout in any recent time, so that could be a thing as well. Maybe that's not one of their strongest maps statistically that we don't really know. But then, like you said, Splice, their worst map, but just every single gunfight just seemed like Enigma 6 couldn't touch him. The only person who really could was General.
Especially when a lot of those situations where 3 or 4 Enigma 6 players flooding through a choke point that several Splice players were pre-aiming at, it's really tough to win those gunfights. And again, it all added up to a Splice victory. So map number 1 is going to go to them. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're moving into Search and Destroy. Its Enigma 6 roster in the past has shown excellent coordination and chemistry amongst the players. So we'll have to see if that can all add up and have them come out on top in the Search and Destroy to even up the series, or if Splice can continue what they've had so dominatingly strong in this series so far.
I mean, we talked to them. It's the first time we got to see this roster on display with Zero coming in and dropping Josh. But so far, these guys have been living up to the expectations, right? I mean, that's what you really need. 2-0 pulls so far, completely knocking off Enigma 6, who was the other undefeated team in this pool as well. So if they can keep this momentum going, it's going to be interesting to see. I know they were able to take out Rise in a Game 5 in a Search and Destroy. I'm not sure how the previous one went, so that's just something to keep in mind. And from Enigma 6, their Search and Destroy game was very good. I mean, from everything we saw, it was pretty flawless all around. There wasn't really any close Search and Destroy matches with Enigma 6 and Rise in that terms, but it's going to be interesting to see how these guys do play. I know their offense was something they were able to get the bomb down pretty quick, but they weren't able to hold it. You know, they would get the bomb down, kind of make those silly plays, have one person run away completely in a 1 versus 2 and completely give up the bomb site.
Okay.
It's just sort of
those are definitely some VODs I want to go back and watch.
It's just some sticky situations, and when you're going up against a team like Rise and Search and Destroy as well, these guys aren't amateurs. They're going to have one person on that bomb. They're going to have one looking directly over him, just providing that cover as well. So they made him pay for the mistakes. But that's something Enigma 6 is very good at getting the bomb down. It's just once that bomb is down, can they defend it? That's one of the biggest things I can take away from it.
Right. And as we get into this series, I want to know. I want to go back and watch those matches against Rise Nation because I want to know like what that says about the form of Splice and Enigma 6 at the moment. They're both able to beat the team that most people saw coming out in first place in this group, and now they're facing off against one another. So what does that say about Enigma 6? Are they back to the sort of form that we saw from them at Las Vegas, or is this just a very good day in the tournament for them this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, something we have to keep in mind, too. Panda Gaming, a team not very many people hype up. People don't think they're the greatest. Obviously, they earned their pole play spot, so nothing against them at all. But you just have to think they took out Rise Nation, which is very, very impressive. One that probably a lot of people picked to come out of this pool. So jumping into map number 2, it's going to be Throwback Search and Destroy. We're going to be on board with the boys from Splice, and we're going to be in the eyes of Bance. It's going to be jumping into the top train. The rush is coming in. It's going to be Zero drawing first blood on Ruiz.
So they find that first kill. Splice finds all of their players positioned around middle map except for Mad Cat. Mad Cat's going to be the one watching the flank through bike path and setting up for a pinch when Splice wants to do it. Cade, though, shuts that right down as soon as it gets set up.
Now Zero's going to find himself in a sticky situation. He's going to jump out. He is going to find Cade, so now a 1 versus 1 situation. I believe Proto might have spotted Zero. They've probably spotted each other here. Zero trying to hunt for the ace. See how he's going to be able to play this one. Coming through the train tunnel is going to be Proto, and his back is turned. Smart play there by Proto, not taking the shot. Actually, no, I don't know if he saw him, actually. It looked like he jumped around the corner. Might have been able to catch him at just the right time. 35 seconds left in this first round. See what Zero is going to do here. Playing in the bottom Granny's area. Both players just sort of running away from each other, but that bomb is down. So Zero time is going against him. Should be able to pick it up. I wonder if it's down. Did he just spot Proto? That's the question. And he's going to be able to get that in the ace going into the hands of Zero.
Yeah, and that's a scary way to start this game. Now Zero has access to the Scarab, so not only did he single-handedly win this round for his team, later on in the game, he's going to be even bigger of a factor. He's working towards a score streak. So if you're on the side of Enigma 6, they definitely have to keep in mind his progress to his payload as well as his progress in score streaks. They need to shut him down soon.
It's going to be big. See, he's going to be rocking the active camo after one round, more than halfway there, too. So now on the offensive, it's going to be Enigma 6. Proto is going to be the bomb carrier almost 9 times out of 10 for this side. Looks like he's going to go ahead and get the quick plant down. Cade is going to draw first blood on Bance. They have the okay to plant that bomb. Proto is doing just that. So now time going against the guys from Splice who are a man down.
So the bomb goes down. Not much of an answer on site from Splice just yet. A lot of the gunfights are going down towards middle map. They realize they need to get control of this before they can dive on to the objective. So with Mad Cat in position with the MV4, that's going to do just that for him. Expecting someone to be around Bus, he actually gets caught off guard by Proto, who was still playing on top of Bomb. And now we see Zero trying to make a difference here. He's able to find his clutch kill, 25 points away from being streaked out even more. And he has one Enigma 6 player just behind him. Catches him. That's another point for him. 7 streak. Zero is undefeated. He's trying to go in for the defuse, but he does not have enough time. So while that's a loss of a round to Splice there, Dirk, we're looking at a 7-0 fully streaked out Zero.
I mean, that's like a risk he can take, right? He just went on the hunt for the kill instead of maybe trying to go for that defuse. Paid off for him. Fully streaked out now. Has the active camo as well. And we're just heading into round number 3. That's the crazy part about it. So Zero going completely off on the side of Splice right now. We're going to see them go back on the offensive.
And see, I knew them picking up Zero was going to be a huge deal and that he would definitely help them match up well internationally. But I didn't think it was going to be like this. This is an awesome start if you're a Splice fan at home. Let's take a look at Zero, who has his camo on the 3rd round of Search and Destroy. He finds the opening engagement, connects with some shots on the 2nd, and no one's there to follow it up, except the flechette grenade comes out and doesn't finish the job. So what looked like a beautiful setup from Zero, it didn't seem like there was enough follow-up from Splice.
Yeah, I mean, he burned the active camo too, which, I mean, you can't really fault him for that. It's still so early in the game. He has a chance to get it again. So, Emery's going up against Jerd. We're on board with Emery's right now. The timing going to go in favor of Jerd. He is going to be able to take him out now 2-1 in favor of Splice. It's going to be Jerd, the player in your final kill cam, pushing through the grannies and then jumping around. Just finding Emery's as soon as he turns his back. Excellent play by him.
Yeah. And right there from Splice, that was a pretty easy call to make, right? You got one of your strongest players in your team who has camo in the 3rd round of Search and Destroy. You better make a play with that camo. So they do just that, and they find themselves a round win. And he's still got streaks to play with.
I'm wondering if the players from Enigma 6 know that Zero has all these streaks. I mean, they have to kind of know. He started off the game 7-0. Now a 3 versus 3 as kills Ditko traded down, Emery's and Jerd being taken out. Now Proto has to clear to get this bomb down. Vance is going to take out Cade. Just like that, General drops as well with the Trinity Rocket. Zero doing work with that. Saw in the Search and Destroy against Rise. Got a 3-piece with the Trinity Rocket in Search and Destroy. So something to take away from it. He's continuing his Search and Destroy spree. Now 9-1. Utilized some of the streaks, but still has 2 more to work with as well.
Oh yeah, and that triple kill they got against Rise was at a pretty crucial moment. I think the score was like 5-4 at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big moment to get a triple kill with the Trinity Rocket right there. We'll see if he can do some damage with those score streaks in this Search and Destroy here. Splice is looking really good so far.
Still has a bombardment to work with as well, and good thing, I mean, technically both of these bomb sites kind of out in the open. A bomb site being covered by the bridge, but it can still do damage. So Vance is going to go ahead, push through. Might get the bomb down on B. Shots are going to be tagged up from the player side bar, and that is going to be Proto. General going to be there to take out Jerd as well, and finds himself a 2-piece. See if General can get things rolling for the side of Enigma 6. Proto's going to take out 1, and just like that, Enigma 6 going to put another round on the board.
There we go. That's a confidence booster for Enigma 6. They've kind of been getting slapped around so far in this series, but we can see right here, starting to bounce back a little bit in this S&D. They shut down Zero. You know, they forced them to use some of those streaks, and that paid a little bit early. So maybe they can get back on their feet and a little bit into their rhythm for the Search and Destroy, make it a bit closer than what we've seen so far.
Definitely. So Proto is going to be the bomb carrier once again for E6. Looks like player might have fell out of the game. Let's see what's going to go down here. Enigma 6 players is currently playing back in their spawn. Set up for Splice right now is 3 players spread all across the map. So we'll see how this one does end up going.
I think the call here is to play out the remainder of the round and then see what went down at the end of it. So you're going to see the Enigma 6 players playing at a little bit of an advantage. The bomb goes down. Another one actually drops. A little bit of chaos going on right now on both sides. I think they're all trying to figure out what's going on, but the bomb goes down at A regardless, and Enigma 6 is in a good spot right now. 1 versus 1, though, so Jerd has to sniff out General.
He definitely does. General going to have the advantage from far away, but Jerd's going to go ahead and hop onto that bomb. We'll see if he's going to be able to get it. The Ninja Diffuse is coming in, and he is going to do just that, being down a man. They're going to be able to take another round away from Enigma 6, now up 4-2. General not checking the bomb.
That's heartbreaking. Oh man, losing a round when you're down a man. I think they had someone on their team disconnect at some point as well. We're gonna wait to see if we can get some more information from the referees. But guys, that's gonna be a 4-2 lead for Splice here before the disconnecting issues. We're gonna try and get that sorted out with our referees on site here at the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. But so far, some of the things we can talk about here in the Search and Destroy is that we saw Zero start off so hot there. Oh my, he was just playing. He was playing a completely different game from everyone else in the lobby. It was amazing.
I mean, even when they were down a man too, right? He decided, he's like, I'm gonna pull out these streaks anyway, and he did exactly that. So things looking very good for the side of Splice. And then we saw just before that round was over, Splice down a man. Ninja Diffuse on General didn't check the bomb at all. I mean, like we said, he had the long line of sight, but I mean, it's just an excellent read there by Jerd. Must have known that General does have the MV4 in hand, is going to play further back like that. Might as well hop the bomb just to give it a try. I mean, at that point, what did they have to lose, right? They were down a man, so he just decided to hop it, and it worked out for him. So they're going to be going into the next match with a 4-2 lead, so we'll get that figured out for you guys.
Yeah, and it's also just that kind of decisive play that we saw from the side of Jerd. You know, he's not going to hesitate one bit. He knows that's the best course of action to take. He felt that General was going to play farther back. He had that MV4 too, so maybe it was him sort of reading what kind of weapon and play style General tends to go with in these games, or was going with in this map. Either way, we're going to get this sorted out and figure out what's going on here in the Search and Destroy. But if you're just tuning in, this is Splice versus Enigma 6. We're on map number 2. Splice is able to take map number 1. Very, very one-sided hardpoint we saw on Breakout there. And no, you're not hearing me incorrectly. That was a European team that 100-point clubbed a North American team on Breakout hardpoint. Yeah, it's a really tough map to win for them. But Splice being among the first just this weekend to do that.
I was talking to Maven, I believe he made a joke sitting there saying, like, oh, 250 points combined is Spliced for, like, in Breakout hardpoint is total in, like, 10 games. sat there. I was like, that's a little harsh, but they looked amazing on that one. You cannot tell that that's their worst map. I mean, or is it Enigma 6's worst map? That's one of the things we just have to take into consideration. But like I said,
sure.
when you beat a team that badly and you put them in the 100-point club, you got to give credit where credit's due, right?
Yeah.
Just everything was going Splice's way in terms of the gunfights. The rotations were there at times. If not, just completely outslay them. And then once Enigma 6, you could tell probably they were getting frustrated just trying the same thing over and over and over again, trying to flood. Just wasn't working out. But they just kept on going back to it, didn't try switching things up, which I understand it kind of makes sense as well, right? You just want to stick to what works and just keep on doing that over and over. But didn't work out for him in that match.
And let's talk about Zero for 1 second, because this man started off this Search and Destroy 7-0. No deaths up until he had to die. He had to pop his camo. He had to play as bait for his team. He started off really hot, and that was definitely a big way for them to play. So that's also something else you got to take into consideration, is some of the score streaks that he might have had left over, that payload progression that he was able to work towards. Once we play in this reset, he's not going to have access to that anymore. So, getting into throwback Search and Destroy. This is definitely going to be an intense series between these two teams. Both of them currently undefeated in their groups. If you're just tuning in, we did mention that in the beginning. Enigma 6 up until this point, if my information is correct, they were undefeated in map count. They took down Panda Gaming and Rise Nation. Splice was also able to take down Rise Nation. Two feats that many people saw being in favor of Rise Nation, but Splice and Enigma 6 definitely surprising some fans at home.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people coming into making poll predictions probably just kind of threw Rise Nation and Splice up top there. I mean,
you have to.
There are people, I mean, because since Las Vegas, Enigma 6 has just been on like a steady decline. Not the complete bad one, not like a Cloud9 or Allegiance decline.
That's
but
definitely a different degree of decline,
it's
for sure.
It's been slowly going down, but now it looks like they're finally getting some life back, and that's something that you definitely want to see if you're an Enigma 6 fan at home too. So I mean, these guys are playing for so much too. Me and Landon were talking about it. It's not just playing for the tournament, and we brought it up too. Enigma 6 is right in that running to try to qualify for a Global LAN League spot too. So
every match is crucial.
Every single game, these guys are going 100%. If they lose, they're not going to hang their heads on it because they know that they just need to keep progressing throughout this entire tournament.
Right, and these are some of the younger players that we have in the Call of Duty World League. So for them to be playing under that much pressure and still performing this well up until this point against Splice is definitely very impressive for anyone watching at home. But guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're going to try and get things sorted out here in this matchup, and we'll be back to you soon with some more Call of Duty World League Dallas Open action. Welcome back, guys. We just got everything sorted out at the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. We have Splice facing off against Enigma 6, and we're actually going to jump right into the action. A little bit of an update on the score here. We're actually going back 3-2 is what the score is going to be in favor of Splice. So let's follow the action now. As you can see, Enigma 6 is going to be in yellow, while Splice is going to be in white.
They definitely are. Might be a little bit confusing at home, so we do apologize for that. But two players now are going to drop on the side of Enigma 6. Cade is going to be taken out as well as Ruiz. So it's going to be Splice getting round number 4. As like you said, if you guys are just tuning in, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, so we started the match 3-2 in favor of Splice. So now you see them getting another round on the board. So now it is going to be 4-2. So if you guys see host-ended game or anything like that come up at some point, it's going to be because Splice took the game. Or Enigma
6 if they can bring it back, right? But Splice has a pretty big lead right now at 4-2, and Zero starting off this round 2-0. Now, before our break, when we saw the first part of this Search and Destroy, Zero started off the game 7-0 and got camo in the third round of the game. So I look to see him follow up that performance throughout the rest of this map as he's taking point on rails.
He definitely is. He just continues. He's having very good Search and Destroy plays so far here at CWL Dallas. Is he going to be able to find another one? Yes, he is. Kills are going to be going down now. A 2 versus 2 situation. Zero working alongside Mad Cat and Proto in general. But as I say that, Proto drops. General going to be left last alive, and he is going to be taken out. Looks like he was going to be taken out there by Zero as well. So continuing his hot streak. That's crazy. Usually when technical difficulties happen, like there's a player who's going off, they slow down. Like their momentum completely gets killed.
No. Zero's too fast. Gotta go fast. Zero is on a devastating streak right now. He's really shutting down anything Enigma 6 tries to do.
He definitely is. Now Splice 1 round away from going up 2-0 against Enigma 6. Let's see if they can carry this momentum onwards. Zero has a scarab already. Proto, see what they're going to be able to do here.
So again, if you're just tuning in, update on the score at the top is incorrect right now. Splice is 1 round away from closing out this map. The score is actually 5-2. So now, let's take a look at how some of these kills are going down with an even trade off the start.
Cade and Ruiz trying to get something happening here. Mad Cat going to be able to tag one of the players up. The nice bait and switch trying to come in from the side of Enigma 6. It's not going to be successful. See how Jerd is going to play this one. Surely Mad Cat had the call up, but Cade now going to be trying to find Mad Cat. He is on the hunt. Is Mad Cat going to come out on top? No, he is not. Cade is going to level it up. Now a 1 versus 1 situation. Jerd rotating through the middle map area. See what he's going to be able to do here. Having a very good game for himself. Currently 3-1. You're going to see Cade pushing through the lemon. See what he's going to be able to do here. Might be able to catch Jerd in the corner, or Jerd's going to be able to catch him. And Jerd should be able to find this kill, but no, the timing was literally just off by a millisecond. 24 seconds to work with. See, Cade does have the bomb in hand now. Jerd should be able to take him out, and just like that, it's going to be Splice going up 2-0 against Enigma 6.
Splice coming back from that break. They're able to take those 3 straight rounds and win this Search and Destroy, putting them up 2-0 against Enigma 6, the previously undefeated team. They take them in a very one-sided hardpoint, and we see a lot of the same here in the Search and Destroy. The Search and Destroy, though, definitely on the back of Zero. This man ran through them like a freight train. Excellent performance by Zero.
I mean, like we said, it's something that's just continued so far throughout this entire first day of the event, and it's still going. That's going to be something crazy if they can keep that up the rest of the tournament. Next is going to be Precinct Uplink, which we know we can always bring up how much EU teams struggle with Uplink, but we also thought they struggled with Breakout Hardpoint as well.
Yeah, and if we're talking about the EU struggle in Uplink, this team in particular, well, before their team changes getting Zero on the roster, were able to go through Uplink almost undefeated at the Call of Duty World League London event. But guys, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. It's the end of map number 2. We'll be back with map number 3 between Splice and Enigma 6. Stay tuned. Call of Duty World League Dallas Open. I'm Fox. I'm joined here by Dirk, and we're hopping into map number 3 between Splice and Enigma 6. We just saw the rest of the S&D was replayed just a little bit because there was a technical issue. Splice was still able to take it in a very one-sided way. The hard point, just the same. It was a huge, colossal lead where Splice was able to 100-point club Enigma 6 on Breakout, by the way. So any EU fans watching, you better rejoice because that's the first time you're going to see that in a while.
It wasn't even like a fun game to watch. Like we said, it just seemed like the frustration starts to build up from Enigma 6. Like, okay, let's just keep running into this spot.
Yeah.
Die.
It felt like they were just throwing things
spot.
at the wall.
Die.
And hoping it would stick. But and then in the search and destroy, we saw Zero really just took over. This man was on a tear throughout that map. So I got to look at the side of Enigma 6. Who has to step up for them, right? I'm thinking General would be the deciding factor as to how they do for the rest of this series.
Well, that's something, just bringing up General in terms of the first respawn that we saw on Hardpoint. He was actually the only person on the team who was really going off. I think he ended up like 25 and 16, which says something, because the first time I saw these guys play Hardpoint, they were completely going off like 30 bombs for 3 of the players. I think Proto is going to be my player to watch. I feel like he's going to have to step it up, especially in uplink. It's something that I saw him completely go off on. He was that player who was constantly up in the enemy base, kind of getting those spawn kills going. So that's going to be something to keep my eyes on the side of Enigma 6. But the side of Splice, right? We're talking about this new EU powerhouse team. There's really nothing that we've been able to critique on them. Everything that we've seen so far from Splice in this series has just been picture perfect.
Oh, really? It just looks like top-level COD, and these guys are coming from Europe, and you can just see how strong they are right now in this matchup. I feel like their trade, again, of getting Zero in place of Josh has definitely helped this team improve in a number of ways. And I feel like almost any team in Europe that picks up Zero is going to improve in something. Zero is an absolute monster.
I mean, they're kind of shutting down everybody with how good their search and destroy has been. They're kind of shutting down any talks like Josh is the in-game leader. He was all this to us.
Was.
Yeah, but like they're like shutting that down completely because people are like, what are they going to do in search and destroy now? Who's going to make these play calls? The guys are doing just fine, if you ask me.
I mean,
so
you definitely need, there needs to be that guy on someone's team that just says, this is what we're doing, or do this, just make that decisive play call so that everyone is on board with it and has the same philosophy of the game. But guys, loading into map number 3 between these two teams, can Splice close out the series right here, or can Enigma 6 bounce back and attempt a reverse sweep?
The man I said who needs to just perform a little better for Enigma 6 if they want to start seeing success, Proto, is immediately might be able to get a dunk. No, nice defensive stop there coming from Jerd, but he did start off the game 2-0. So now the Splice attack is going to be coming from their home base. They're going to be favoring this Cherry Blossom side. So if they're going to be able to get anything going, throws the drone forward for Yard, going to be met there by Proto. He is going to be able to take him out. Let's go ahead and jump on board with him. Going to utilize that shockwave. Something we're starting to see. It's not even being used as a weapon anymore. It's just sort of get me back down on the ground when I'm super high up in the sky.
It's definitely useful in both ways for sure. We see that people are just able to stomp down on someone that's just below them, avoiding anything else in that combat. It's just a very quick, jarring way to destroy the enemy. So let's take a look at where the drone is going now. It looks like Splice has the first offensive play.
Yep. So let's see. Drone is going to be going in for Splice, like you just said. So 1-0 in favor of them. So see how this one does go. Ruiz is going to be inside of the hill, but right behind him is going to be Bance. He's going to be able to take him out. Drone going to be tossed forward over towards Statue. Now the attack is going to be coming in from this left side by Park. Let's see if they're going to be able to get a dunk from this one. He's going to opt to go for the 1-point toss, and what was that? It looked like it shouldn't have reset, but it reset.
It was a really odd play right there. It's going to go out of the map and reset. So no 1-point play on the board for them there. There's the interception again on the next offensive play. And you can see Splice is now in control.
And we talk about EU and their uplink throws right in front of the right in front of the goal, and he couldn't throw that one in. But let's not just hang our heads on that play. So lots of game time to go in this first round of uplink. Drone now going to be in control of Cade. We're going to be pushing out to Statue once again. Let's go ahead and hop on board with him. Immediately is going to be taken out. So we're just seeing time and time again. Enigma 6 starts to put the aggressiveness on, and then the players from Splice have just been able to shut it down time and time again, getting some nice defensive stops. We're on board with Jerd. He's going to be doing some damage, was getting things heated up, is finally going to be taken out. So now the gunfight just going down as the drone is just laying right by the statue area, but is going to be reset now.
And you can see Bance right here is able to dance around middle map in that orange area. That's such a crucial part of this map because if you have control of orange, you have control of statue, which is the biggest point of contention. So now, with General being in position on middle map, look to see the Splice players focus on him and the teammates surrounding him.
Yep, and this is where things can start looking good for Enigma 6. You see on the map, everybody going to be spawning in that back alley. They're going to have Emma Ruiz in the spawn, trying to pick off somebody if they push through mid-alley, but now they are going to have the lead. Splice players choosing to overextend, and it's looking good for him thus far. General is going to be left to fight 3 Splice players. He is not going to come out on top of that one. Let's see if Cade is going to be able to shut this one down. He's going to be able to find 2. Can he find a 3rd? He's not going to be able to get that. The assist is going to come in. But Emma Ruiz now going to be in control of the drone. They're going to make an offensive push from their base.
Wrapping it back towards Statue. They got to be ready for the Splice players that will be surrounding Ticket Booth. Em Ruiz, though, team-killing General, it's not going to make their job any easier. Now, being just a little outnumbered, they got to go on this offensive front, but with these players surrounding Orange and Ticket Booth, it's not going to be easy. There it is. You can see Zero popping out for the double kill. With them being outnumbered, Zero was able to find those 2 kills pretty comfortably.
We'll see if Mad Cat can start to get some things going. Maybe the MD4 on this map isn't the greatest idea. I mean, it's going to be a lot of close quarters, especially when you're in a position that Mad Cat is in. See if he's going to be able to get anything going here. He's finally going to be taken out. That is going to be by the hands of Cade. Now, Em Ruiz should have a dunk going in here. Players from Splice are going to be spawning in that top right side of the map. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a relay going here. There's going to be 1 player inside. That's going to be General. Mad Cat is going to get the opening kill. Going to toss the drone back to Zero. And as Zero finally gets outside the Statue, he gets taken out as well.
So, Enigma 6 in this map so far, finding themselves at a lead for the first time in this whole series. They have to be feeling pretty strong going into the second half. You see them also putting some icing on top, getting that dunk for the final 2 points. 45 seconds left, and Splice looks like they're in a position to try and set up for an offensive play.
Mad Cat is going to opt to push all the way through. He's going to have a player directly to his left. That is going to be General. Might be able to take out the drone carrier here. He does just exactly that, but the kills are going to be traded out. Now Zero going to try to make something happen, utilizing the high wall run. Should be able to get a dunk, and they're finally going to get their first dunk on the board. It's going to be 6-3 in favor of Enigma 6.
With just 20 seconds left, there's still enough time for another play to be had. You can see them playing hot potato with the drone there on middle map. Lots of deathmatch going down on middle map. Grenades going back and forth, players being tagged up. No one really in control of anything over the other. So many Splice players being on middle map. The Enigma 6 players have to look to try and pinch on them here. The 1-point play comes in. The toss is going to miss. And we're going to see the drone reset.
That's the second toss that we've seen Bance whiff, one of them being right in front of the goal, and then that one trying to do something over top of the building, threw it out of the map. But Enigma 6, not a super comfortable lead, but a good one nonetheless. It's going to be General in your final kill cam.
It's also their first lead, so they got to be feeling pretty good at finally finding a lead in this series here.
You see King Jerd and the boys from Splice. Let's see if they're going to be able to try to make a comeback here in the second round. Second half at Uplink, always a little more intense. Those payloads start to come in, that overdrive and that active camo, so that's something we're just going to have to keep our eyes on. And Ruiz is going to go ahead and use his FTL jump as soon as he earns it. Nothing is going to come from that, though. General is going to be left last alive to try to fight off Jerd. Jerd is going to come out on top of that gunfight now. The Splice players can regroup and try to get a team-coordinated push going down, and it looks like they might be shut down as soon as they push out from the players from Enigma 6. Bance in control of the drone once more, goes for the 1-point toss, but gets taken out before he can let go.
Yeah, Enigma 6 set up pretty well defensively right there, just in front of their point. That throw was never going to come in. Splice was trying to make it work up middle map, but Enigma 6 again positioning very well, were able to respond, and now they're taking it right back through Statue. However, they will be met with the defensive front of Splice because all 4 of them should be spawning up. So I kind of question the play to throw the drone right there into the hands of his teammate right in front of Splice.
Let's see if Ruiz can get a big stop here. He's going to be able to find one, but it's going to be Mad Cat coming on top in that gunfight. Zero should be able to get a nice dunk here. So now 6-5, cutting the deficit down to 1. See how they're going to play about this one. Nobody in real position to relay. You're going to see Bance go in with the drone. He's going to go ahead and push that back out to Statue. It's going to be 1 player overextending all the way through. That is going to be General. He's going to be the player to watch.
And Ruiz is able to find those 2 kills onto Bance and Jerd. Clearing out the base a little bit here, and you can see the drone's just going to be reset. The remainder of the Splice players, again, getting on that usual defensive front towards the block. Looks like General wants to take the drone towards construction, and the rest of Enigma 6 should follow suit here. Splice reading this, they're going to wrap back. They need to get in front of him right now. They kill the drone carrier, but there are several other players to follow it up. That's a 1-point play in favor of Enigma 6, and they're awarded with a Scarab.
That's just a smart play, not going for the 2, just choosing to go for the 1 no matter how close you are. So Jerd now going to be pushing in. He is immediately going to be taken out. We're going to see the payload start to come in. Zero with the active camo. Should be a guaranteed 2 points if they can continue to slay how they have been. Now Proto is going to be in control of that drone once more. Is he going to go for a 1-point toss? He's going to do exactly that, and it's going to be intercepted by Bance. Still 1 possession game, though. Could go for a tie here. They do utilize that active camo from Zero.
Drone being thrown down here. We have several Splice players just looking to take it and throw it out of the map. I think that running it through middle map is also an option here, but they have to be ready for the Enigma 6 players covering mid. That's going to be Bance, who comes through with the drone melee. And now this little bit of hesitation actually gives E6 some time to set up around ticket booth. So knowing this, Splice is going to wrap it back towards middle map. But again, all this hesitation, they're going to have to slay even more now.
And you see the drone in control of Zero, just trying to dodge some bullets. Active camo to come into play, but did get taken out. So that is now going to be burned. Proto going to be trying to fight off the Splice player Mad Cat, trying to come towards that drone. He's going to have the help of his teammate M. Ruiz, and he's just going to be able to take him out like that. Drone going to be tossed forward for yards. Very smart play just to get that out of the Enigma 6 base. The Zero is going to be there to control once more. Like we said, he burned that active camo, popped it just the wrong time, and it basically costed them 2 free points.
There it is. Look, that player that Bance just killed was General. He thought he was going to be able to stop the drone carrier. Bance waited just long enough and hesitated intentionally to then shoot him in the back at the last second. That gives Splice the opportunity to put some more points in the board. With just 2 minutes left in this game, we're all tied up now.
Definitely are. 1 minute and 35 seconds left. This is where things are going to start to get a little chippy. See what they're going to do here. Jerd's going to be running it through Ticket. Going to decide to go through Orange. He has his teammate support here. This should be an easy 2. And is he going to be able to get it? No, he is not. He's going to be stopped just short. Nobody's going to be there to try to get that one. Mad Cat doing everything he can to try to slay out while the drone is still on the floor. But General is going to come out on top with that gunfight. Now General is going to be in control. Does have the active camo as well. Let's see how Enigma 6 does utilize his power play.
Oh, and a sigh of relief for Enigma 6 fans at home. Right there, the Splice player didn't even opt to go for just the 1-point play. He gets a little greedy and comes out with nothing. Now, the camo play comes in for Enigma 6. It results in a dunk. That's a 2-point lead with just under a minute remaining. This is a much closer and much more intense game than what we've seen from the first 2 maps.
Jerd almost gets turned and burned, but let's see if Splice is going to be able to get something going. 45 seconds left. There's going to be one player just trying to make a stop. That is going to be General. The 1-point toss does go in, but Splice in no position to really get a relay going. You're going to see 2 players from Enigma 6 start to push into this lobby. That is going to be General and Proto. Going to be 1 player left alive to try to fight this one off, and it's, things are looking bad for Splice. I would not have gone for a 1-point toss there. I would have tried to work for a 2, especially when the game is on the line just like this. Bance going to be in control of the drone. You saw the Scarab falling right behind these guys. See if anything is going to happen here. Scarab did blow up. The drone is going to be past. 14 seconds left. Mad Cat is going to utilize that overdrive. He's going to be dodging and weaving. He's going to toss the 1-point play, and that's just like that. Tying the game 9-9 with 5 seconds left. We're going to overtime.
And see, that was the right play right there. You could tell he was terrified to continue going in for that dunk. He'll settle for the 1-point play and force the overtime. Definitely a heads-up play. Not making the same mistake twice. Now they find themselves in an overtime situation against Enigma 6. If Splice can take this overtime round, they close out the series 3-0 against Enigma 6. E6's series life is on the line in these next 5 minutes.
See a little bit of frustration coming from the side of Enigma 6. I know they should not have let them come back into that one, especially if the Zero did burn his active camo. But now it is overtime. So let's see how this one does play. It's going to be Enigma 6, the first players inside. They're going to go ahead and decide to wrap this one back to all the Splice players. Jerd going to pick up a nice 2-piece there, kind of just going into his own death. Going to opt to throw that out of the map, but map positioning going all in favor of Splice, and this is looking very, very good for them.
Yeah, Proto being met by so many Splice players right there. They force him to throw the drone out of the map. This gives Splice an opportunity with the drone, but Ruiz was there for the interception, and that was absolutely huge because that would have been a score within the first 30 seconds. Those are so hard to replicate. Splice, Jerd, he's able to come out with 2 kills. 1 player in his way, it's Ruiz. The teamwork is there, trying to help Jerd. That's Mad Cat. He can't do it alone, though. Zero with the drone. Dirk, he's trying to go for the 1-point play, but he's so outnumbered.
Doing everything he can to try to stay alive. Almost got that toss off right there, but another great defensive stop from the players from Enigma 6. Overdrive is going to be ready for Cade as well. 1 minute has passed in this overtime round. Drone just going to be tossed forward for extra yardage. You're seeing a lot of the gunfights going down in this top right side of the map. Now Splice looks like they could get something going. We've seen them trying to go for the 1-point toss over the dunk. Jerd going to have the Scarab in play. General going to pick up a nice 2-piece, and they're able to get another defensive stop, all because of General. We talked about it. You said you brought him up. 35 and 25 for him on a 3-kill streak, doing everything he can to keep his team alive.
If you could just go into that solo carry mode, they can definitely at least take some maps off of Splice. It's showing right here. They're able to put some points on the board. 1 minute and 28 seconds is the time to beat for Splice. If they can beat that by getting 2 points in that amount of time, they take the map and the series.
It's going to be crazy to see. You're going to see General right there in the player cam. He's going to be able to pick up that kill, and his teammate did run in. So, like I said, I believe the time was 1 minute and 28 seconds, correct?
Yes, 1 minute and 28 seconds is what Splice has to work with.
And then look, the overdrive is going to come into play there for Cade just to try to get himself into a better position. Now Bance is also going to pop his reactive armor, is not going to be able to get anything from that. Kills were traded out. FTL jump is going to be ready to go for Jerb. He has the drone in hand. If he were to use that, nothing good would come from it. And just like that, the 1-point toss comes in. 15 seconds, and Splice is going to take out Enigma 6 3-0.
A crushing way to do so in that overtime. 15 seconds is all it took, and it seemed like there was no defensive play coming in from Enigma 6, whereas in that second half, it was nonstop clutch defensive plays and excellent positioning out of the Enigma 6 roster, but in overtime, it just wasn't enough. They're able to win 3-0.
You see the frustration there. You see General talking to his teammates. Can't be happy about that. You can see the disappointment on his face after dropping so many kills and having that big defensive stop in that first round as well. Guys are going to see just the 3 maps that we saw from this one. Breakout Hardpoint was going to be the first one. You see the logo correctly. Splice 250 to 93 over Enigma 6. We then went to Throwback Search and Destroy. Splice, after a very dominating performance, just basically from 0, just giving them the hard carry, 6-2. Then Precinct uplink in overtime. Splice and Jerd was able to get the 1-point toss off to take that one.
Yeah, and even with Enigma 6 of General putting it into hyperdrive and having an excellent map for his team, in the end, it just wasn't enough. Splice closed it out, and they give Enigma 6 their first loss in the tournament this weekend, Dirk.
Like we said, these guys were undefeated in map count coming into this one, but this Splice team, they're not undefeated in map count, but these guys have been playing so well so far. I mean, they're living up to this whole. It's just very exciting because when this roster formed, we're just sitting there. When are we going to get to see these guys play?
Yeah.
We get to see it at CWL Dallas. The rosters are locked in. Now we're going to give you guys a live look at the pools on the screen. The map you just saw was going to be from Pool D, not updated just yet, but it should say Splice 3-0 and then Enigma 6. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah, big wins from Splice here. Most people had them coming out of this pool, but definitely not in the fashion that they did it here. They're able to beat down Enigma 6, who was able to wipe the floor with Rise Nation for a bit, but in that series was incredibly one-sided in favor of Splice. Awesome matchup to watch there in that uplink, though, for sure. Now, if we look at the rest of our pools, a lot of the other teams that you would have expected to perform well are performing just that well. Optic Gaming and Team Envious on top. United and Millennium on top, with Millennium and Cloud9 still sharing some similarities in terms of their performances, or their finishes, excuse me.
Yeah. And then back to Pool C, just kind of look at FaZe up 2-0, playing very good as well. You saw some of their matches being played here on Bravo as well. But I mean, the Optic Gaming Team Envious match is going down right now. That should be a good one. You can hear the crowd getting hyped for that. It's prime time.
Oh, for sure. Prime time is always a good time at MLG events. Here at the Call of Duty World League Dallas Open, we thank you very much for tuning into this series. We have one more left on the Bravo stream. That's going to be Mindfreak facing off against E United. And this team, Mindfreak, has gone through so many Game 5s and have brought really intense series to these North American tournaments. So I'm really excited to see what that one's going to look like, Dirk.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a great one. I'm actually going to be bringing that action to you guys with Lando. But until then, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. And gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. I am Dirk, joined alongside Landon. We are going to have the last match of the night here on the Bravo stream, and we're going to have E United going up against the boys from down under, Mind Freak.
Indeed we are. Should be a pretty interesting match, to say the least. I know in some of the matches that I've been able to spectate for Mind Freak, it's been kind of it's been like a heart-wrenching
They got
loss
the Cloud
for
9
them.
effect.
They do, man, but in reverse in some cases, because they've lost in Game 5, Round 11, not once, but twice.
Well, wait, there's more.
There is more, unfortunately for them. They obviously have to face off against E United as well, which is obviously, they've played fantastic so far throughout this tournament and are currently leading at 2-0 in their group. So 0-2 versus 2-0, of course, still means a little bit when it comes down to bracket play. But I gotta say, I think Maniac actually tweeted it out on Twitter. He was saying, if Mind Freak can have these close games versus these top North American and EU teams, when it comes down to that LAN League, man, it seems that they're only improving with every tournament they go to.
I saw the exact same tweet, and I was kind of just thinking the same. I was like, I never really thought of it like that. For some reason, like, my mind just never sat there and was like, you know what? Like, that's the way. But it's true, right? If they do make the LAN League, they're going to have consistent practice against the best teams in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
So can you just imagine like the room for improvement that they have? I mean, obviously, being all the way in Australia, these guys don't get the luxury of scrimming these guys online or anything like that. Maybe lucky to come out, Atlanta and Las Vegas. I don't believe there's any at Las Vegas, but Atlanta is when the Australian teams decided to come out.
Right.
So, Mind Freak, not going to say they're looking very good to try to get that qualification.
Right.
Obviously, Kane and Mines is still in it as well, right behind them, but it's just between those two teams that Mind Freak just has to have a stellar performance here.
Yeah, I think it's not necessarily 100% solidified yet, but they're obviously in a very prime position to do so. But I'm glad that we kind of talked about Mind Freak's progression as time has kind of gone on, especially at Atlanta and now here in Dallas as well. Just due to the fact that I think we end up seeing kind of like the same effect when it came down to last year's league, when it came down to Europe having an official league together. I mean, in 1 year, we ended up seeing a team like Splice go to the grand finals of the biggest club league tournament ever and placing second. So it seems that as regions start to get that competition where they can face off against the best teams in the world, it only makes them better.
We have landed on Mars, and the soldiers are ready to fight. We have Mind Freak taking on E United. First map going to be Scorched Hardpoint. Jumping right into the action. We're going to be in the eyes of Buzzo, but Arcedy's going to come in real quick, pick up a nice two-piece push all the way through to this factory side. Now, Arcedy's, I haven't seen him shoot some bodies so far throughout this tournament, so I'm just going to be curious to see. I mean, we know this guy's confident, doesn't care what anybody thinks, so that's something we're just going to have to see going forward in this one. But E United off to a hot start, 20-0 to start off this one and rising.
Yeah, and then, of course, you'll see Mind Freak getting some spotty points here and there, but really when it came down to, I'm going to say like right after CWL Atlanta, I personally said that I think that United is at times and could be the best hardpoint Scorch team in the world, just due to the fact of how their players kind of play out, their K-bar usage, their E-Rad usage at time as well. They're just a very good team when it comes down to up close and in-your-face gunfights. There's been times at tournaments and people have kind of questioned the side of United for making certain pushes. There was an article with Prasini, and he was like, you know what? If we're one shot, if we're at all in an odd position, we're going to challenge no matter what. So if you're Mind Freak, you've got to be aware. These guys are going to be in your face at all times.
The boys on Mind Freak trying to get something going together here. Just broke the 10-point mark for what that is worth, but they're doing an excellent job of holding down some good time on this one. Still do have 40 seconds. The players from E United starting to flood in. It's going to be one player trying to just wait patiently for his teammates to come around for a pinch. That is going to be Silly in top factory, and Shocks is going to come out on top in that gunfight. Buzzo is off to a slow start. Currently 0-3, but starting to rack up that hill time for his team. Now, if you're on E United, you're spawning all the way on the other side of the map. Do you just make one last push at this and then just try to set up one last push, or do you just rotate around and get set up for this hangar hill?
I think it really kind of depends on the spawns they were getting at the time. It looks like Silly, of course, is going to win that massive gunfight, but unfortunately ends up dropping there in the end. So that will be Mind Freak being awarded those scrap seconds. Honestly, it's kind of dependent on the spawns. It really wouldn't have been a bad idea to maybe contest at least with two players, depending on how those split spawns went. But in the end, of course, it is not really going to work out for them too much as they're going to be making that rotation over a Horde hangar. So in some cases, it's kind of like a bang for your buck. You cut your losses and move forward, and you try to contest to make sure you get as much time as possible. It seems that United obviously wanted to go on the rotation more.
We're going to see the Scarab coming in from Shocks, 50 away from getting that Trinity Rocket as well. He's going to tag up one player inside. I believe that is going to be Gunless. Smart job by him just by staying down, but Mind Freak slowly starting to fall back into this one, and just like that, they break this hill. It's going to be Buzzo and Fida working side by side. Excite was off to a hot start as well. I believe he got killed off a 7-kill streak. That is why he does have all of his streaks ready to go. But I see the E United players starting to flood in through this top balcony area. There's going to be one player to try to stop that. That is going to be Fida, and he is finally going to be taken out. But just like that, Mind Freak have taken the lead. The rotation is going to be coming in towards this drill hill next, and you can see Fida just straight off the spawn starting to rotate through.
Yeah, what I've noticed, and actually some of their KDs when it came down to Atlanta did a little bit of number crunching and whatnot, and actually Fida, I believe, had the highest respawn KD for them, and actually having the highest KD in both hardpoint and uplink. And I know he's kind of considered more of their objective or support-minded player, so not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but when you have a guy like Excite who's kind of roaming around with that ERAD, it can kind of be up and down depending on the map at times. And then you have a guy like Shocks who a lot of the time can go off when it comes down to search and destroy. So to me, it's a very interesting matchup. Of course, Mind Freak starting off very well up to this point, currently with around a 35-point lead. And that's definitely due to the three main players of Shocks, Fida, and especially Excite, who's currently double positive.
When we saw the Trinity Rocket come in from Excite, still doesn't have that bombardment to use as well. 94-65 is the score, and it is rising for the boys on Mind Freak. But Silly and Pristine are trying to spoil this party, and just like that, you're going to see them get taken out. Mind Freak taking complete control. Once more, Shock's going to come out big against a gunfight against Arcides, and Gunless going to be pulling out that E right now, sitting at 10-10. This is your Atlanta MVP, so it's going to be a key player to watch throughout this entire weekend. As soon as you get that MVP tag, all eyes are going to be on you.
Oh, without question. I think one thing that we can kind of bring up when we talk about Gunless is that his overall consistency as a player. It's not he's Slayer-minded. It's that he also does the objective as well. Constant times that he's talked about. I remember hearing a few things what Persini had said. He was like, you know what? I do this. Persini does this, and Silly does, one of the search toys, whatever it may be. And they're like, yeah, Gunless, he kind of does everything for the team. Like, he's willing to hop in the objective. A lot of times he's going to have the most amount of kills and the most amount of time in the hard point. And that's a very, very valuable aspect in a player that you don't see very often at all.
Yeah, so far on the side of Mind Freak, you're seeing Buzzo do a majority of the OBJ work for the guys. 105 inside of the hill for him, currently 6 and 11. So he's able to pick up an assist there on the kill from Fida. So he's making some pretty good progress so far on this middle hill, being able to hold this one down. Looks like United are going to make one last push inside. It's going to be Prestini and Silly. Silly going to be left last up. He's going to be able to find one. Does have the FTL jump ready to go. Early rotations going to be coming in from the guys on Mind Freak. They're just going to be down probably maybe like around 8 points if they get the rest of the time on this hill as well. So, early rotations are in. It's going to be key. It's going to be one player to focus on. That's going to be Arcees. The pinch is going to be coming in from E United. Is he going to be able to find one? He gets the assist, but his teammates are going to completely light up the kill feed just like that. E United gets an amazing break.
Yeah, major credit to Mind Freak for kind of realizing the rotation over toward Turbine means so much, but coming from the skies, E United is able to break that one fairly easily, and you're going to see Gunless try his very best to kind of hang on this head glitch, kind of maybe even try to snake a little bit. But for the most part, good overall plays for Mind Freak up to this point. But if you take a look at that top right scorecard, players who are obviously very much struggling. Pristini currently sitting at 9 and 17. It's kind of brought it back in the last few engagements from what I was able to see. And Buzzo currently sitting at 6 and 14. You'd imagine maybe if they're able to pick it up on the objective most of the time, especially if you're talking about Buzzo, those gunfights he's getting inside of the hill are incredibly important. Probably the most important gunfights in the entire match. So maybe if he starts to turn it up, that could be, Mind Freak's success and key to success when it comes down to taking his first game.
It was an amazing break from E United. Then came Mind Freak around halfway point inside of the hill. They were finally able to take them out and pick up the rest of this time. Do have a small lead after going into this hangar hill. So let's see how this one does play out. E United is going to be there first. Silly is going to be your player inside of the hill. He's going to have the K-bar in hand. It's going to be one player outside by balcony trying to hold him off. He's not going to be able to do so. Now it's going to be Buzzo and crew going forward. 50 away from a Trinity Rocket is Silly, and that's going to be huge going into the drill hill. That'll be coming up next. Almost fully streaked out. He's going to get this one. Silly picks up a nice two-piece. Currently on a 7-kill streak, fully streaked out. Things are looking very good for E United if they start to turn ugly in the next rotation.
This is great if you're an E United fan, because most of the time, Persini is a guy who so far throughout this tournament has performed incredibly well when it comes down to the hard points. Of course, he starts to struggle. That's when one of his teammates realizes, I need to step my game up. But 3 start to fall for Mind Freak. Silly ends up dropping, so a great break yet again coming in from the side of Mind Freak as they're going to be grabbing those last few seconds inside of Hangar. It looks at rotation, getting ready to go over here. We'll see who's going to be on that one potentially. Looks like the last few gunfights still going down. and it will be still E United with a little bit of a lead. Like I said, Mind Freak's definitely holding their own. I'm very impressed so far, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, something for E United right now, they don't have to rotate early. They know Silly has the streak, so look for them to maybe get called in if Mind Freak does get that initial setup. I mean, you don't want to let them go for too long in that setup. That's going to be one of the biggest things. But Pristini is going to be inside of the hill for the side of E United. He's going to have two teammates pushing out of observation and security. Just like that, they have the perfect setup that you want from this hill. You have player 3 blocking those spawns at mid-map, forcing everybody all the way over to that rock side. Now, Excite is going to opt to call him in his bombardment. That's going to be able to clean up the hill right there. You see a bunch of scores just start to come up for Excite, but now bombardment coming right back at you. That's going to be in the hands of Silly. He's going to be able to find one, and that is going to be on Excite.
I know we end up looking over at Excite's point of view, and he actually doesn't have that E-Rad out. I'm actually pretty surprised because of how much he actually used that E-Rad, both at CWL Sydney and I believe at CWL Atlanta as well. So either way, it's obviously worked out for him very, very well as he finds yet again another kill inside of the hard point, 22 and 17. Unfortunately, though, he'll end up dropping there to the nice nade coming in from Pristini. But still, a very, very close game. I mean, if we see these payloads start to come into play, this could decide the series in some cases. And if Mind Freak uses them very well and maybe even nails down that next rotation coming in toward Turbine, this could be a very close game that we have in our hands, Dirk.
Silly still has the Scorcher's Shoes as well as the Turning Rockets. There's so much utility with the two hills that are going to be outside. I mean, that's one of the things about working towards your streaks on Scorch Hardpoint, right? So look for Silly. He's just going to be playing inside of this hangar area. If things do go ugly for them, those streaks are going to come right in place. But his teammates are doing such an excellent job of just slaying in and outside of the hill. Focusing on Arcides right now, heating things up on a 3-kill streak. 230 to 180. Things are looking so good for E United to close out this map number 1.
Mind Freak's got to get a push sooner or later, but RC's watching both of those angles. Is able to find one. Fight is still up for now. Shox ends up using his payload, that active camo actually, kind of being on the rotation, realizing how important that Turbine Hill is, but they've still got to make sure that there's nobody inside of the hill for E United, and Pristini has snuck behind enemy lines. He's currently inside of the back, and this is just not looking good for Mind Freak. Granted, they don't even have the lead, and E United's only 10 points away. Plus, when you got a guy like Pristini currently sitting in a fantastic position, he usually has to wait for his teammates. And actually, the score streaks are actually getting ready to come down, and that should delay some of the players for at least a few moments. It looks like United actually might get to that 200-point mark. So things are still looking up, but if United can get at least just one clean break, this game should be done.
Silly was able to take out Shox there. Now this completely opens everything up for the side of E United. You're going to see the pinch come in from the wall run side and from inside of the factory. Silly now just trying to stay alive inside the hill. Going to get his FTL jump, but he will be immediately traded out by Buzzo. He needs to go big here. He will be taken out, but the flood is now going to be coming in from this wall run side, and it's going to be Arcides doing everything he can to hold it down. Is finally going to be taken out. Score 249 to 204 in favor of E United. Scorch is going to come in. E United take map number 1 against Mind Freak.
I gotta say, man, that was a pretty impressive play that we ended up seeing coming in from Mind Freak. I was not expecting it to be that close. I mean, you look at their overall mentality as far as how their tournament has gone so far, losing in the way that they have, both in Game 5, Round 11 situations. You gotta imagine that the mentality is kind of down for them. But they come out of that hard point, and I gotta say, I was pretty impressed with how they played. Like I said, I came in talking about how I think that E United is the best Scorch hard point team, in some cases, probably more at Atlanta, the best team in the world. But that's still a fantastic map for them, and Mind Freak was competing for them, I'd say, probably throughout like 80% of that entire game.
Yeah, it definitely was. So we're just going to have to see how this one plays out. Search and Destroy, as always, is going to be coming up next.
Now, I believe, yes, we're actually going to be having Crusher, Search, and Destroy for game number 2. And I'm personally not as incredibly experienced as far as how Mind Freak likes to play their Search and Destroy. When it comes down to E United, they rely heavily on those first bloods, and I think we could potentially maybe even see some sniper play coming on either side, so that's something to kind of be looking out for on the side of our cities.
Crusher, Search and Destroy, one of the better Search and Destroy maps that we do have in the rotation.
I like it a lot. I'm not going to lie. I'm a pretty big fan of it.
There's something like about it. I've started to notice it more recently. I mean, even from just playing myself like with our friends and stuff like that. It's just so many lines of sight that you can hold where you can have, like, say, one person defusing a bomb, or you can just be watching this way. You can get such a setup on A, that on defense and on offense too, if you do get that bomb down. B is going to be a bomb site that a lot of people tend to try to go to. It gets very, very hectic, and it just kind of is like, do we want to overextend through rock, or do we just want to just get the bomb down, retreat? Like to play overextending through rock, but then it's just so hectic in Search and Destroy in this game No real setups. Nobody really plays for picks. It's just going to be constant team fights. You're going to see so many times probably in this game, I guarantee it, at least at one point, a 4-man flank all the way around, pushing straight through. And just because of Call of Duty timing and what it is, the other team is just going to do the exact opposite. They're just going to keep circling around the map too. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does go. If you guys are just tuning in, saw a very close hardpoint game between E United, the CWL Atlanta champions, going up against Mind Freak in this one. They took that 250, I believe, to, what was it, 202, I think was the final score.
I think 202, 204, something like that. I'm going to say it was 204.
And then we're going to be going into Search and Destroy. Obviously, we're very well brushed up in E United with Mind Freak. Got a little bit of taste of them at CWL Sydney.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you have any statistics dating all the way back from that for Mind Freak, if you would like to check. But, I mean, it's just definitely how this series has gone. I mean, like you said, every game that Mind Freak has lost so far has all been Game 5 round 11s. They just can't close it out. And like we said, it's sort of like the Cloud9 effect, but it's like the opposite of it. They get to Cloud9, and they get to the Game 5, but they don't win it. So that's going to be something that we need to watch on as well. Obviously, if they're not winning the Game 5s, they're losing those Search and Destroys, so we can guarantee that they're 0-2. But we don't know what the rest of the Search and Destroys does go as well. So it's just going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. I'm hoping for a Game 5. Crusher, Search and Destroy is going to be the map. You guys are going to get a nice little glimpse of everything that's here. You're going to see the middle map area where you might see some pre-snipes going down, depending on if the players do want to play for picks. But Landon, you have the stats ready. Lay it on me.
I do have the stats.
Lay it on me.
This is from CWL Atlanta. Basically, the major player that we 100% need to go on board with, and I've actually had seen this a few times, is going to be Shox. A lot of his teammates had around a 0.7 to 0.6 KD, which obviously isn't great. He had a 1.62 in Search and Destroy. I think we definitely need to be looking through the eyes of Shox, at least throughout most of this game, if we're looking at Mind Freak.
All righty, we're going to jump on board. The offensive map number 2 is underway. We're on board with Gunless of E United. They're pushing straight through onto this B site, but Excite is going to be able to pick up that first blood. That is going to be on Varsity, so the man count now in favor of the boys from Australia, Mind Freak. See what they're going to be able to do here, collapsing in on that middle map area. Gunfight going to be coming down for Gunless. He's going to be able to find one. Makes the bleeding stop just a little bit. See if he's going to be able to do. Going to go ahead and reload the E-Rad. Going to have his teammate right below him. That's going to be Silly, finding himself in a sticky situation. And the turn-on comes in from Gunless, but the trade's immediately going to be there. Round number 1 going in favor to Mind Freak.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes down to round number 1, you're just going to get a little bit of an idea as to how each team likes to play it. Of course, we ended up seeing a pretty standard round when it came down to United's overall play, but fortunately for the side of Mind Freak, they're there for the response in the end. Now, I talked about one player to be looking out for when it comes down to Mind Freak. But when it comes down to the side of E United, there actually is a few players that have, it's like based on their KDs, in Search and Destroy, Persini and Silly usually reign true when it comes down to that. They usually have at least over a 1 in the last few events that they've attended. So those are guys definitely to be looking out for. Archie actually has that sniper rifle, able to find that one early on FIDA. Fortunately for Excite, he's able to respond with that E-Rad shot, finding 2 both on Gunless and Silly. So that's going to be a 2 versus 3, despite the first pick. Archie's needs to back up. And with that in mind, it's now going to be a 1 versus 3, my friend Arcees. You have got to find at least a weapon on the ground if you expect to try and clutch this.
It's very hard. He's got the Oni in his back pocket for close-range engagements, but just the way it is, if he does push them, it's going to be easy trades for the guys on Mind Freak. Bomb looks like it is going down. It's going to be Shox, so finally does get planted. Arcees finds one, not going to be able to connect on the shots, though. 2-0 now in favor of Mind Freak. And let's just go ahead and highlight Excite and what he's doing. I believe did he get 6-0 from that one? I know beforehand it was 5-0, but now Excite is 6-0.
Of course, you see a shot there of Shox, the man to be looking out for when it comes down to Search and Destroy. As it looks like RC is going to put away that sniper rifle. Probably a good idea when it comes down to this round number 3, especially with the fact that they are on the offensive. But Gunless will be the bomb carrier. It looks like they're making a pretty standard rush over toward B, but player number 2 is actually trying to bait a little bit, and he ends up getting his life traded in the end due to that. But Shox has realized that there's a middle map that's wide open.
Middle map that is wide open, and the guys from E United are going to take complete advantage of that on the B site. Bomb is now going to go down 3 versus 3 situation. Excite is going to be able to take out Arcees. So now 2 versus 3. So he's going to be able to jump around the corner to pick up this one. The trade does come in. Now Silly is left last alive in a 1 versus 2. Shox and FIDA going up against him. Let's see how they play this one. Silly's going to be able to find one right behind him. Perfect trades coming from the boys from Mind Freak. The defuse is going to come in there as well. 3-0 in favor of Mind Freak.
I got to say that the angles that they were holding there were actually perfect. Based on what Silly wanted to do, regardless if he ends up finding an angle, a player is immediately there for the trade. So good play there from Mind Freak to kind of be able to watch each other's angles, kind of be aware, and you're going to see in the frontal kill cam, Farda was basically immediately ready for this push that was coming in from Silly. Not a chance to clutch that 1 versus 2. So like you mentioned, back-to-back-to-back rounds for Mind Freak as they're looking hot in this search and destroy. And one player to highlight is actually going to be Excite. 8-1. I talked about the KD differential when it came down to Atlanta. It's a different story when it comes down to Dallas. Excite, with that E-Red in hand, has definitely been a major factor. And actually, they're going to be rushing this A site incredibly heavy. You can see Excite leading the way due to those close quarter engagements. That E-Red is definitely the weapon of choice.
It just seems like everything that Mind Freak are doing is just United doesn't really have an answer. I know the push they just did is just sort of luck. You don't really know where the players are going to be, but hey, it's working out for them. But First Blood now is going to go in favor of E United. It's going to be Arcides picking up that one. The pinch is going to be coming all the way around. You're going to see 2 players positioned in mid-map. You're going to have Arcides coming all the way around from the flank. He's going to find himself in an engagement with Buzzo, and it's going to be Buzzo coming out on top of that one. Fida picks up a kill of his own. Now Pristini and Silly left last alive to try to fight off Fida. See what he's going to be able to do here. He does have that bomb down. The defuse, I believe, is coming in. It's going to be Pristini. No, he's just sitting there waiting.
They've got to get on that soon.
And they got it. Okay. They're just playing his time. I thought Pristini was initially defusing.
That worries me because if maybe he's able to come around that corner a little bit faster, maybe even picks up one of those kills, based on where the other player was at for United, he might have not even had time to get over toward that bomb site. So either way, a much-needed round to say the least if you are a United fan or even on their team at this point, because they really need to clutch that one out. Nice kill there coming in from Pristini. I believe that's one of his first kills he actually had so far throughout the search and destroy. Not really having a big performance, and based on how he previously works, he's usually a guy to go off for them when it comes down to these S&Ds.
Definitely is. And now on the offensive, it's going to be E United once more. We're on board with Gunless, the Canadian Magician. See if he's going to be able to get anything going here. He's going to be pushing on towards this B site. It's going to be met by 3 Mind Freak players. Going to be 1 sitting all the way in the back. That's going to be Shock just kind of watching the flank. Jammer Grenade does come in, so they are going to be able to get the spot check, and Pristini is going to draw First Blood, immediately coming all the way around. That's what they're going to be able to do here. Excellent job by him. Silly picks up a nice 2 kills as well. Shock's left last alive, finds 1. Can he find the second? Got shots tagged up into that player, but he's not going to be able to finish it off.
This is definitely clutchable if you're in Shock's position. Blair immediately gets on that bomb, should be able to find that one, but nearly gets tagged up. Silly still alive. Actually does have that FTL jump to work with. Shox does have time. 1 versus 1 situation. Shox rounding the corner. The question is, does Silly spot him? He does. And he's actually going to challenge this one. Who's going to win the gunfight? It will go in Silly's favor. So despite the first 3 rounds going in Mind Freak's way, back-to-back rounds for United in a much-needed fashion. Silly coming in when they need him most to win that clutch situation versus Shox.
Like you said, very clutch situation there for Silly. Played it just right. Just using that box to his advantage. Seen so many times where players in a 1 versus 1 just keep running from box, kind of playing peekaboo with the player, and he was able to come out on top there. So United, 2 rounds in a row for them, trying to claw back into this one. See if Mind Freak is going to be able to continue their train, or is it going to come to a stop here? Fida going to be pushing through the hallway. Tail jump does come into play, is going to be able to pay off for them. That is going to be Excite. Does have that Trinity Rocket and the Scarab to work with as well. Looks like Fida is getting down the bomb. Time now going to be working against E United.
United definitely kind of having their wits tested, to say the least, as they have rushed that A site in back-to-back offensive rounds. I believe Excite does have that Scarab out. He's trying to gain a little bit of information. Tags up 1 player. Fida's there for the response. 2 versus 4. How does the United even try to take this one? Because every time that Mind Freak has gone to this particular bomb site, you got to imagine when it comes into future offensive rounds, Mind Freak's going to continue to do this strategy. Because this should not be a round when Free United in the slightest. It looks like Gunless will drop, and waving the white flag is Silly, as he's going to have to back up. And obviously, communication probably coming in for the United side and saying, how do we even try to face off against Mind Freak when it comes down to this? Do we try to hardcore aggress them when it comes down to it? Because something is just not working for them when it comes down to that side on defense.
It's one of the big positives when you do get that bomb down on A, like you said, especially at 4 players up. There should be no reason why you should lose control of that site. Like, none at all. They had the bomb planted all the way out in the hallway so you could see it, just from maybe spot checking from behind a box as well. So it's just an excellent all-around play for Mind Freak. It's been working out for them time and time again. Now, Silly is going to be the bomb carrier for E United. Looks like they're going for a traditional B push once more. All 4 players from Mind Freak going to be positioned over by A, so maybe look for an overextension to come in through mid-map or pushing straight through the lab area.
Silly making a push, trying to get that bomb down, but if you kind of look at the top left of your map right now, you can actually see Mind Freak could potentially be going on a full-fledged flank. That's 3 Fs in a row. As it looks like streaks start to come down. Silly and Buzzo end up trading for the respective sides. 2 versus 3 now. As it looks like clutch situations need to be held for the side of E United. Looks like Excite trying to provide a little bit of cover fire for his teammates, but now he's left in an awkward spot. 2 versus 3 clutch. Can it happen? Not if Excite has anything to say about it. 1 versus 1. Erad versus Erad, and Excite is not going to be able to win that one. Big clutch round 1 there for Gunless. He's able to hold that angle incredibly well and keep E United alive.
You're going to see Gunless right here in the final kill cam. If you're excited, maybe just wait to regen your health a little bit before you start to challenge that one. That's going to be a hard gunfight to win. Now, we are currently tied up in the round count 4-4 as we jump into round 3-4, I apologize. Jumping into round number 8 here. Let's go on board with Fida, getting very close to his payload. Reactive armor can be so good when you're going in for those pushes on those breaks. Mind Freak sending 4 men all the way over to B. And once again, sort of similar to what we saw last round, but now E United is going to be stacked over at A, but they're going to get that quick read. They know nothing's coming at A. They got to be at B. The pinch is going to be coming through, looks like middle map, and then through that back garage area. Excite. Go ahead and call in. No, it's going to be Silly calling in the Trinity Rocket. He's going to pick up 2 big kills right there, and just like that, E United going to close out that round number 8, tying it up 4-4.
That's how you win a round. You call in the streaks, and you get 2 quickly after. That was one of the fastest rounds that we've seen so far. I would say even throughout this tournament, once that bomb ended up nearly getting down there. So with that in mind, it's now going to be tied up at 4-4. And those big streaks coming in there for Silly, obviously being a major factor as to how they were able to clutch that one out. Silly currently sitting at 11-4, 11-5 for Excite. Definitely kind of the MVPs when it comes down to the search and destroy so far here, Dirk.
Definitely CW United's going to be able to get anything going here to try to pull away with this one. B-bomb site open up once more. You see 3 players pushing through straight middle map. Silly going to go ahead and call on that Scarab. Should be able to gather some great intel with the players flanking around. They're going to be able to take it out, but still, that's going to give away the positioning of the players who did shoot that Scarab. Active camo is ready for Gunless. Fida is going to have his payload ready to go too. That's going to be the reactive armor. 35 seconds left to try to get a defuse here if you're on the side of Mind Freak, and you have RCDs and Gunless going up against the whole Mind Freak squad.
Fida, I was going to say, might actually get on that bomb. He does have the reactive armor. Has he been to use it here? But no, Fida ends up shutting down Gunless. Is now RC's left in a 1 versus 4. Finds 1, nearly finds a second. Buzzo narrowly able to stay alive as they're going to give shocks the defusal, realizing the active camo. Incredibly important when it comes down to these engagements. And it looks like Excite getting closer to that FTL jump and Buzzo getting closer to his payload as well. Of course, when it comes down to that death cam, I believe E United is able to see exactly how their current payloads are working. And kind of in some ways, we'll actually be able to look and see how far E United has progressed to this point. But there was one point during that last round where Silly ends up calling that Scarab, and due to the angle that it's coming from, due to the fact of Mind Freak kind of rushing 3 players through middle, they're kind of curious, are they over toward A, are we flanking toward A, are we flanking toward B? Once they see that Scarab coming through, they realize the angle that's coming from, they're saying, oh, we know exactly where they're planting that bomb down. They go the opposite way around. So definitely, in some cases, a good idea there from Silly, but it definitely works out toward the favor of Mind Freak.
Now you're going to see Mind Freak start to play a little bit slower here. They're going to rotate back through A, and they know how close Shocks is to getting an active camo. 1 kill will do it for him. And Fida does have that reactive armor to work with as well. We're going to see the same setup like we said. Just plant it down at A, but there's going to be 1 player sliding in. Excite's going to have his back. And we talked about the lines of sights that you can hold from A is looking so good for E United. The reactive armor is going to come into play. Arcees gets 1 kill on Fida. There's going to be 1 more player challenging around the corner. And just like that, Mind Freak going to tie up this best of 5 series 1-1.
Definitely going to have to see FTL jump being used there for Excite. Really, how many payloads can he use to shut down 1 player? I believe it's around 2 or 3. So nice play there in the end for the side of Mind Freak. We talked about the amount of round 11s that they went to. At least there's around 10. Things are looking up if you're obviously a fan of Mind Freak, but they're able to win that particular map. And with big plays coming in from Excite, 14-5. Major play there from him.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's exactly what you want to see. And like you said, it's just a matter of Mind Freak can go the distance with these teams, right? Can they close it out? That's going to be the biggest question coming into this one, and how big it would be to go up against a team like E United, the former CWL Atlanta champions as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. But guys, we're going to toss it to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have Uplink. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Dallas Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Myself, Lando, as well as Dirk, to guide you guys through the action. The last match, here on the Bravo stage, taking place between Mind Freak and E United. Dirk, how would you break down what are the maps that we've seen so far, and how it kind of lined out?
Just the first hard point that we saw was very, very close. I mean, that's one of the things we weren't sure how Mind Freak was really going to play up against a team like E United, and it was on Scorch too. And you brought up about how E United is so good on Scorch hardpoint. Mind Freak went right down to the wire with him. This thing is we agree it's 250 to 202. Search and Destroy, another very close one. Mind Freak was able to finally come out with a Search and Destroy when that one was in round number 10 as well. So now we're going into Uplink, and it is going to be on Throwback. So that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind.
Okay,
Not too sure about Mind Freak's Uplink play. United, something that I've seen them play right, but I've never gone so in depth with these guys and like what is the big deal to their success.
Yeah, so when it comes down to E United, in some cases, if you're looking at their overall play style, losing that Search and Destroy, it's not the end of the world. At Atlanta, that was known as by far their worst game type. Of course, they ended up winning the entire tournament. That was kind of known as like the kicker for them. If they lose a Search and Destroy, not a big deal. They're mostly kind of comprised of a respawn team. When it comes down to Mind Freak, I know we're still trying to learn as far as like how their play style works versus North American and European teams. Because granted, when they're facing off against fellow APAC region teams, they're pretty good about every game type. So we're obviously trying to learn, gain some information. I know they didn't by any means look terrible when it came down to Uplink at Atlanta. Of course, not really making it through their group. They had a very difficult group to try to go through. But still, it should be a very interesting one. Throwback, to me, is a map that can go either way, and I say that because it's a pretty low-scoring map, meaning that if you have those overdrive, those active camo players in the right place at the right time, just one play out of them can easily grant you the victory.
You're going to see the modernized bowling alley, the baseball field. Everything is set for map number 3. We're going to be kicking it off with the boys from Mind Freak. I'm going to stay on with Shocks. He's going to be pushing into this top green area, getting himself into a power position with the MB4. He's going to be met right across the way by Silly. Going to be able to tag him up a couple times, not going to be able to get a kill from it. Silly just kind of jumping back and forth, just trying to stay alive. Hey, Shocks getting probably a little frustrated there, jumping straight towards the window, trying to take him out. Nobody has yet to touch the drone, and he's going on the hunt for Silly, and Silly is going to come out on top there. Very, very patient play for him, holding down his position. He's going to go ahead and pick up the K-bar as well to try to do some damage.
You can see a lot of early aggression coming out of either side. You can see potentially if that can produce any scoring opportunities for the side of Mind Freak. One thing that E United does need to be aware of is that potential field spawn trap that can actually come into play. Granted, it can earn your team maybe about 2 to 4 points if you lock it in correctly. So they've got to be aware of that, either team when it comes down to their respective sides. But off the start, granted, we haven't seen a whole lot of drone control. Both teams are kind of working on getting that map control first.
That drone has still yet to be picked up by anybody, and just as I say that, we're going to see Excite pick it up. He's going to toss it towards the underpass area, and Gunless is going to be able to pick up a nice 2-piece, so that halts the Mind Freak push. Now they should be able to get something going here. Looks like Silly is going to be the player to grab that drone. That he is. 2 players flooding through the underpass. That is going to be Gunless, and I believe it was Prestini, but Prestini got taken out. Now Silly should have an opportunity for a 1-point toss, and he just throws it over, doing America dirty. We know we hit those 1-point plays. We hit those free throws, Landon.
Yeah, we did. I'm not going to lie, I was legit responding to that, but you can kind of see in that particular moment, Silly kind of gets a little bit awkward timing when it comes down to that wall run. It looked kind of like a disconjointed play, and it looked like he was kind of off his game when it comes down to it. So unfortunate miss there from United 1, and I'm sure they'd love to get back. And like I said, coming into this map, points on Throwback are incredibly valuable, just the fact that you don't really get too many opportunities at that. So it looks like RC's firing away the MV4 over toward that bike path side is where he's going to remain quite a bit, unless, of course, he's got that drone in his hands. But trying to wrap back around. They need some entry kills to come in from players like Prestini and even like Gunless. Of course, a guy with the E-Rad in his hands, if he can make a little bit of an impact, maybe a little bit of a dent in the Mind Freak base, it can start to lead to some scoring opportunities. And just as I say that, the one goes through. Nice shot there from RC's.
Yeah, definitely. It's been something this weekend I've seen so many 1-point toss missed. I just sit there and I'm just like, just practice the toss, please. That's all you got to do. 7 kill streak. Player starting to light things up. Actually gets taken out right there. So let's see what's going to happen now. 1 point on the board for United. You talked about on Throwback how valuable it is going to be on this map. Very, very low scoring, but there are the times where you can get that field spawn trap set up. We're on board with Pristine right now. He's going to be pushing the bridge side. He's able to find one and finds the second. Great plays from him. Shock's not going to be left up last alive. Just needs to just hold down this granny area and just make sure it halts any United push to his teammates do respawn and come forward. RC is going to be in control of the drone once more. Let's see if he's going to go for a 1-point toss. Should be cleared for a 2 unless Shox has something to say about it. The dunk comes in from RC's 3-0 in favor of the boys on E United.
And we end up seeing Silly's streaks actually come incredibly useful. Finds 2, and you can obviously see the fantastic game that he's having so far. Mostly known for his search and destroy performance, but he's showing off here in the respawn as well. And one player who's kind of lacked so far throughout this game has actually been Persinius. He's currently obviously sitting at 8-8, but I think if we can maybe start to see him have a little bit of a better performance, that's when EU United can start to shine. But Silly has kind of taken on that load, kind of known as the in-game leader for this squad, obviously the most experienced player on this team as well. It looks like he is going to be firing a few shots through that middle map. 3 go down yet again for Mindfreak, as they're going to have to try and regroup, and Fida is not in a position to try to stop that drone.
He definitely is not. Gunless is going to be in control. We're on board with him right now, utilizing the wall run. See if they're going to be able to get anything to come from this one. You have Silly leading the charge, just trying to pick off the players as they come off the spawn. The 1-point toss is going to be coming in from Gunless. 4-0 in favor of E United as we have 1 minute left in round number 1.
And Gunless is actually still in their base. I believe Arstees is kind of around that lemon side as well. They've got to make sure that they clear them out, but Mindfreak doesn't even realize that he's still back here, as he's going to find another potential one to be on that opposite side. You can see that potentially in the lack of callouts in some cases, because both players don't even turn around. But they've got to get Gunless out of their base. Thankfully, they are able to do it then or just now, but it also halts the progression they could have potentially made, because now that, granted, finally we got Gunless out of our base, let's push forward. All the United players are spawned up and ready to engage them yet again.
It definitely does. I mean, that's something you always need to keep an eye on. You just need to make sure you clear out that player in the spawn. I mean, that's what Silly's been doing the majority of this game, and look how well it's been going from 18-6 for him, and it's 4-0 for the side of E United. He's just been that guy who pushes into the base and just kind of slays out. People say it's pointless kills, but if you look at it in depth, they basically just keep on forcing the enemy team to respawn further and further away so they can make progression. 7 seconds left. No score should be coming in. Ooh. So the final score for the first round should be 4-0 in favor of E United.
Yeah, United definitely looked pretty strong when it came down to that first side. And to be completely honest with you, when it comes into this next half, I was curious to see maybe we start to see a little bit of slang progression when it comes down to Mindfreak. But E United, in some ways, is going to be on what would be considered a team who's better at slang. That's mostly going to be their more preferred side. So Mindfreak have got to constantly be aware of that potential spawn trap that can happen over inside a field, because if not, that can easily do them dirty within a good 30 to 45 seconds. The score could be doubled at that point.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see if Mindfreak is going to be able to bounce back here in round number 2. We're on board with Fida. He's going to be pushing forward over to the bridge. Going to get hit by a jammer grenade. It's going to halt his push just for a split second. Some shots are going down over by the bridge. The calls are coming in from the side of E United. There are 3 Mindfreak players under the bridge. Right now, E United doing a very good job of making that progression to try to get that middle map control. And once again, led by Silly. He's finally going to get shut down by Excite. Drone still sat in the middle of the map. Sort of what we saw in the first round, right? Both teams just kind of going back and forth. Nobody really making any true progression on that drone.
One thing that I'm curious to see when it comes down to Mindfreak is obviously, I would say when it comes down to that bike path side, they're going to definitely need to have a strong UV4 there. I know Buzzo didn't look incredible when it came down to some of their matches in CWL City and even here so far at this tournament when it comes down to it. I think if they can have a solid player like Buzzo kind of holding that bike path street, they get a few pushes kind of going forward, players like Excite, players like Shox who start to go off the way that they have so far throughout the series, they can maybe start to get some points on the board. But the way that that E United has been slaying through that middle map, it's obviously been a major issue for them. And obviously Silly putting up the numbers that he has, currently sitting at 20-9, of course, over double positive. I don't know. It's worrying for me for Mindfreak when it comes down to what would be the next hard point, because the way that E United has been destroying so far in the respawns has kind of been a major issue.
When we're getting to that stage in the game where the payloads are starting to come up, RC's has the best one that you can have. That is going to be Overdrive as well, so should be a guaranteed 2 points just to kind of add on to their lead. Buzzo now pushing forward, might be able to get a dunk here. He's going to try to go for that one, not go for the 1-point toss. Shox trying to pick it back up where Buzzo left off. He's not going to be able to do that, so now the push is going to be coming out of the E United home base. One player going to be positioned inside of the silos. Drone going to be tossed forward, and it's going to be Fida picking up a big 2-piece. Shox now going to rally that drone, toss it forward towards Market.
And if you're Mindfreak, you'd love to get a scoring opportunity out of this. Fida is there, but can he get the score off? He does. So I was going to say, if you're in Mindfreak's position and you have literally 3 players right on that portal, but you're still not able to get a score out, that is so demoralizing. But thankfully for them, they're able to get that rebound. But it is actually going to be E United on the other side, getting that overextension, tossing that drone forward. And if Arcees can maybe try to get a good angle, nearly uses that overdrive, he's going to actually keep that one just to the fact of it not being in use for that long. thankfully for United, they're going to hold on to that overdrive and keep their one possession advantage for now.
When Buzzo is going to have his overdrive ready to go as well. He's going to spot one player from back bowling, and Pristini is going to do him dirty, taking him out, starting to get things heated up here on a 3-kill streak. It's going to get the hit marker from the player inside of bowling, and he will be shut down. One player left up for United. That is going to be Gunless. Just needs to try to hold off the Mind Freak push. Sort of like a 1v1 situation right now, going down with Fida, but now all players from each team have both spawned up, getting very close to that 2-minute warning. Let's see if United is going to be able to pad on any more points to try to put Mind Freak away. Gunless going to be utilizing the wall run, pushing through blue side.
Yeah, Gunless is probably maybe an assist away from getting active camos. Like we mentioned, when it comes down to a low-scoring map like Throwback, those can be incredibly influential. Arcees are in that overdrive. Gunless incredibly close to the active camo. And from the Mind Freak side, I'm not sure how far their progression is considered when it comes into their payloads. But either way, I'm sure they're fairly close when it comes down to it. So, minute and 35 left. Still only a 2-point lead for E United. Can Mind Freak force this one and potentially win back-to-back game modes? Silly able to find one, finds the second as well. FTL jump used. Can he find the third? Doesn't really realize what this player is at. I believe his teammate finished that player off, and he continues to go on a spree. 7 kills earned for Silly, and nearly is able to add on another. Gunless gets the free dunk due to Silly's play. And now Gunless actually ends up using the active camo in the spot just to try and stay in their spawn. Can he find another one? Not able to make that happen. In my opinion, would have preferred him to maybe try to keep that one. Either way, Arcees is here, and back-to-back dunks. That's now going to be 8-2 in a matter of moments that United now has a lead.
And Silly is the man to highlight. We saw the big 2-piece to completely break into that. Now Buzzo is going to utilize his overdrive. Nothing is going to be able to come from it. Missing a 1-point toss, and a big 3-piece by Gunless to shut that one down. But going back to that previous play, right? Silly picking up the huge 2-piece, then just kept on going. That was the second 7th kill streak he's been on in this match alone. 31 and 16 for him, doing so well, just slaying out in the enemy base for E United so they can get these plays consistently going. 30 seconds left in round number 2, and it's going to be E United for sure taking this one. It looked like it was going to be a very close game. Like you said, Throwback is usually, it's always pretty close, right? Neck and neck sort of thing. You never really see super high scoring games. I mean, even 8 points for Throwback, it's kind of big. I mean, most of the times on Throwback you see 2, maybe 4 points, but Arcees once more going to go ahead, try to get that throw off. It's going to fall just short, just trying to add on some points for show. It's going to be E United taking this one and going up 2-1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, and if you're now in Mind Freak's position, you start to get a little bit worried, right? Because we've lost 2 out of the 2 respawns that we faced off against them in. And now when it comes down to a hard point, which I believe is going to be taking place on retaliation, granted, we could definitely see something happen. I think Mudhug has even kind of quoted this, and he's like, when it comes down to retaliation, no lead is big enough, because if you hold the right hard point, if you hold Graves, if you hold Broken Building, you can easily bring what would be a unbeatable lead for the other team. So I don't know. I'm giving this one to United in my opinion when it comes to retaliation hardpoint, but you definitely can't count him out. The way that Scorch played out for Mind Freak was incredibly close. So while I will favor United, I still think that Mind Freak can definitely still show us something. So we'll have to see how that does take place here, Dirk.
Yeah, we definitely will. And like you said, we just can't count out this Mind Freak squad. We saw it in the first hardpoint. Now with this one, it's going to be different to see how it plays. It's going to come down to that NV4 battle. It's going to be one of the biggest things. And like you said, on this map, going to be the most punishing hardpoint map out of any of them. It's just going to be such a big swing, and it's really going to come down to the Cathedral and the Broken Building hardpoint. Those are going to be the big 2, where if you get that initial setup and you hold it, you're going to be able to make the enemy team completely spawn on the other side of the map. So they're going to be very beneficial to you, but any point in time that can completely change.
I'm going to let you bring up the NV4 play, because one player that I think is important to highlight for the side of United is definitely Arcees, right? Arcees, from what I was actually able to see, I think one of the League Ops members from the Call of Duty World League ended up tweeting out and saying that Arcees plays GB so often, I think he has twice the amount of GB Pro points compared to the person in second, which I believe is Formal. And I think he has around I think Formal had 1,700. He had 3,000. This man loves to play some Call of Duty. And he kind of goes unnoticed because he's a very talented player in the respawns, but you look at highlight players like Pristini, you look at the MVP of CWL Atlanta and Gunless. Those guys can make some highlight plays and go off. But Arcees, to me, is Mr. Consistent. He's usually going to have the MV4 in his hands quite a bit, holding down the spawns, and I think he goes unnoticed quite a bit. And I think this is a perfect map for him to potentially show off, a lot of times where he isn't able to do.
Yeah, I still feel like this whole E United squad, there's a lot of people who have been doubting them, even after winning CWL Atlanta, because of the showing at Paris was not very good. First time these guys ever really traveled to an international event, so you have to take into, jet lag into effect as well. So that's something to keep in mind. But coming into this one, these guys still look super, super strong.
Oh, for sure. But we said it's still not done for Mindfreak. They can definitely make something happen. And I think when it comes down to retaliation between these two teams, it's definitely going to be a rotation battle. Who's kind of outthinking the other team when it comes down to certain plays? And, granted, Mindfreak at this tournament has definitely pulled out some interesting strategies. Maybe they have something saved kind of up their sleeve when it comes down to a map like retaliation, hardpoint angles to hold, rotations to make, certain spots they might know of. So, like I said, I'm not counting Mindfreak out because they've definitely shown up at this tournament. There's the reason why they've gone to so many Game 5s. Granted, they haven't had a whole lot of success in winning those, but they're definitely showing that they are not a team to mess with.
I mean, it'd be terrible for the side of Mindfreak if they forced a game number 5 and then they lost that one too in round 11.
You're hurting the APAC teams too much.
I think that would just be awful.
Oh, you
would have to be so demoralized going into tomorrow and knowing that you went 0-3, losing 3 Game 5 round 11s.
But to play devil's advocate, but in a positive way, you could also say, hey, we went map 5 round 11 versus a lot of really talented NA and European teams.
Just depends. How is the fight in the boys from down under? Are they gonna completely crack under the pressure, or are they going to rise up to the occasion? The boys from E United are trying to spoil the party, trying to make their trip here not mean anything. United looking so strong to start off in this one. Now it's going to be retaliation, hardpoint, like you said. Well, we both brought up NV4 is basically just going to be the big main thing for this.
Right, and actually one player from the side of Mindfreak who's very, very used to running the NV4 is Buzzo. I know he didn't have I don't think he had an incredible early start to that first map over on Scorch. And he hasn't really had a whole lot of incredible stats when it comes in a hardpoint, at least in the last few events that I've been able to witness. But maybe this is his map to go off as well. He's kind of like I said, the primary objective player in that first map over on Scorch. So we'll see how and what he could potentially produce. But Dirk, it is time to hop in here to Game 4. Mindfreak, their backs are against the wall. United are looking very, very good when it comes down to the respawns. Can they close this one out 3-1, or are we seeing a Game 5?
I think this is it. I think United closes this one out 3-1, and we're starting off with the boys from E United. We're going to be on board with Gunless. He's going to be pushing inside to the hill right now. Not going to be able to find anything. Buzzo is going to pick up a nice 2-piece. Like I said, Buzzo going to be the NV4 player for the side of Mindfreak. So it's just one thing we're going to have to keep him highlighted, as well as Arcides.
Definitely, and of course, when it comes down to that bridge, you're going to see quite a bit of grenades go out. You're going to see a lot of those vans, a lot of those nice little sports cars quickly start to blow up. As you see, nice daddy kill there coming in from Gunless over on Shocks. 3 go down, just like that. 4 actually go down for the moment. And now it's up to Mindfreak to potentially try and go on that rotation. And Gunless has already realized the current spot that they're getting is over toward that back building, that destroyed building, excuse me. As he's going to find a few to try and delay that push for now. E United getting the scrap points and still trying to fight for that rotation.
Buzzo is going to be able to find one pushing through the hotel. That is going to be Arcides. One player pushing up towards scaffolding right now. And that's going to be Buzzo being taken out by the hands of Prestini. The new hardpoint is going to be located at the lower street. You're going to see the rotations coming in from the side of Mindfreak. Shocks is going to be the first player inside of the hill. Currently have a good spawn setup that you want for this hill. Maybe flooding a little bit too much over by the stairs. Only one player trying to break the setup from scaffolding. That is going to be Silly. Heating up on a 2-kill spree, has his teammate flying in as well, just like that. A clean and excellent break from the side of E United.
The player number 7 actually in the back is Fida, and I believe Excite as well. So they're gonna, I think it was a little bit of a split spawn just for a moment. But either way, they could potentially try and make a little bit of a rotation over toward the opposite side. We can obviously see the hard line actually there for Fida as well. Trying to get closer and closer to those streaks. Wouldn't be a bad idea necessarily, as he actually is going to get that hardline bonus. You see him getting in the hill, and there he goes. Just like that, going to earn that scare. But unfortunately, his score streak run will end there. But regardless, I can say a good streak that potentially be used in the next hill.
Arcides shooting some bodies there, just saw that. But, I mean, the hardline pick, we know a map like Retaliation, how important streaks can be. So maybe that's the mindset that he's going with. He's giving up that tack resist to use that. And it really can pay off if you do end up getting those streaks. But if you don't, then it's kind of a waste of time. Now, Prestini is going to be inside of the hill. He's going to be holding it down by himself while his teammates are outside slaying around. We're going to hop on board with Gunless. Is going to be positioned in the hotel lobby right now. He's going to spot one player on the outside. Shot's going to be going down, but nice team fight coming in from the side of Mindfreak. They're going to come out on top. Can Prestini hold off the push? He is not going to be able to do that, and Mindfreak get a nice break, and this is exactly what they need. Even if it just is 30 seconds, this is exactly what you need if you're on the side of Mindfreak to start to build some momentum going into this next hill. And if you're player 8 right there, Excite, you rotate around, you block off those spawns to make sure the E United players can't push, and this is going to be a huge gunfight coming in from Silly.
It is. Looks like Silly ends up dropping. 3 go down. So I'd say a very good break for the side of Mindfreak, but also a much-needed break. They have to have that if they want to try and stay competitive when it comes down to this map. EU United have come into this map number 4 and tried to walk away with it, but Mindfreak still holding on as the rotation will come in toward that destroyed building. Mindfreak will actually win that one, so the United spawns actually kind of get a little bit turned around there in that particular spot. Persini ends up finding that good entry kill there over on Buzzo. Farda drops as well, and if these players from Mindfreak can't hold the line just as 3 go down, that was a perfect break actually coming in there from the side of United. But Shock's actually toward the back. The players are still spawning here toward that back catwalk area, and now Mindfreak are still trying to stay up. Shock ends up dropping, and now United might have actually lost this hill yet again. So what I said was a beautiful break actually coming from United. One player stays alive, waits for his teammates to challenge through. The beautiful team push comes in, and now it looks like the contention is going back and forth.
It definitely is. United took a little bit of a gamble pushing on that Cathedral Hill in the last second, giving Mindfreak complete control, but they were able to get a nice break. It's time and time again. It's what we see. See Excite using a nice little taunt, giving us a nice little salute here on the camera. It's a 2-kill streak for him. It's going to be the last players on the hill. United players are going to be pushing that one. It's going to be rotating towards the hotel lobby next. Shocks is going to be the first player there from Mindfreak, and he is going to lose that gun battle to Pristini.
We talked about a fantastic start for United. Mindfreak getting closer and closer, potentially bringing this one back to a level playing field, maybe even a tie game to say the least. But they're definitely within maybe a good hill hold, maybe even just maybe a 30-second hill hold, and they have brought this one back to a tie game. So with that in mind, United can't get cocky now. 13-9 right now for Gunless, trying to stay alive toward that catwalk area, but Excite, Shocks, all of them starting to fill the kill feed as they're holding down this hotel hallway in a perfect fashion right now, Dirk.
Yeah, and like we said on the side of Mindfreak, it's sort of like having flashbacks to Scorch Hardpoint, right? It looks like things are going so good for United, but then Mindfreak slowly starts to claw their way back into the game. We're seeing that exactly how it is now. Doing such an excellent job of holding this, but we're going to be going back to the bridge hardpoint after this hallway hill. Now is the real question, how is Mindfreak going to hold this? Because we saw United, I think, get a good 30 seconds off of that hill.
Yeah, that was definitely kind of what propelled their early lead, to say the least. But Buzzo could be coming on a flank potential, which could disrupt the overall mentality of United for the moment. Buzzo definitely not having the greatest game up to this point. Kind of seeing at 9-11, but actually on that 3 spree, he has earned that scarab. Ends up dropping to the side. Gunless makes the reversal flank, and United still will have the lead for now. But contention coming through. Silly trying to find at least a few entries when it comes into retaking his hard point. A few kills start to go in their favor. Buzzo toward the back, still staying alive for now. Contested hard point. We'll see if he's able to win this engagement.
Shaky shots coming in there from Silly on Buzzo. Now Buzzo is going to be able to be inside of the hill. He's going to be able to find one. Can he find the second? That is going to be on Silly, working his way towards some streaks as well. But Pristini's instantly going to come in there and get that trade. Neck and neck battle once more. Score is tied. And just like that, we're going to have Mindfreak taking the lead 130-127 and counting.
That is huge for the side of Mindfreak. They were down so much when it came down to the beginning of this map. They have turned things around. The question is, can they continue to have this level of play moving forward? We talked about the improvements from Buzzo. He started off incredibly slow, started going a little bit of a spree here and there. As the 3 go down yet again for the side of United. No responses for them right now. Mindfreak have started to pick this game up and have not looked back, as they're going to have quite a bit of a lead, around 20 to 21 seconds and starting to grow. They've currently got the rotation down, and if they can slowly start to fade back, if they start to die here, they can even have that rotation over toward Cathedral as well.
Yeah, Shocks is having an easy life right now. His 3 teammates basically just keeping a big distraction by sitting inside the hill, but Silly on scaffolding, that's one of the negatives that you're going to have. If you stack 3 up on that patio side, it's not going to go good for you. You're going to completely give up an entire lane by bike shop and that scaffolding side as well. So that's how the break did come in from the side of United. It's Silly still trying to do some damage inside the hill. He's going to be able to find one. Can he find the other? No, he will not be able to come out on top of that, but R-City's going to be left inside the hill. 10 seconds left on that. The rotations have come over towards Cathedral, and it's going to be Mindfreak in control, but R-City's just trying to break it.
United missed the window of opportunity to get those spawns by, I want to say, a good 1 to 2 seconds. And just like that, Mindfreak do have the preferred spawns. They're actually getting a split here, so these guys need to try and stay alive for the most part, as it looks like it will be currently in control of Mindfreak for the moment. Which means for United for the moment. Can they try to push this one through? Trying to hold toward that market side. Frida finds one on Persini. Still trying to stay alive in the hard point. Actually earned that FTL jump. Shocks also going to be in the hill. Use that FTL jump to get the nice leeway. Finds that one on Shocks. Can he stay alive yet again? And Silly finds yet again another kill. That one going to be on Buzzo, holding the line. And that's now going to give United quite a bit of control for the moment. Those players on Mindfreak starting to spawn toward that back catwalk side. And that one gunfight, those 2 gunfights, one there for Silly, have granted his team a big lead.
He's on a little bit of a kill streak again. Silly is just being silly right now. on a 5-kill streak, heating up 1 minute and 37 seconds inside of the hill and rising. They just broke the 200-point mark. Rotations are going to be split between both of these sides. Overdrive going to be coming in from Buzzo. Is he going to be able to pick up a kill there on Pristini? No, he's not going to be able to get that kill. Pristini takes him out. Gunless going to be inside the hill, popping the active camo as well. He's going to go ahead and kill the other active camo player from Mind Freak. That is going to be Shox. 217 and rising. Things are looking good for E United to close this one out on this hill.
E United as a team, we're on a 15 kill streak. None of them have died in 15 engagements versus the side of Mind Freak. You're not allowed that to happen when it comes down to a map that looks so good to potentially go in your favor. But back and forth we go. Only 20 more really seconds left for E United to potentially close this one out. Streaks start to come through, and Frida needs to try and stay alive here. Despite being in that destroyed building, he actually holds the correct corner and is able to stay alive for now. The streaks start to come into play. 4 down for Mind Freak. It looks like this could be the potential closing to what has been a fantastic series, but this time it looks like United is going to close this one out.
It definitely should be. Getting the rest of the scrap time on this hill. Might be one last player trying to contest. No, it's just going to be Frida pushing into the hotel lobby. It's going to have the reactive armor for what it's worth. 8 seconds left, and E United will take out Mind Freak. But is Mind Freak going to try to make a miracle comeback? We're on board with Excite. He's going to be inside the hill. He's going to be able to find one. Every player from E United is starting to flood into his hotel lobby side. The FTL jump is going to come into play. Is he going to be able to find anything from that? No, he is going to pick up 2 assists. So, Shox now going to be the player inside of the hill. They're getting very close to breaking this 200-point mark, and this is exactly what they need. The setup that these guys have is so good. Usually this hill is just constantly back and forth, but Mind Freak getting some excellent time off of this.
United can use that scare to try to gain some information just like that. Here comes the push. 2 start to fall. Excite able to stay alive there. Finding that one on Gunless. Here comes the start of the contention battle. Pristini finds 2, and just like that, that's going to do it. This series is over with. That map is going to go in E United's favor as they take the series 3-1.
You're going to have Pristini in your final kill cam, the reactive armor coming in there. He's going to be able to take out that one. Just a great all-around game from the boys on E United. They're going to be able to shut down Mind Freak. No game 5 for this time, Mind Freak, but 0-3 in pools, definitely not what they were hoping for.
Not what they were hoping for, to say the least. But, of course, you can kind of walk away with that one and say, we obviously had some very close games in the end, but I believe it's going to be E United getting a 3-0 sweep so far in their group. And, of course, we still have those open bracket teams to discuss, Dirk.
Yeah.
Which team's going to come into those open bracket matches, who's going to be placed in what pool. I've seen some interesting results so far. I think the Brazilians, who actually, Merciless Gaming, ended up having a pretty good run so far throughout the open bracket. So definitely some teams to be looking out for that could definitely affect pool play. And if we know anything from MLG Vegas, E6 come through the open bracket and 3-0, 9-0 their entire group. So things like that can happen.
I mean, that was just a great series that we did see. Very close. Like we said, we got to give Mind Freak credit where credit's due. 250 to 204 on that first hard point. The second one, 250 to 202 as well. So it was just a constant back and forth battle in that one. But it was just so weird, right? I call it the Rocky Balboa effect. Getting just constantly beat, and then just all of a sudden just getting this big boost, right? Just starting to come back and claw back your way back into the game. And that's exactly what happened. Starting off slow, but then starting to pick it back up. Very, very close. For a second, I thought Mind Freak was going to make a miracle comeback on that hallway hill, but weren't able to do it.
Yeah, so of course we're going to be taking a look, I believe, here at the pools, how things have kind of lined out so far. You can obviously see in Pool B, not yet updated, of course, to give E United that overall 3-0 advantage. But you take a look at Pool A, as far as we kind of break down the pools so far throughout day number 1, Dirk, seeing anything interesting in Pool A?
Pool A, everything.
that was a perfect little sound you just made.
Sort of how we kind of predicted, right? Optic and Envy still the top 2 for that one. Pool B, you're going to have E United 3-0. You're going to have Mind Freak 0-3, and then Millennium and Cloud9. Like we said, that's not updated just yet. And then Pool C, you have FaZe Clan, Fnatic on top. That's one of the things, Luminosity, when they lost. I believe they lost to Fnatic 3-1. That was probably very, very big. I know the Fnatic squad is definitely well and improved. You saw in the interview with Tommy, he said, I've let these guys know, I've let the org know, we're not going to be the best to start off this. It's going to take time. And now you're starting to see the improvements that are being made by them too. So it's definitely a team that you don't want to overlook in Pool C. Then heading over into Pool D. Splice, the new EU God squad, 3-0. Enigma 6 going to be in second place. Panda and Rise. Panda actually beat Rise. That's one of the...
It did. And they... Wait. Panda beat Rise?
I believe so.
Okay, well, guys, I think that's going to do it. I think, to say the least, for us for here on the Bravo station. I believe we're going to be starting off things at 11 a.m. in the morning. Of course, that is Central Standard Time here. But, guys, Action is still continuing. On Alpha, I believe there's currently going on a FaZe versus Luminosity Gaming Game 5, so make sure to stay tuned into the Alpha stage as well. But it has been a fantastic day one here from the CWL Dallas Open. It should be a fantastic match to obviously watch, and we'll also see how things line out.
And then tomorrow we'll be kicking off the stream, too, with iGame going up against Team Caliber. If you guys don't know who iGame is, that is the formerly Team 3G that did play at the CWL Atlanta, so they're able to find an org coming into this one. There was a lot of... There was a thing, it was like a couple days before the event, they were like, we're not going to be able to make it. And these guys are fighting for a LAN League spot, too. So they were finally able to find an org. So if you guys were just curious of how that one's going to go as well. So, guys, that is going to do it from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much.